Paradigm of a Broken Mind. By Aleutians. Chapter 1, Vinculum. Choromatsu. The elder's call was breathless, low, and grave. The younger could press his face no further than the space between corroded bars and strain his eyes to see past the cobblestone wall that blocked his view to the right. Two prison cells beside each other, cold and unforgiving. Hands twitching and mouth agape, Choromatsu wrapped his fingers around the metal securely, the pressure of its rough exterior against his palms the only blanket of solace. His body was snug against the rocky barrier between him and his brother, perhaps subconsciously gravitating toward it as a beacon of warmth in an otherwise bitter and foreign domain. The existence of this other spirit, this fellow enslaved body, it was comforting, in a way. He wasn't alone in this predicament. Beyond his cell, faded words of strangers flourished in the silence and merged seamlessly as white noise, none of which he could interpret. He'd scarcely been spoken to since his capture, though the rules of this prison had been briefly pounded into his head during his initiation, where he had been shamelessly stripped, searched, and dressed in the detainment facility's ragged clothes. His belongings, confiscated. Thumbprint, seized at gunpoint. Blood, stolen with a sketcher-looking needle. His mugshot, stored deep in the files of their complex computer system. And on the side of his head, his hair was shaved with an imprinted 503 embellishing itself as his new, dehumanizing label. He was far from home, now. I need you to do exactly what these guys tell you to do. I don't want to see you get hurt. Karamatsu leaned his body anxiously against the opposing side of the wall, holding to the bars pressed on each side of his face just as Choromatsu. His appearance was similar, being the first to find himself in such an environment and undergoing his initiation long before the younger was even aware of the situation at hand. Unlike his brother, his skin was polluted with bruises running down his arms and face, dried blood painting his skin in a trickle pattern from his nose to his chin. His left eye was darkening under the broken vessels beneath his flesh, swell at the peak of its development. Choromatsu had caught a glance of his roughened-up state just before being thrown into his cell. Who are these people? Choromatsu's whispering words trembled in a sheepish manner, his more finicky side apparent as Karamatsu kept his voice low and gazed forward at nothing. I believe they're part of some gang or mafia organization. They thought I was the one they were looking for. That is, before they discovered I have 5 lookalikes. So, they want information from one of us? Karamatsu gave a slight nod. I've told them everything I know, yet they insist we're the ones they want. Whatever happens, just please don't do anything to put yourself in harm's way. Like that can be avoided. Look at us, we're already sitting behind bars in some underground facility. What do you expect me to do? I don't know. Choromatsu's expression of irk faded upon hearing Karamatsu's pained whisper. Karamatsu, he must have been really worried, huh? He supposed it couldn't be helped, it looked like he had already been beaten to a pulp, himself. With such a kind and caring nature as his, how could he not be so tormented by the idea of his dear family enduring the same treatment? With this in mind, Choromatsu recognized his pleas as less of a request, and more so a verbalization of his fears, his anguish and his twisted imagination that did nothing but taunt. With eyes softened in concern, Choromatsu whispered warmly. IIT's okay, we'll be okay. We have lots of friends and family looking out for us, they're bound to notice we're missing sooner or later and call the police. We just need to hang in there until we're found. Just until then, all right? Again, Karamatsu responded with a faint nod. Just until then. And until then, I'll do my best to protect you the whole way, brother. Choromatsu's initial reaction was to grimace and mutter, gross. But, he bit his tongue. Now wasn't the time to be petty. How long ago did you end up here? I never even realized you'd never returned home. Karamatsu breathed. It's only been some hours. It was unexpected seeing you walk in, I was hoping it was just me they wanted and the rest of you could stay out of this. With so many of us who share the same face, however, I don't know who they're really after. Those bruises and blood, did they do that to you? Why yeah, I was resisting while they questioned me. He winced and brought a hand carefully to his eye without thinking. Needed to be taught a lesson. I don't remember some of it, I think I blacked out. Does it hurt? A deep, light-hearted laugh emanated from Karamatsu's cell. No. It doesn't hurt at all. Liar, Choromatsu thought to himself. There was no doubt his body was sore from the beating and mistreatment, why did he even bother asking? Gently he blew air from his lips in an uneasy sigh. Just do what they say, and they won't get hurt. That's how it usually works in these situations, right? Choromatsu pulled his head from the bars and turned a somber gaze to his room. His palm slid to the concrete bedding beneath him, feeling the icy sensation on his skin. The cell was mostly empty save a bare metal bed and a discolored bucket in the corner, catching occasional drops of dirty water from the ceiling. It couldn't have been more than 10 degrees Celsius, yet there was a slight humidity in the air. Hardly an appropriate setup for a person. Shing. Each bounced in surprise, attention fully drawn to the 6 men grabbing at their barred doors. They all looked the same, gruff, without remorse, dressed entirely in black and cooperating more as a unit than a collection of people as each door was flung open recklessly and both brothers were approached. A startled yelp escaped Choromatsu's throat as his limbs were grabbed and yanked like he was nothing more than a dirty sack of rotten laundry, dragged roughly from his cage whilst his head was enveloped inside a soft, black bag. In an instant he was blinded and the motions around him became muffled as he was handled roughly, no different than a worthless animal. His body was thrown and shoved as he tried to find balance in a world of darkness, stumbling a bit and quickly being led away from their place of stay. Several pairs of strong, gloved hands squeezed his extremities shamelessly as he was forced to walk through hallways and doors. It was a brisk walk, and soon enough they had arrived at their destination. He was stopped, the door behind him shutting and locking as the bag was tugged from over his face. With a gracious inhale of fresh air, his eyes darted frantically back and forth to take in every bit of information from his new environment. He couldn't see much. The room was dark, illuminated only by a bright spotlight above their heads. The floors were tiled and the deep edges of the area were consumed by black, not even allowing him to make out the walls around. At the edge of the spotlight resided a skinny low-leveled table about 10 feet from him. Welcome, worthless insects. Welcome to hell. Shoulders broad and body type more heavy-set, from muscle or fat, it was unclear. An enigmatic figure of sorts sat intrigued at a desk, the surface of his shoulders and above entirely invisible beyond the harsh edge of the spotlight. He wore a black suit, different from the rest of the workers in the facility, and held an aura of power and control. He had to be the big boss, Choromatsu thought. How cliché, a businessman. With a guard on each side of both brothers, they winced as the man threw a fist on the desk, declaring the start of their session. Let's jump right into it, shall we? His voice was booming, deep and rumbling despite barely raising its volume. It echoed off the walls, ringing chaotically in the ears of his 2 trembling soon-to-be victims. I'd like to start off easy, nothing more than a few simple questions, not for either of you in particular, you are both free to answer at any time. However, keep in mind that I'm a man of business, and a very impatient one at that. Do not take your time giving me answers. Karamatsu glared ahead carefully, listening to each familiar word as it rolled from the man's tongue eloquently with an impeccable hint of intimidation sewn within the seams of each individual nuance. Choromatsu, on the other hand, was quick to inquire. I don't know what information you could possibly want from. Following a simple snap of the fingers, one of the men guarding the younger brother threw a fist inward, sending a blow right at the pit of his soft stomach. It was an effective shot, causing Choromatsu to choke out the remaining air in his lungs and collapse to one knee, a powerful shockwave of pain spreading like a virus from the point of contact. Karamatsu's body jerked in surprise as he formed a look of disconcertment. You do not speak unless you are questioned. The echo of his voice rumbled along every surface of the room, vibrating tangible objects within. Choromatsu gave a shaky exhale, grabbing at the wall to stand halfway as a moment of silence ensued. The boss then relaxed back in his chair and continued with his fingers intertwined methodically. Our group, our organization is in search of something very, very important, you see. An object we are desperate to find. Something we need information on, do you understand? He leaned in, voice somehow growing even deeper as he slowed his words. We are willing to take any step necessary to get a hold of this information. Even if it results in tearing you each limb from limb, forcing it out under the gargling of your own blood pooling inside your esophagus. We've killed men, we've killed women, we've killed children. We are not afraid to use any means we find appropriate to squeeze the answers out of you. Lucky for you, the methods we'll be utilizing during this session won't leave either of you permanently debilitated, however, we hope to make a psychological difference, a step forward if you refuse to comply. So, now that we have a good understanding of each other, are we ready to begin? Karamatsu and Choromatsu exchanged glances anxiously, standing feeble under the man's intimidation. Neither said a word. Wonderful. Now, taking a long, deep breath, he relaxed his shoulders and jumped right into his first question. Have either of you spoken to a distant colleague or otherwise odd acquaintance as of late? The twins again briefly looked at the other, hoping one could give an answer. An eccentric stranger, perhaps? A friend of a friend? A painful silence fell upon the room as the brothers grew nervous. Speaking for myself, sir, Choromatsu began, stammering and speaking quietly. I haven't met up with anyone lately. Most of my time is spent with my brothers. Same. Karamatsu huffed with an attempted smile. I would love nothing more than to provide the information you seek and ease this strain between us, but I'm afraid there's nothing more I can say. You live in Akatsuka City, no? You were still in Akatsuka City about 1 week ago? His question only triggered more quizzical glances. Why yes, Choromatsu mumbled. Have you ever been to Sutabar Cafe? We have. So surely, you've met a man there. Perhaps, someone who goes by the name of TA with Macron NG? I mean, Choromatsu bit his lip. I haven't. I am sorry, sir. Neither have I, added his brother. With each answer the hostility in the air thickened and whirled anxiety into the hearts of the two. You insist. You insist on protecting him, even though you just admitted to having visited his point of rendezvous? Choromatsu began to argue. We didn't say dash. Karamatsu kicked Choromatsu softly, begging silently for him to shut up. You didn't say? His tone was sarcastic, aggressive. Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't just tell me you were there. With a scoff he leaned back. Smart to bite your damn tongue. It would do you some good to learn how to properly speak to your superior. Tell me which one of you spoke with this client. The brothers were at a loss for words, or rather, they had none that hadn't already been told. Neither of us have, sir. Karamatsu went ahead and gave the final answer. With a heavy, tedious inhale, the man became visibly tense. Is that so? Looking between the two, his eyes and face still out of sight, he trilled his fingers once upon the desk thoughtfully. 500. Why yes, sir. Karamatsu was attentive and quick to respond, his pitch a bit higher than his usual, deep voice. Tell me, how much regard do you have for that cute little brother of yours? Hey. No, wait, what does that have to do with? Karamatsu's words trailed off anxiously as the boss cued one of the guards. Following his silent order, one of the men grabbed Choromatsu harshly, shoving his body slightly in the process as he sent a strong, meaningful blow directly to his face. Karamatsu jolted in surprise as Choromatsu took the hit, crying out as his head flew back against the wall, body stumbling behind. With a flash of sparks and colors his skull crashed against the hard structure, pausing in shock for just a moment before sliding down to the ground visibly shaken. A faint trail of blood smeared from the point of impact and followed him down as he cringed, eyes shut tight before looking up in horror. A deep mark was quick to begin forming across his face and his eyes were dampened with pain in a way he just couldn't help. He scratched his shoes against the ground to scoot away like a scared child as the man towered over him, the others standing by and ready to help. Choromatsu did a quick inhale as the front of his shirt was grabbed and he was hoisted to his feet, ready to be taken away just as the elder intervened. Without wasting a second, Karamatsu strongly turned the man around by his shoulder and threw a punch of his own. The guard was sent stumbling, letting go of Choromatsu and tending to his face as one, then two, then four of the guards wrestled Karamatsu down and put him in a headlock. The boss stood to his feet, voice clear and demanding. Strap him to the table. Now. Karamatsu growled and fought the men dragging him to the long, skinny table the twins had barely paid attention to when they first walked in. With a huff the boss muttered, since you're so eager to play, we'll do this to you instead. Choromatsu backed up against the wall anxiously, eyes wide as his vision darted back and forth, analyzing every aspect of the strange-looking mechanism. Low to the ground and tilting at a slight incline, he could now see the row of leather straps decorating the surface. As the men easily overpowered the older brother, they retrieved a black blindfold and began tying it around his eyes to blind him. What is that thing, anyway? He dared not ask, but he breathed the words anyway without conscious consent. Tell me, the boss replied. Are you familiar with water torture? Choromatsu glanced at the boss with an expression of panic. To a point, he stuttered. Well, today, we're going to walk you through the process of how it works. He leaned forward with a toothy grin, eager to watch the scene. Karamatsu called out and fought to no avail, now blindfolded with his limbs being pinned against the hard wood. He was held in place with his upper half on the lower end of the table as straps were wrapped around his arms and legs and tightened to a painful level. His struggles became more and more useless as his wrists, ankles, thighs, forearms, torso, and neck were secured to the mechanism. With one final strap just over his forehead, he found himself completely immobilized. "What is this?" "Oi!" he called out in a panic as Choromatsu saw one of the men grab a nearby bucket and hold it out in the darkness under what he assumed to be a faucet. The sound of splashes and running water was dulled beneath Karamatsu's grunts and whines. "Again, I will take an answer from either of you at any time. Now, I'll repeat myself, tell me of the man you met up with last week." The boss's tone was growing impatient, louder than before. "I'd hurry now." Choromatsu glanced back and forth feverishly, sweating, and he thought back, trying to come up with something, anything. A person. Did he meet a person last week? Did he even visit that cafe last week? There's no way he did, he had no reason to. I don't know. I really don't know anything." His voice was begging, his pleas desperate. Then he cued his men as one withdrew a thick white rag and smothered it over Karamatsu's face as his cries grew more frantic. Another man shut off the water, hoisting the bucket to the floor and dunking in a water bottle. Once filled, he lifted it and walked tediously to the struggling, blinded man. Taking his sweet-ass time, he neared the tip above Karamatsu's smothered face and began to pour a small, steady stream. Choromatsu could only watch helplessly and try to understand what they were doing to him. He eyed Karamatsu's body language carefully. His fingers started tense, quivering slightly until the moment something seemed to hit. A forced, muffled choke burst from Karamatsu's throat as his body began to shake violently, his hands turning into a fist before opening desperately as he instinctively tried to shoot his arms up to stop what was happening to him. Beneath the restraints, his entire body jerked, writhing and struggling meaninglessly, anything to make it stop. Choromatsu's breath was shaky. He had no idea what kind of pain Karamatsu was experiencing, but his body's feral reaction spoke 1,000 words. His eyes had widened as his heart sank in realization of what exactly he was witnessing as a sense of horror overtook his body. He was paralyzed, no guards needed to watch him, he already couldn't move. There was a twisted, fucked up energy in the air that held captive his muscles, his free will as his brother suffered an inexplicable pain, one Choromatsu himself was too afraid to understand. And then, as quickly as it all began, it was over. The man finally stopped the water and threw off the rag, freeing Karamatsu's chokes and gasps and sputtering. He couldn't stop shaking violently, his blood pumping adrenaline through every limb and every vein in response to the applied method of torture, and for only 20 seconds. Choromatsu found himself gasping for a breath, as well. Stop please. Neither of us know anything." "You know damn well that you do." The boss voice rang like a gunshot, his fiery temper seeping beyond his professional exterior. "If you have something to confess, fucking spill it." "You're really trying our patience," warned the guard holding the bottle of water. There isn't anything." Karamatsu could only beg between gasps and coughs, unable to efficiently calm himself. The boss wouldn't hear it. 30 seconds this time. Go. The moment the rag touched his face, Karamatsu's struggles became violent and there were hoarse screams muffled beneath the cloth pressed down by the man's fingertips. His terror seemed beyond anything before. Karamatsu Nisan. Choromatsu could barely utter any sound. "I don't understand, WVE already told them we don't know anything, how long are they going to keep this up before they believe us?" The water bottle was refilled and slowly poured over his face once more, instantly silencing his screams as his body jerked painfully, instinctively, desperate for its life. His wrists pressed so relentlessly against the restraints that visible cuts were beginning to mark his flesh. Choromatsu, with an expression of terror and movement like a zombie's, took a step forward as if he wanted to run and stop it. The two men on each side of him took him by the arms as a precaution, both strong enough to alone give him no chance of remedying the situation. He couldn't take his eyes off his older brother, watching him fight in agony. Eventually, the 30 seconds finally passed and the rag was quickly removed. Again, Karamatsu succumbed to the choking and dry coughing, his body desperate to keep itself breathing. He could barely sputter out a stop. As he hyperventilated heavily, his lungs relished in the taste of air once more, but the taste was never enough. "Now, do you still insist you know nothing?" Choromatsu kept silent. He didn't want to say anything, he didn't want to feel the weight of responsibility in this situation. After a few seconds, Karamatsu whispered out, his voice raspy from the screaming. "We don't." A long silence ensued throughout the room, the only noise being Karamatsu's heavy gasps. The boss entwined his fingers and squirmed a little in his seat, getting comfortable. Are you sure? Choromatsu, seeing a light of hope, spoke up frantically. He was practically in tears. Why yeah. We swear. The boss stayed still as if contemplating his next move, taking his time to ensure clear thinking. There was comfort in the silence, in the moment of nothing, that is, until the boss voice finally arose once more, strong and clear. Unstrap him. Get his brother on there. There was a sting of pain accompanied with the fear that struck his heart so suddenly. With his eyes contracting, the two men tightened their grip on Choromatsu's arms. No. Enno, wait. His sense of dread rose above the roof as a third man rushed over and helped contain the poor brother. In an instant he began to shriek terrified, struggling and screaming out, "Let me go. And stop, please." He never knew he could scream so loud, he just couldn't control his voice anymore. The two men by Karamatsu unstrapped him quickly, hauling him off the table and tossing his limp body aside as they slid off the blindfold. He stumbled against the wall and fell to a sitting position, even now still trying to catch his breath. With a weakened body he gave Choromatsu a mortified look as the dear brother was practically carried to the table. The grips on his arms and torso were rough, perhaps enough to leave bruises along his skin. His eyes flew shut as the black blindfold was pressed over his face, blinding him against his will. As they finished tying it securely, he felt gravity shift and his body was lifted onto the hard table. All Choromatsu could think about was how it was still warm from his older brother fighting so desperately to get away from whatever he was about to experience for himself. The blindfold, too, the dry spots were warm, but there was an icy cold associated with wherever water had seeped. His arms and legs, being squeezed and handled without care, were pressed down against the platform. Now that he was lying on his back at a slight incline, he could feel his body's natural balance of blood flow become disrupted and his head became heavy, throbbing as his heartbeat echoed through. He didn't like this feeling, he didn't like being trapped without a choice, without a chance, without means to fight. Without his sight and with each leather strap tightening around his body, he felt so vulnerable. Unable to move, his will and sense of control were under rule of another. There was nothing he could do. His body was already trembling, his fingers twitching out of control. Scared out of his wits, the fear overtook every rational thought he might have had. Akatsuka-sensei. He cried out helplessly, knowing it was futile. From across the room he could hear the boss' booming voice take the lead once more. So, neither of you will admit to having met up with our person of interest. If you insist this is true, then that must mean one of your other brothers has the information. One of you six has it anyway, and that's a fact. Then, why are you still strapping him down? Karamatsu's words were faint and hoarse but carried his emotions vividly. Because, he started, glancing at Choromatsu who was body dripping in sweat. 503 is going to tell us where to find the other four. Karamatsu gave a torn grunt, glancing back at the table that now held captive his little brother. He felt he'd collapse if he stood, and he knew he wasn't thinking straight. His mind was in a blurry panic still, thinking of any way out of this without telling them their address. Giving these men the access and opportunity to kidnap the other four would also likely include subjecting each of them to this same kind of torture. 3 men stood around the table, one holding the rag previously used on Karamatsu. Without forewarning he slammed his fist against the wood to startle Choromatsu as he spoke. If you want this to stop, you'll give us a fucking location. Where can we find the others? Choromatsu shook his head rapidly with a whimper, confused and unsure. Does he give them their home address? Could he live with himself if he did such a thing? Unable to provide an answer, the man began to act. Choromatsu felt a heavy, wet rag forcefully smothered over his entire face, making it a little hard to breathe. The dread in his chest swelled and caused his breathing to grow rapid as he felt his limbs begin to go numb. Stop. His cry was muffled, he wondered if it was even heard at all. All around him was darkness, making the sense of hearing his primary source of information gathering, though he could comprehend little in his alarmed state. Even the smallest of sounds he could pick up, from breathing and movement to the water bottle being dunked beneath the water. As it was lifted, each drip and splash rang like church bells echoing throughout a village. The noises, they were taunting him. The dripping got closer, and he could feel the man's palm holding down the rag adjust slightly. Choromatsu was a nervous wreck, opening his mouth again to protest but quickly shutting again upon feeling the icy-cold water suddenly seep through the rag, spreading and enveloping his entire face in what seemed like an impossible vacuum of water. The presence of the water combined with the rag sucked away all air previously accessible as he felt his entire head get soaked. With his upper half still at an incline, his body's immediate reaction was to start gagging and his diaphragm contracted painfully as if he were going to vomit but couldn't. Then, before so much as a moment of rest, it contracted again instinctively, twisting and curling to force air to be sucked in or out but could do neither. He strained his voice box but could make no noise, desperate to shoot up his arms or legs or anything to stop what was happening to him. He was forcefully paralyzed, his limbs were useless and body vulnerable as it writhed in desperation so intense that it was painful. This must have been exactly how Karamatsu had felt, fighting for his life. The sound around him melted into white noise as his organs blared off internal alarms, warning of the threat of death. He couldn't find an opportunity to breathe, and the water just kept pouring down over his face, up his nose and into his mouth through the rag smothering him. That was it, a smothering feeling. It wasn't just the immediate struggle of drowning, but a fight to escape the rag he was being smothered with as well, suffocating him entirely. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't break from the restraints. He would force his mouth to open in hopes of finding air, but his lungs remained shut. This wasn't simply simulating drowning, this was drowning. At this point, his precious life was entirely in the hands of the large man watching him suffer in amusement. There was no control, none at all. Nothing he could do but endure. Finally, the water seemed to stop and the rag was thrown from his face. He still couldn't see what was going on around him, but he didn't care. He choked, gasping for air and relishing in the euphoria of relief as he selfishly took as much air as he possibly could. He never wanted to lose it, again. Only 20 seconds and we're left with a whimpering mess, one of the men cooed. I love it when they're broken so easily, another sneered, though Choromatsu could barely comprehend. He felt a set of fingers slip into his hair and grab sternly to gain his attention while the third man yelled over his gasps. Anything to say, you inferior shit. Puh. Please let me go, he begged through his sobs. En Neeson. Choromatsu felt the man release his hair, but nothing else. He expected they were giving each other silent looks or cues. Then after a moment, when Choromatsu finally felt his breath coming back, that familiar voice made a command. It's been 10 seconds. Put him under again. Choromatsu barely had enough time to make a small squeak of resistance before the rag was once again pressed over his face and the water was poured. All the air was vacuumed from his lungs, yet the pressure only pulled for more. It was only 10 seconds this time before the torturer stopped, hitting the wood next to Choromatsu's head. Talk. Choromatsu didn't have a chance. He needed air before he could make a sound, but the man didn't give more than a second before he was put under again. He could hardly even cough, let alone give them their address. Was he doing this on purpose? Giving him false hope as the rag is removed, only to snatch it away at the last second? Perhaps this was to induce fear, a panicked and pressured feeling of answering as quickly as possible before the chance slips out of grasp once more. At least, this is what seemed likely. The pain the body experiences when thirsty for air is unlike any other pain one can experience. Stronger than hunger, more feral than sleep, the intense need overwhelms the body with unconscious jerks and movements to breathe, even against the mind's conscious will. To escape is priority, nothing else matters in the eyes of the dying. A forced struggle to live, no matter the cost. No matter the pain. Choromatsu felt a warm sensation on his wrists as he writhed in agony, assuming it to be bleeding cuts from pressing so vehemently against the restraints. His body ached as it pulsated with a feral sense of survival, giving him no control to the muscle spasms he was experiencing. All of this torment, just for a breath of air. He didn't believe water torture could feel so brutal, turning his body against him like this and triggering such hurt. From outside his brother's struggles, Karamatsu was made to timidly watch the events take place, torn between a feeling of selfish fear and selfless empathy, understanding the effects of this interrogation method all too well. His mind felt foggy, his thoughts so disoriented under the stress that for some time, it didn't even occur to him that he could tell them their address himself. His mind was all too absorbed in the situation at hand, the movie he was watching play out before him. He never thought he'd be forced to watch one of his baby brothers subjected to such torture, but it burned. It burned from the deepest parts of his chest. This person he grew up with, he felt to be a role model for, this dear soul that always did have a hint of worry in every action he took, it broke him. This whole time he thought he could be strong, but a stinging pain made him wrinkle his nose as his vision blurred with tears. Choromatsu's fight never did cease. The sounds of water dripping around him never left his head. It never wanted to end. 15 seconds went by, and soon 30. Karamatsu suddenly regained a sense of rational thinking and jumped to his feet, grabbed by the guards as he lashed out in terror. "Stop it already, you're going to kill him." The boss glanced at his watch. 5, 4, 3, 2. Finally, his hand went up. The water was stopped, the rag was removed and the blindfold was tugged away from his eyes. They worked quickly as a team to unstrap him and toss his body to the floor, where he scampered about and threw open his windpipe ferociously, taking in every scrap of oxygen his lungs could devour. His body was in such a distressed state, he could barely recover. A warm substance ejected itself from his esophagus and he spit up water and stomach acid, hacking and sobbing the whole way. A gross trail of spit formed from his lips to the floor, joined together by mucus peeking from his nose and globs of tears dripping down. His whole body quivered aggressively above this mess, his diaphragm never calming. The aftermath was almost as bad as the initial experience. In the dying chaos that followed, the big boss began to speak. "Are you about ready to give us a damn address?" Shivering, Choromatsu opened his mouth to submit but could only continue gagging. He could barely even form words. A.K. Katsuka W. Ward. T-Talk. He couldn't finish and hurled his upper body forward as he continued to vomit. Karamatsu quickly jumped in, seeing as he was ready to give. Akatsuka Ward, Tokyo, Block 8-2, Building 20-08. A thin line curled at the man's lips. Doesn't it feel good to give a straight fucking answer? I suppose even subhumans are capable of compliance with enough coaching. You can breathe easy for now. He turned his attention to his workers. Get them out of my sight, back in their cells. We have some new prisoners to prepare for. Yes, sir. In unison, the guards responded and grabbed each brother, dragging them away. Intermission. Are you doing okay after that? Karamatsu's frail voice broke the quiet between the two prisoners. Karamatsu rested against the barrier between their personal jails, fruitlessly holding the bars and trying to squeeze his face between to take a look at the younger and make sure he was okay. In contrast to the elders, Choromatsu seemed to clutch to a means of coping that leaned towards the other extreme. Instead of pressing himself against the barrier like before, desperate for interaction, he sat in a fetal position in the far corner of the room, far away from the other. He clung to an expression of monotony, unwilling to process the trauma they just had to endure. Finally, he decided to respond in an empty voice. You should be worrying about yourself. You just went through the same shit I did. But, he gave an exhausted, forced smile as he spoke softly. I'm your older brother. It's my job to look out for you. If it's for the sake of my family, I can find the means within myself to be strong. Yeah, well, that statement doesn't fit with what happened by the end. Karamatsu's smile faded and his gaze sank to the ground. Right. I suppose we should be expecting the others to join us pretty soon, huh? Choromatsu's grip on his opposing forearms tightened at the thought. It's bad enough you and I are prisoners to these fuckers, but the others, too. Will any of them really have the information they're looking for? Or, are we all going to find ourselves without words? Karamatsu gave a long and deep exhale. Whatever happens, we'll be here for each other. None of us are going through this alone. There was a moment of silence. Thanks, Karamatsu-Nisan, for being there during the session. I think I would have pissed myself had I gone in alone. His mutter gave off a hint of disgust in his own vulnerability that kind of reminded Karamatsu of the fourth brother. Regardless, he smiled anyway, knowing he was being sincere. We'll always have each other's back, nothing can tear us apart. As long as we support each other, I think we'll get through this okay. Intermission. End Chapter 1. Chapter 2, Exilium. Get on the ground, now. Move it. The coordinator spat on Osamatsu as he signaled him with a small kick, and Osamatsu was quick to oblige. Now down on his knees, he kept his head sunken down obediently with his face obscured by a dirty black bag. Fuck, okay, geez, Osamatsu muttered childishly under his breath. Down, 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 he listened as the coordinator strolled down the line, commanding each of his little brothers to follow in his actions. They, too, were blinded and oblivious to their environment, ignorant to where they could possibly have ended up since being taken from outside their home. A place they've always considered safe, an environment free from crime or strangers that was now tainted by the memory of being drugged up and kidnapped. They couldn't remember the drive, but based on inference and the noise, they knew they had ended up in a facility of sorts. With an innocent tug at the chains binding his wrists, Osamatsu reached to the mask and lifted it up with one hand to uncover a single eye. His expression was neutral, curious, yet submissive. "Hey, can we take these off yet?" "No." Before he could even finish the sentence, one of the guards had already clamped it back down over his face in a hard-hitting manner. "Did you drug us up to play baseball?" A dumb, muffled voice a few brothers back chimed out, jingling his handcuffs ecstatically. "The hell, Jushimatsu Nisan. Why would you even think about that at a time like this?" That one was Todomatsu's voice even further back, panic apparent with volume. In a more whimpering tone he followed his line with a cry, "Whoever you guys are, just let us go." A squeak escaped the youngest's throat as his obscured head was grabbed and shaken with force. "Shut up, we don't need to hear your fucking voices just yet." "Then how the hell are we supposed to negotiate? What do you even want from us?" This voice was quieter, more of a mumble emanating from behind. "Ichimatsu, of course." Osamatsu couldn't tell if his tone was filled with spite or fear, maybe both. "Stand," the coordinator commanded sternly, cueing for the eldest to be bombarded by hands grabbing at his arms, hoisting him to his feet and tugging at his t-shirt. He hardly realized what they were doing until he heard a sharp rip and felt the cold air nip at his bare chest. "Hey, stop stripping me." A pocket knife sliced through his sleeves, making it easy to tear from his torso. They threw the hoodie that had been previously tied to his waist aside and began working on the rest of him. Still without his sight, Osamatsu shivered as the rest of his body became exposed. Although he was used to being seen naked by his brothers at the bathhouse, this in contrast felt violating. Strangers looking at him and restraining his body to keep him still, it was disgusting. He couldn't help but to form a grimace beneath the mask. Despite this, he tried to give a light-hearted chuckle. "This is a little embarrassing," he said, feigning confidence. "You didn't even take me out for drinks first." A new pair of thickly gloved hands suddenly pressed against his chest, patting him down quickly as every crevice of his body was searched. He tried not to wince or twitch every time he felt a new unwelcomed touch upon his sensitive skin. It crawled with unease. So exposed, so out in the open in front of these brutes. Their lack of respect for his private boundaries left him repulsed, but he wasn't going to let them know that. "His clean," a voice said as the hands disappeared. He could hear movement and rustling following the man's statement and was soon presented with something ragged and frayed. "Put these on," the voice commanded. Osamatsu's limbs were pushed and pulled, manipulated to aid in their dressing of him until finally, he didn't feel so cold anymore. Then, he was pulled along and forced to walk presumably out of the room. Among the noise growing distant behind him, he could hear the coordinator tell the next brother to stand. Of course, Osamatsu thought. Whatever happens to me will happen to the others, too. I wonder what these assholes have in store for us. Despite the wonders of the unknown, there was a strange sense of relief in being the eldest during such a dire situation. He was the big, strong older brother that wouldn't wilt. The one to take care of the others, the one to find light within the dark. Someone to be relied on, yeah, that definitely sounded like him. Through the cowering of his little brothers, somehow, he could find the means to stay calm and optimistic. A consistent stronghold, an unwavering force. The way he was underappreciated was so bothersome. After all, these guys were pretty lucky to have someone like him around. No matter what happened, nothing was going to break him. "Sit." Osamatsu's train of thought was broken by the single phrase followed by a large hand pushing him down. He reached out and grabbed at the armrests of the chair with bound wrists to familiarize himself with his physical position, but had little time to adjust as he was corrected hands-on by the men. Shuffling noises were to be heard all around with little miscellaneous sounds here and there, like a soft pop or a scribble or a drawer being opened. He felt a finger brush against his chin as the lower half of his mask was lifted, revealing only the lower portion of his face. "Open wide." "Ha!" Osamatsu shivered. "No way, what are you going to do, GHK, Gah?" The stranger's index and middle fingers slipped through his lips and pried open his jaw as a small stick scraped against his inner cheek. A cotton swab. It twisted and twirled and otherwise violated the inside of his mouth until it was pulled out, covered in his saliva and DNA. Osamatsu smacked his lips a couple times, re-wetting his mouth as the mask was tugged back down over his face. More shuffling among the group continued as someone lifted his arm, locating his Keladon and pressing a thumb against it to memorize the outline of his veins. With a small, unexpected prick, Osamatsu jerked away and pulled at the arm firmly being held in place. The hell? He cried out in surprise. Is that a needle? What are you doing? What, you've never had your blood taken? His scoff was cold, uncaring. I've never had my blood stolen, Osamatsu retorted with a huff, throwing his free hand out to fight and protest. Get away from me. He gave a small hiccup of pain as the needle was toyed with and adjusted. Did it always hurt this bad when he got blood work done in the past? Perhaps he underestimated how gently the nurses performed. You're only hurting yourself when you struggle. Shut up and sit while we get your prints. Prints. More shuffling ensued as his left hand was grasped strictly, his thumb isolated and stretched as it was pressed to a soft, wet pad. The small knuckle was rolled left and right, up and down, before finally being redirected to what must have been a paper on a desk nearby. Carefully his print was stamped and recorded before finally being let go. Then, the needle was pulled from his arm and his other thumbprint was taken as well. So, next up, a urine sample? A lock of hair. Could I treat you to my tax and security number, maybe? With a little surprised huff, Osamatsu felt the bag slide off his face with a whoosh. Blinking a couple times to adjust his eyes, he squinted around the room curiously. How boring, a simple meeting room. Of course. He didn't know why he was expecting something more thrilling. One of the men to his left withdrew from a drawer an electric razor, flipping it on and nearing Osamatsu. He bounced back a little and held his head with a childish whine, jingling his cuffs. No, wait, I like my hair the way it is right now. Don't make me bald. Worried, his words turned into a disheartened moan as his hands were moved and the razor slid across the side of his head, freeing locks of hair that collected into piles on the hardwood floor below. The edge of the razor scooped up and away as it neared the back of his head, and the process was repeated until his side was mostly shaved. Then, a smaller razor was taken out, more detailed, more defined. With a more intricate level of care, the man took his time writing 3 digits into what was left of his buzz cut. As he worked, he spoke strictly. Your name is 106. You will respond to it with a yes sir, or otherwise be reprimanded. Kapisai. Yeah, sure, Osamatsu said as he waved his hand dismissively. Will do. The guard finished up with Osamatsu's hair before pulling him to his feet, positioning his body against the wall and taking a few steps back. From his pocket he aimed a camera. Face forward and don't move. Osamatsu's expression was contorted in unease and a hint of confusion as he stared ahead. With a click, the man spoke again. Turn to the side. Click. And with that, the camera was lowered to reveal a sick grin. We welcome you to your new home. Intermission. Each breath of air tasted of melancholy, its hue a placid blue. Choromatsu's expression was a dull one, with his suppression and denial concealed under the guise of a simple, empty slate plastered with the color of monotony. He held his knees tightly, staring off into nothing and keeping quiet his body as his thoughts raced loud. It wasn't his fault, there was nothing he could have done. Nothing he could have said to otherwise appease those ill-minded brutes. He wondered how long these people would have really been willing to torture them assuming he never gave an answer. How long would he have had to endure? And, worse still, what was going to happen when there were no more answers left to give? Choromatsu gave a small groan as a pain shot through his temple, causing him to rock slightly in response. He didn't want to think anymore, he didn't want to conjure up what was going to happen to them next. He just wanted to go home. He wanted to laze around the living room, play with his idol figurines, go to a Naya-chan concert, anything but this. He couldn't help but to find himself feeling worse as he considered where he should be right now. At home, with his family. Not cooped up in an underground facility somewhere, being monitored by strangers. Monitored, Maintaining his empty expression, the man lifted his head and glanced up at the corner of the ceiling. Mounted there was a camera with a single red light blinking rhythmically. It was watching. He gave a sigh. It's going to be pretty difficult to escape this place on our own. With his small whisper, directed at Karamatsu or simply himself, he wasn't sure. He nestled his chin back into the warm embrace around his knees. It was the only warmth in the room, after all. His skin was constantly being nipped at and reddened by the low temperature encircling his being, taunting him with what little heat his body could produce in return. Yeah. Karamatsu's response was barely audible and was more of an exhale than a word. His spirit, it seemed lower than before. Choromatsu wrinkled his eyebrows in concern, wondering if it was his own attitude causing the shift in his older brother's hopes. He didn't mean to be such a pessimist, he was just scared. Terrified, actually. Through it all though, the hope Karamatsu shared with him was part of what was keeping him sane, probably keeping himself sane, too. He didn't want to be responsible for taking that away. Listen, Choromatsu began to speak but was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a door opening in the distance. It wasn't uncommon to hear, however, it sounded like there were more than just a couple pairs of feet walking this time around. He listened keenly as the sounds drew closer, patiently awaiting the strangers to enter his view. And as soon as they did, his heart dropped. Osamatsu, Ichimatsu, Jushimatsu, Todomatsu, each walked in a strict line with a guard on both sides supervising them like prisoners. They didn't look roughened up at all, thank God, but it was clear they had already undergone initiation. Their previously bright and personalized clothing was now replaced with nothing more than dirty, frayed rags that hardly resembled t-shirts or pants, and the sides of their heads were shaved intricately. 106, 501, 514, and 599. What lovely names they picked out for them, Choromatsu thought sarcastically. As each brother laid their eyes on the third, their expressions went from mildly nervous to one gripped by fear. Their reactions made Choromatsu remember how unsightly he must have appeared to them, pale, trembling, visibly stricken with panic, and not to mention the large bruise from earlier plastered across his face. What an unpleasant state to witness a brother in. Their concerns only worsened upon glancing beyond Choromatsu's cell and into Karamatsu's. Of course his wounds and beaten body would only cause further alarm, especially in the younger ones. With Karamatsu only sparing a solemn look in return, Choromatsu hugged his knees tighter, unable to stop himself from panicking. This was all his fault. I'm sorry, he whimpered under his breath. I'm sorry. Upon hearing the younger's broken sobs, an uneasy twinge of apprehension pinched Osamatsu's stomach. He wrinkled his brows with a frown and turned to the guards in an almost defensive manner. What the hell is going on, anyway? Why are we here? One of the guards gave him a cruel snicker. Here in this room? Just to pick up a package before we all have a little chit-chat. With a nod and a cue, 2 available guards took the door to Choromatsu's cell and toyed with the lock, triggering the lone inhabitant to give a sharp, alarmed inhale. What are you doing? His voice was clear yet shaky, wilting under their presence as they entered without consent. Before we can begin our first session with one of the newbies, there are a couple questions you need to answer. The first man hauled Choromatsu up by the arm as the second grabbed his hair and spoke next. Don't look so afraid, a little water never hurt anyone, right? There was a small huff of disbelief as Choromatsu's lips curled into a faint smile stemming from his newly found fears. He jerked one of his arms away and carefully backed up. You're lying. You're not even creative enough to try something else. As he was cornered, his emotions escalated and he screamed out, I already had my session. Oh, this isn't a session. Just a little meeting so we know exactly how to proceed with your brothers. Orders from the boss, one of the men chuckled sadistically. With a cry and a ferocious struggle more akin to a feral animal, Choromatsu fought back desperately as his limbs were handled and he was dragged from his cage. A third guard joined to help wrestle him to obedience as he kicked and scratched wildly, calling out for help. By now Karamatsu was standing alert at the front of his cell, watching with wide eyes as he simply processed what little control he had, what little power he could use to intervene. Stop. Karamatsu's demand was rough, desperate. Leave him alone. Take me instead. No one listened. Ichimatsu and Jushimatsu were forced to back up as Choromatsu was brought outside his prison, eyes shut tight and screams muffled beneath a hand clasped over his mouth. Each brother grew a sick feeling in the pit of their stomachs as they watched him flail uncontrollably, his mind taken over entirely by its fight-or-flight instinct. What exactly goes on in this place, anyway? Todomatsu's words were nothing more than a breathless whisper as he watched his older brother fight. Start moving. The other guards nudged the brothers along as they exited the area, leaving Karamatsu standing alone and helpless. Intermission. Stop. This isn't fucking happening, not again. They were back in the room, the same damn room with the same damn table. Ominous with a warped ambience, the room was dim and the corners were cut off from the spotlight, just as before. This time, however, the well-kept desk sticking halfway into the darkness was unoccupied. The large man from before was nowhere to be seen. Osamatsu, Ichimatsu, Jushimatsu, and Todomatsu gulped before the wooden contraption across from them, one that the third eldest was forcefully being pinned to by some of the guards. The blindfold was already wrapped tightly over his eyes and the restraints were ready to be tightened. What's going to happen? Osamatsu bit his lip nervously, trying to make out hints to the strange mechanism's purpose. Beside him, Ichimatsu's eyes were wide, hardly willing to believe his own realization. A waterboarding table, he whispered uneasily. What? Todamatsu's voice was high, strained. That's something they use on criminals and war hostages, right? Jushimatsu retained his fearful, gaping smile as sweat dripped from his forehead. With an anxious glare, Ichimatsu nodded. It's a form of water torture. It's supposed to trigger an intense and often unbearable sense of drowning. I've heard reports of soldiers and officers breaking after only 20 seconds, some even quicker. People will go as far as purposely inhaling the water in attempt to render themselves unconscious, just to escape the stress. Not only does it cause the body to go feral with panic, but the dry drowning is painful. It's inhumane. Just how much medieval torture trivia do you know, anyway? Osamatsu blurted out his rhetorical question with a sick look on his face. Then, that means that, Choromatsu-nisan. Todamatsu couldn't find the means to form any more words and gripped Jushimatsu's sleeve securely, looking on in horror. By this point in time, there was no hope for escape. Choromatsu's limbs were strapped and he could no longer struggle, but only cower before what was to come. It was all too familiar, all too real. The restraints gently outlined each worsening cut on his skin, each one formed from having rubbed so roughly against them before. The blindfold was still damp, too. The guards backed off to give a single torturer the floor, organizing themselves in a way most effective in monitoring the situation and the other hostages. As the torturer dipped a bottle into a bucket of water, he spoke. The boss sends his deepest regrets for not being here this time around. He's a busy man. Bottle in hand, he strolled closer to his trembling victim. Regardless, we will proceed as normal. You've been through this, you know how it works. You'll only suffer for as long as it takes you to spill which of those cute brothers of yours is the one we want. Which of my, why you mean, fumbling over his words in a jittery manner, Choromatsu tried to respond but could barely form a sentence. A name, the man reiterated clearly, throwing a hand down against the wooden table. What are you, stupid now? The water give you brain damage? Give us a name and you can go back to your cell nice and dry. A name? The hell, I don't know. How do you expect me to know who you want? Pathetic, the man snarled aggressively as he smothered a rag over Choromatsu's face. You know exactly what you're doing, you lying shit. Choromatsu gave a panicked yell beneath the rag as the water slowly trickled over him, triggering a small choking noise and an immediate jerk. It was a familiar fight, an encore of unwanted endurance, and this time, his family was watching. It wasn't just Karamatsu anymore. He wanted it to stop. It needed to stop. Just stop. Make it stop, make it stop, make it stop. A name. The torturer's tone was rough and merciless, dominant over his cries. Impatient, cruel, sociopathic, of course he'd hold no feelings of remorse. It just wasn't in his blood. The brothers grew ill under their fear, some quickening their breath and others lightly stepping back into the grips of their captors. All were infected by the same energy, none could avert their gaze. The toxic harmony of every little noise from the scene before them left each as a deer in the headlights, lulled into a horrific trance. They could only listen to the cacophony of agony, they could only accept its corrupt tune. They begged in their hearts it wouldn't play much longer. It was only 10 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. He never got used to the feeling. He never got used to his body telling him he was going to die. He never got used to the pain. Every sound, every taste, every moment of forced perseverance was just as the very first, and it tainted his mind with inexplicable terror. Sputtering, spitting, and coughing out the water binding his breath, he moaned a barely audible sentence between gasps. I'm gonna die. You ready to fucking talk? Choromatsu couldn't get out a reply, he could only breathe and try to calm himself. The torturer was impatient, however, and threw the rag back over his face. Name. Millimeter. An articulated word. A name, muffled beneath the cloth. The man had to stop himself from pouring the water before removing the rag. Again. ICH. His breathing was labored, his spirit broken. He couldn't fight anymore. Ichimatsu. It's Ichimatsu. An immediate silence fell within the room. One by one each of the three brothers, stricken with shock, glanced at the fourth who stared ahead like he had just been given the death sentence. For a moment, he couldn't move. He couldn't breathe, he couldn't think. He stood wide-eyed, eyebrows quivering as he processed his own name being given. Weasel. Ichimatsu finally gave a broken whisper before suddenly breaking out ferociously, grabbed by 2, then 3 guards as he fought. "You fucking weasel," he repeated, voice hoarse from the intensity of his screams. "What did I ever do to you? I'll kill you before these guys get the chance." None of the others spoke a word as Choromatsu's restraints were loosened and his blindfold was removed. His eyes remained shut, quivering as a stream of tears trickled down each side of his heartbroken face. "Go die." Ichimatsu continued lashing out as the guards dragged him to the door roughly. "See you in hell." The door was unlocked and opened, revealing an illuminated hallway. Ichimatsu was forced to walk as he directed his fury to the guards handling him like an animal. "Let go of me." "Hey, I said let." With that, the door was shut. Osamatsu, Jushimatsu, Todomatsu, they could hardly believe the performance they had just witnessed. Glances were cautiously exchanged between them, but none dared speak. "They'll take care of 5-01's session. In the meantime, take this one back to his cell." Choromatsu was hauled to his feet, forced to stand and was walked towards the door. With tears dripping from his jaw he kept his eyes shut, refusing to make eye contact as he passed by the others. He couldn't help but think they probably hated him now, too. Intermission. "I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it." Words endlessly echoed, cycling through and being relived over and over. Choromatsu held his head as he rocked back and forth tirelessly, whimpering with every repetition. His stay had only been a couple hours, and he was already about to break. He wanted to break. He wanted to shatter, to crumble to dust. Then, no one could find him. No one could take him away for questioning anymore. Perhaps then it would be safe enough to resurrect his sanity. Aside from Choromatsu's verbal rituals, the room housing his and Karamatsu's jail cells was quiet and rather peaceful, and this was the atmosphere the 3 remaining brothers were walked into from a nearby hallway. The eldest and 2 youngest, all 3 with black bags over their heads, were led to the row of cells built into the cobblestone walls. Once they were stopped before the bars, the bags were removed. A couple guards took to Karamatsu's door and unlocked it, shoving Osamatsu within the confines of his new shared prison. "In you go," one of the guards chimed. Choromatsu's cell was opened next. Todomatsu stood at the doorway solemnly as he watched Choromatsu's unchanging behavior and lack of response to their presence. The bars were shut and locked behind him as one more empty cell to their left was opened, and Jushimatsu was thrown in. Osamatsu glanced around his new room curiously, noticing how empty it was save a metal bed, a bucket, and a security camera positioned in the corner above. Against the wall, Karamatsu sat cross-legged in their shared uniforms. "Hey, Karamatsu," Osamatsu greeted as he approached his little brother, plopping down next to him. "Hey." Although his voice seemed downcast, he maintained eye contact and seemed to welcome finally having someone to sit by. On the other side of the stone wall, Todomatsu slid to the ground and hugged his knees, watching Choromatsu from across the cell. "I didn't mean it," Choromatsu repeated to himself. "I didn't mean it." "Choromatsu-nisan," Todomatsu said in a gentle voice. "Are you okay after all that?" The third eldest suddenly growled and, without looking up, snapped from his trance with a hostile tone. "Why the hell do people keep asking me that?" "I am sorry, I just..." Choromatsu didn't know what it was. Maybe he was embarrassed, having been seen in such a vulnerable state by those close to him. Being pitied, worried about, felt sorry for, it didn't feel good. Not now. He didn't want to be looked down upon as a helpless victim, he didn't want to be seen as the weakling again, not at the hands of these sociopaths. He almost felt it was more of a pride thing. Or maybe it was that he thought he didn't deserve to be reached out to. After all, he threw his own little brother under the bus just to save his own ass. It was pretty messed up, wasn't it? Of all the brothers, he just had to say the name of the one who would likely never forgive him. The one who would hate him until the end. Choromatsu was at fault for whatever horrible things they were going to do to him. It was all his fault. With a frustrated sigh, Choromatsu backed down. "I'm fine. Just save your energy worrying about yourself." Karamatsu, from his own cell, frowned as he spoke up. "I take it the meeting didn't go so well?" "No, it was..." Osamatsu glanced around, thinking of how exactly to describe their experience without coming off as too pessimistic. A little rough. Very rough. Jushimatsu exclaimed from the other cell over. Where is Ichimatsu? They took him away after the meeting, Osamatsu explained. Did they say where they were taking him? Karamatsu's voice was growing uncertain, worried. No, Todomatsu jumped in. But I think we can assume they're interrogating him right now. Speaking of that, who's this TA with Macron NG person they're asking about? No idea, but their leader says he knows for sure one of us interacted with the guy. How could we know? This could just be some guy one of us passed on the street. Osamatsu did a little groan as he leaned back casually, exchanging glances with Karamatsu. His eyes were quickly drawn to Karamatsu's many bruises and cuts speckled along his face and arms. Hey, what the heck happened to you, anyway? Chimpate. With a dramatic pause, Karamatsu closed his eyes and touched his index finger to his chin in a cool manner. I had my first session long before any of you showed up. I wasn't compliant enough, however, and they thought it fit to punish me. Really? Osamatsu leaned forward, intrigued. That's awesome. It's not awesome at all, Karamatsu barked back. So, this is where you've been this whole time, Nissen? Jushimatsu inquired. Yeah, he replied with a nod. Then they caught Choromatsu, and then, I think you can guess what happened to us before you four showed up. Right. Todomatsu mumbled. This wasn't the first waterboarding session, huh? Choromatsu gave a small sigh. I wonder what they're doing to Ichimatsu right now, he whispered. Stop beating yourself up over it, said Osamatsu. Again, it's not like it could have been helped. And besides, with a little chuckle, he rubbed the back of his head. It's not like you said my name. Though, I guess you've made a pretty scary enemy. You shouldn't feel bad, Choromatsu Nissen Todomatsu started, but was quickly cut off. No, it's not just that. The three paused, waiting for him to elaborate. When only silence followed, Karamatsu glanced the other way and spoke somberly. Choromatsu. We're all scared. His tone wasn't sad nor angry, rather somewhat emotionless as he listed the facts. We're all a little freaked out, you and I probably, and understandably, the most of anyone. We're all exhausted, and sore, and homesick. However, the thing is, we're not alone. No matter what we face here, we'll be right behind each other. The gods have truly blessed us in an otherwise frightening situation, and I can only hope to take advantage of that. Let us embrace each other's presence as we get through this, together. As family. Karamatsu rode the silence following his words confidently, hoping his little motivational speech would sink in and inspire. It didn't last long. Jitnnnh. Osamatsu held his head with a pained groan. Too painful. Honestly, Todomatsu complained. Save that for a session, why don't you? Heh. Karamatsu blinked ignorantly, glancing around in confusion. Maybe they'll hire you as a torturer if you keep that up, the youngest continued. I'd certainly break under that. W8. Why? Karamatsu was more flabbergasted than offended, trying to understand. Because you're so painful, answered the eldest. That's it, that's our ticket out of here. Work your way up the mafia scale, and soon you'll be able to just set us free. Foolproof. That is a good idea, Todomatsu started with a cute smile. But, I was thinking more along the lines of using him as a weapon against these guys. He could do some serious damage. True, true. Let's start planning, shall we, Tilda? Yes. Their giggles echoed through the room. It was warm, it was nice. It was familiar. This is always how it is. The atmosphere, it had brightened up, at least a little. Still, Choromatsu kept his head low as he thought to himself quietly. No matter the situation, Osamatsu Nissen can always find the means to lighten things up. I guess it's just one of his talents. Even after what he saw, he can still keep a cheerful smile on his face like an idiot. I wonder how he does it. Osamatsu Nissen, please don't break. I don't think I could handle that. Intermission. Ichimatsu tugged his arm defiantly, stubborn against their corrupt authority as two guards dragged him through the hall. His face, filled with emotions ranging from terror to frustration, was polluted with bruises and a single black eye. I can't believe it, he couldn't help but think. The bastard actually said my name. The hell is going to happen to me? The initial reaction, it must have appeared so hostile. A fear tainted with aggression as a desperate channel of defense, yes, that was it. That's all it was. In the end, he didn't care that it was Choromatsu who called him out, he just needed something, he needed to escape his own selfish dread. Lashing out was the only way he could cope with the immediate horror, the only way to physically expel from his throat the clawing, screaming energy within. A hurricane of emotions had overridden his mentality as his body succumbed to a darkness, a kind of pain separate from the tangible. All this, stemming from something as simple and as stupid as fear. Ichimatsu's uniform, it had changed. From his previous prisoner attire, he now wore a long-sleeved shirt and pants with socks, all the same color, white. The pristine condition and lack of dirt or other markings thereof was a pleasant surprise, though he had to wonder why they were so clean. His other clothes weren't clean, why were these? And, his hands, they were now inside a pair of pure white knit gloves. Soft, new, just like ones you would pick up from a local convenience store. What was with this get-up? A new door. Ichimatsu didn't get the chance to see its label before it was opened and he was led inside. A few meters of space before one more door. Double the security, huh? Using a personalized ID card, the second door was opened and Ichimatsu found himself standing before a whole new section of the facility. Inside this new area was a dystopia of surrealism, a facade of idle and innocence masking twisted roots embedded within. The walls, the ceilings, the floors, the doors and baseboards and lights, everything was white. A flawless, untouched exterior spreading from one end to the other, erasing from itself the defect of maculate character. Every edge, every corner, and every surface was impeccably clean. Perfect. Strange. The bizarre atmosphere was created not just by the visuals, but by the sounds as well. Emanating from a white intercom overhead was a strange static noise resembling that of a broken television or radio. White noise. The embodiment of the blank and the hollow formed from different frequencies balanced in a broken harmony. It wasn't uncomfortably loud, but its presence was immediately apparent. Ichimatsu didn't like where this was going. Before them was a single hallway, one that housed matching sets of steel doors arranged in a row on either side of the hall. A single corridor branched off to another area, but Ichimatsu couldn't immediately see where it led to. As he took in his surroundings, the fourth brother was pushed forward and the door was locked behind him. Then, the two strangers began walking him down the hall. Every bulky, steel door they passed was labeled with 3 digits and what looked like a checklist of sorts. Soon, they came across the last door to their right. This must be his room. The heavy door swung open and the lone victim was presented with a single white chair in the center of an otherwise empty room. He could only stare in uncertainty for a moment before he was again shoved ahead, quick to be led inside. He gulped nervously as they neared the chair and he was promptly sat by the guards. What are you going to do? He was afraid of the answer, but had to know. He had to mentally prepare himself now. Neither man gave a response as they positioned his gloved wrists over the armrests, strapping them down securely with Velcro straps. They then moved on to his ankles, where those too were strapped to the chair. Ichimatsu tested the strength of the straps as one man reached behind and retrieved a strange mechanism. Some sort of muzzle. They were putting a muzzle on him. Hey, wait. His voice was cut off by a cushiony inner lining being pressed firmly against his lips, shutting his mouth as the muzzle was locked in place over and behind his head. The entirety of the mechanism itself wasn't too heavy, though its grip was tight and unmoving. There was no way he could simply shake it off or out of place. This must be their way of silencing me. The narrative in his head was just as loud as the white noise around him, making it hard to focus on his own thoughts. What is this? Why are they? One more device was pulled from behind the chair, this one holding the shape and size of a box of matches. Ichimatsu didn't get a good look at it before it was clipped to the side of his muzzle, but he saw wires. 3 to be exact, each with a small circular sensor at the end. The man stuck the first sensor over Ichimatsu's left temple, just past his brow. The second one was placed carefully on the side of his upper throat, right where you would normally check a person's pulse. Finally, the last one was stuck beneath his shirt and over his chest, just beyond his heart. Now standing, towering over Ichimatsu who could retaliate with nothing more than a glare, the men looked over their work then at each other before turning to exit. Their muzzled victim blinked in confusion and tried to call out, making nothing more than a muffled noise. Where are they going? Are they just going to leave me here? He watched in bewilderment as they stepped beyond the doorway, giving one last pity glance before shutting the heavy door and locking him inside. Not a crevice nor crack led to the outside, just a simple, empty room of endless white. And now, he was alone. They left. He pulled at his wrists, again testing the strength of the Velcro as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. How long? Within the room, there was nothing. Nothing at all. Absolutely desolate. Are they going to keep me here for? A prison to the void, a second lost within an eternity. One single soul, isolated from social existence. Eyes forced to engorge themselves with empty color, ears made to dance to a broken tune. What was this? His voice was buried inside his throat, unable to surpass the muzzle and escape to freedom. And he was restrained here, in this position, under these circumstances. Were they really not coming back? The white noise. Why was it bothering him so much? Intermission. End Chapter 2. Chapter 3, Regressus. Thank you all for coming here tonight on such short notice. We appreciate your patience, and I think we're just about ready to start. It was a lively setting, brimming with mild activity at a low-level volume akin to an office or a humble cafe. 9 familiar faces were seated in chairs outlining the lobby of the bustling police station, with their focus fixated on a single man standing before them. The man's posture was relaxed, yet it maintained professionalism and authority. He wore a white dress shirt and a long black tie with sleeves rolled up halfway. When he spoke, his tone was assertive and proper. "I'm sure you all have a fair grasp of the situation, but I'll go over the basics just as a formality. Do any of you have questions before I begin?" At first, the group was quiet. Each attendee present had character with little quirks and oddities, differentiating them substantially from each other. The first one raised his hand and spoke past an absurd length of teeth sticking from between his lips. "Yeah, how long is this going to take, Zansu? Me has other business to tend to." His expression was irate and unwelcoming, feeling rather exasperated having been summoned. Iyami, a smaller figure with a bald head, growled his way. "The hell, this is serious, you idiot." No, I understand," the officer kindly replied. "Again, your compliance is highly appreciated by our team of investigators. This shouldn't take too long, we'll get things finished up promptly and have you out in the hour." "Sound good?" "Yeah, whatever," Iyami groaned dismissively. "Now, as you are all aware, we have a missing persons case that we're currently investigating. 6 brothers, last seen about 10 hours ago, or around 9 a.m. this morning. We recognize that several among you were the last to have spoken to them prior to their disappearance. We'll be taking you all back individually for questioning, and hopefully some information will surface that will aid in our investigation." The officer turned his attention to a bundle of papers in his hands as he cleared his throat to continue. "If Mr. Shonasuk could follow me back to my office so we can get started." A short, ratty-looking man stood with a dumb smile that indicated no thoughts beyond the face stood up. As he followed the officer out, the short bald-headed man from before looked at each acquaintance thoughtfully. Everyone actually came. As his thoughts wandered free, his eyes moved from person to person, examining their concerned expressions and unique traits. Iyami, Dayon, Dekapan, Hatobu, Totoko, and of course, Matsuyo and Matsuzu, those guys' parents. His thoughts rolled into audible whispers as he continued. "I just can't believe it. All 6 of them. Are they really nowhere to be found?" Iyami rolled his eyes in irk, placing a hand uncaringly in his palm. "Me is sure they're fine, Zansu. They probably got trashed and wandered off somewhere. Sounds like something they would do. You agree, don't you, Chibita?" "No, Iyami." There was worry in Chibita's voice as he replied softly. "Didn't you hear?" "Hear what, Zansu?" "They found an empty bottle in front of their house." He looked down uneasily. There were traces of chloroform inside. "The police think this is a kidnapping." Iyami straightened a bit, blinking in surprise as he shut up entirely. Matsuyo buried her face in her hands, distraught. "All my boys," she sobbed. "My little NETs, where could they have gone?" "I'm so worried, dear," Matsuzu cried, snuggling his wife. "How could this have happened?" "I wonder who could have done such a thing, Desu," Dekapan whimpered. "Who could it have been, Dayon?" Daeon asked rhetorically with a continuous open-mouthed smile. You. Tears strolled down Hatabu's cheeks as he lamented to himself quietly. My friends are missing, you. They'll find them soon, won't they? Totoko glanced around worriedly, searching for words of hope. Chibita gave a heavy sigh. I don't know. So far, the police have no leads beyond that empty bottle. If they don't get anything soon, we might be left to just search aimlessly. You were the last one with them, weren't you, Zansu? Iyami inquired suspiciously. Yeah, but they didn't say anything strange. Nothing about an enemy or someone out to get them, at least. Things were normal. This already sounds like the start of a cold case. Chibita finally made eye contact with Iyami, staring him down deeply. A cold case. You know, Zansu. He folded his arms and glanced away dismissively. When people disappear without a trace, and their case goes unsolved. There are no suspects, no decent clues, nothing to look into. Hell, even me has already given up. Hey, Chibita snapped, lowering his voice. Is it really appropriate to be talking like that here? What? Iyami huffed. Me is just stating the facts. And besides, me is sure this is nothing, anyway. The bottle, just a coincidence. They got drunk and wandered off, me guarantees it, Zansu. Who the hell would kidnap one of those sextuplets, let alone all 6 of them? Well, I don't know. He grunted in frustration and rubbed his nose. The hell? Why did this happen? Why now? Why them? For a moment, nobody said anything. When people disappear without a trace, and their case goes unsolved. Chibita glanced up at Hatabu, who was still staring down. The childlike character's voice grew higher as he whimpered fearfully. You're not saying that they might not solve this case, are you? Daeon jumped in, exclaiming, it's still too early, Daeon. We just need to give it time, Daeon. That's true, Daesu. It's not hopeless. Dekapan added with a warm smile. Chibita did a faint grin, still with a soft look of worry in his eyes. I guess so. I'm just pretty worried about those idiots, is all. They sure know how to get themselves into trouble, aha. If it'll help, I can send everyone I know to help us look. Hatabu's demeanor had become perky, determined. I'll call lots of people to search the whole city. The hell, of course that would help. Chibita said with a smile. Now with a big grin, Hatabu jumped to his feet excitedly. Then, I'll go do that now while we wait. As he bounced away with a phone in hand, the officers and Shonasuke's voices were heard in the distance. Chibita stared quietly as they approached. That was pretty quick. I guess he didn't have much to say. Chibita furrowed his brows and regained his worried frown. Damn it, we better find something. Just please be okay. Intermission. Hey. Osamatsu's cheeks pressed softly against the rotting bars, his arms dangling through in total boredom. Every guard, every technician and employee that crossed through the jail cell room, he made an effort to obnoxiously call out to. Hey, he continued monotonously as another walked past. Just as those before him, he ignored Osamatsu and continued on with his work. Behind him, 2 more walked together and passed by his cell. Hey. They, too, disregarded the perceived nuisance. About 15 seconds went by before another approached. Hey. The guard growled and gave Osamatsu a cold look before replying with a what do you want? Geez, Osamatsu whined loudly. Don't you ever get bored of your job here? I mean, I'm already bored to death. It can't be that different guarding us, right? Sure, maybe you have a break room where you go and drink or read some pornos or something, but... The eldest's words trailed off as he watched the guard continue walking dismissively. Hua. He totally just ignored me. How rude. The 5 brothers gave a shared sigh and slouched in their cells. Come on, Osamatsu called out, talking to nobody in particular. Can't you guys give us cards or something? Mahjong. Checkers at least. We're going to die of boredom before you even get the chance to interrogate us. Another passerby glanced at Osamatsu pitifully, giving a scornful care. While reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a small, broken piece of chalk and tossed it to Osamatsu. Osamatsu juggled with it for a moment before securing it in his fist as the man spoke. Play with that and shut up already. Osamatsu examined it for a moment before growing a bright smile and turning to his cellmate. Hey, Karamatsu Tilda. You wanna play Mafia Jail tic-tac-toe? Karamatsu was unsure what to say for a moment as he stared, almost exasperated. Yeah, why not? Osamatsu hopped over and started drawing a board on the ground just as a couple men came walking by, each holding a few trays of food. They knelt and slid the trays with some water cups through slots at the base of each cell. Eat up, one commanded. Ah, finally, Osamatsu sang. I thought you guys would never feed us. As Osamatsu retrieved the 2 trays in their cell, Todomatsu retrieved the ones in his. He tried to smile as he handed Choromatsu his meal, a scoop of unidentifiable mush, 2 pieces of bread, and a cup of water. Great, Choromatsu sighed sarcastically. Looks delicious. It's not Mom's cooking, but at least it's food. Exclaimed Jushimatsu from the other cell as he excitedly took a bite of mush. True, Osamatsu chimed. I'm too hungry to be picky about our meal. As long as it's edible. Hey, Todomatsu asked gently, locking eyes with Choromatsu. Are you feeling any better from earlier? Only sparing a glance Todomatsu's way, Choromatsu paused before biting into his bread and giving a dismissive mumble through a mouthful of food. I don't know, I guess a little. That's good, the youngest replied, forcing a faint smile. He then glanced around curiously, calling out to the others. We've been here for a while now. Anyone know what time it is? UN. Jushimatsu nodded. There's a clock across the room. Osamatsu turned and examined the digital clock at least 15 meters from their cells. Quietly he stated, it's already 7:30. Choromatsu gave a worried frown. It was already that late, huh? He gave a low sigh and reached down to his water cup. The water was pristine and cold, producing mellow waves as it was lifted from the floor. Clean, clear, hydrating, he sure as hell needed it. Slowly he brought his lips to the edge. The moment the water touched him, however, he blacked out. The paper cup slipped from Choromatsu's fingers and bounced to the floor, spilling its contents and making a mess. The water splattered against the concrete and seeped between cracks, leaving the cup completely empty as it rolled a few inches away. Todomatsu jumped, startled. En-Nisan, are you okay? It only lasted a moment. Hands shaking, Choromatsu's eyes were drawn to the pool of water before him. He could do nothing more than stare down in fear with pupils contracted. What was? En-Nisan. Choromatsu continued to examine the spilt water, feeling a twinge of pain in his stomach grow the longer he stared. Water, huh? He brought a hand to his chest and grabbed a fistful of his ragged shirt anxiously. I don't think I can drink any water right now. Why not? You need to keep yourself hydrated. Choromatsu shook his head, trying to wake himself up. I'm not thirsty, is all. I see. Todomatsu gave a worried look but wasn't about to argue. He took a bite of his own piece of bread, twisting his nose in disgust upon realizing how stale it was. He supposed Mafia Jail couldn't have the best of foods. From Osamatsu and Karamatsu's cell, the eldest noted Karamatsu's untouched tray. Karamatsu, you're not going to eat. The second brother glanced up worriedly, then looked back at his food before forming a faint smile. I think I've lost my appetite, he said softly. You should really just have a little, Osamatsu urged, grabbing the attention of a guard outside their cell. It's not much, but it'll keep you from starving to death. Then again, with a chuckle, he continued. If you don't eat any, then I guess it's more for me. I really don't think I can hold anything down right now, Karamatsu explained, keeping his gaze from his older brother. Don't worry about me, though. I'm fine. Hey. The two perked up as the guard outside grabbed the barred door threateningly, speaking firm and without remorse. Eat your food, insect. Karamatsu stared into the man's cold eyes anxiously, his confidence wavering beneath his presence. After a few tedious seconds, he looked the other way dismissively. As I said, I'm not hungry. 1 or 2 other guards in the distance stopped in their path to observe the escalating scene, listening as the man's voice grew low. We don't tolerate any form of rebellion by means of starvation. You have 5 seconds to start eating. With a small huff, Karamatsu hesitated, thinking over his behavior and carefully weighing logic between pride. Then, he again locked eyes with the man, this time ready to challenge. Their synced gaze rode strong through the silence, creating 1,000 words from a single look that swathed the other Matsuno brothers in rising tension. Hardly allowing a full 5 seconds to pass, the man broke from their game of stares and began undoing the lock to their cell, calling out to his partners in the process. "We've got a prisoner not eating. Someone grab the EFK." Karamatsu jumped to his feet defensively as the man entered, followed by 2 others that were quick to grab at his arms. He gave a pained grunt as he was pulled and handled ruthlessly, dragged past Osamatsu and shoved through the doorway of their cell out into the open. Struggling to maintain his balance as he was thrown, he stumbled into view of his 4 brothers who watched wide-eyed and alert, vigilant yet afraid. As Osamatsu's cage was locked again, Karamatsu turned and backed up uneasily into the arms of 2 more guards. The first towered in the distance, haunted by spite as he stepped closer. "When you're given an order." Having each of Karamatsu's arms held firmly in place, the guard grabbed him by the shoulder and sent a meaningful blow to the pit of his stomach. "You obey." Karamatsu's mouth flew open as he gave an ugly cry, the blow knocking the wind out of his lungs. He collapsed to his knees, doubled over in pain as the guard loomed over him. "You have no right to defy a command," he said as he spat. From their cells, Jushimatsu shrunk in fear as Todomatsu grabbed at Choromatsu's sleeve anxiously. "En-Nisan." Jushimatsu called out. "Don't hurt him." Todomatsu's cry was barely audible, more of a whisper, really. Just as Karamatsu was about to look his contender in the eyes, the man grabbed a fistful of his hair and threw his head back against the hard floor. A burst of sparks and colorful circles momentarily blinded him as his skull bounced against the shiny tiles below. 4 of the man's allies took action and each grabbed one of his limbs, pinning his arms and legs down. He resisted, testing their strength but finding he couldn't move an inch. The tall figure towered above, glaring down with a piercing stare. "You will learn your place," the leader hissed. "I will break you. You will submit." A 6th man arrived at the guard's side, hands full with a number of objects, a long, plastic tube, a bottle of liquid, a strange device, and a couple small packets of alcohol swabs, maybe. Karamatsu couldn't tell. The main guard took the winded tube from his companion and tore open one of the packets, which gushed a clear gel. One end of the tube was inserted and coated with the substance until its surface glistened smoothly in the light. "What are you doing?" Karamatsu inquired nervously. "In this facility, fasting isn't a choice." The guard knelt and clasped a bundle of his prisoner's hair to hold him in place while nearing the tube closer to his face. Karamatsu's eyes went wide as he tried to turn his head away, tugging at his immobile limbs in growing unease. Wait. Not a second was wasted before the narrow tip of the ice-cold tube was buried straight into his right nostril, violating his sinuses. He gave a snort and struggled to jerk his head away as he felt it quickly worm deeper through his head. The oncoming pain was quick, hitting him like a ton of bricks. Kate. Stop." There was little caution in the guard's actions as he slid the foreign object inside forcefully, far beyond reach and far from where he had ever been touched. Karamatsu never realized how deep in his sinuses he could detect such physical sensation, but it burned. Scorched. It scraped against the sensitive inner linings and poked around, triggering immense pain. He gasped and convulsed, desperate to shake his head free from the man's effortless reach. The muscles in his body spasmed and jerked helplessly beneath the grasps of the guards that held him still, who seemed to find pleasure in their sadistic game. Tears collected in the corners of his eyes, trickling down and dripping to the floor. He did everything in his power to face his head away from the view of his brothers. He knew they were watching. He could feel their frightened gazes. The stares from each one burned holes through his flesh like fire, and it was almost as painful as the searing sensation inside his nose and throat. He didn't want them to see him like this. He wanted them to cover their eyes or just look away, anything to direct their attention elsewhere. With another gasp, Karamatsu gave a hoarse plea. "Pain. It's painful, just stop. Gyck. Hold still, you shit." He wrinkled his nose and clenched his teeth as he hissed from the unwelcomed assault. His sinuses squeezed shut helplessly around the tube, doing everything in its power to stop the process but to no avail. His jaw dropped with a loud, forced gasp followed by gags and whines that did nothing but amuse the demons handling him. The tip of the feeding tube squirmed and writhed invasively through his vulnerable nasal passage with a scorching touch, despite its freezing exterior. It didn't feel right. It didn't feel right at all. His sinuses weren't supposed to be so easily accessible, It was intrusive. Even as the guard huffed and hastily pulled the tube back out of his nose, the sickness never subsided. As the object flicked from the tip of his nostrils, a line of bright crimson blood followed and gushed down his upper lip. It pooled collectively on his skin until it couldn't hold its own weight and formed a steady stream down the side of his face, where it dripped heavily upon the white floor. Karamatsu kept his eyes shut tight with a quivering brow. Thank God. As expected, the expressions of the imprisoned were ones of horror. Choromatsu brought a hand over his gaping mouth as Todomatsu squeezed tighter. Are they just toying with him? The youngest kept his voice at a whisper so only Choromatsu could hear. No, he whispered back. They're actually going to force-feed him. Look. The guard running the operation retrieved another packet of lubricant, using his teeth to tear it open as to recoat the tip of the feeding tube. Karamatsu caught a glance of this and furiously shook his head. No, wait, I can't do any more. A different man grabbed him by the hair as another took his nose, shutting the bleeding side in preparation. Karamatsu whined and squirmed while the top guard impatiently brought the tube to his face, quick to shove the slimy tip back into his sinuses. Karamatsu huffed in a panic, sending a few small droplets of blood flying from his nose before screaming out. Let me go. I'll eat. Chimph, the guard huffed. It's too late for that, you worm. You should have followed orders the first time we asked. Each movement and manipulation of the tube burned, worse and worse still as it was driven deeper. Karamatsu wasn't meaning to cry, but there was a stinging sensation that involuntarily triggered it. As he called out again, his voice was higher pitched. It was much more reminiscent of a child's, whereas he was noticeably beginning to deviate from his usually deep and more masculine tone. I'll listen. Just. MMNG. Karamatsu felt his throat close instinctively as the tube found its way beyond his uvula, squiggling through his esophagus. An icy sensation could be felt all the way down through his chest until it made its way into his stomach sphincter and wormed through. His abdomen jerked with a violent gag. The brothers shared an uncomfortable grimace before the view. Their strong yet sensitive older brother was now a mess on the floor, covered in tears with one nostril bleeding and the other housing a clear tube. With the mechanism now settled in, his cries had ceased but he still looked to be in pain. EFT is in place, position SL1, the guard said as he cued his partner. Proceed. The second man picked up the clean end of the feeding tube and hooked it up to the small device set nearby. Then he retrieved the bottle of liquid, which held a strange, ashy black color, and unscrewed the lid before attaching it to the other end of the device. Then, with a nod to his companion, he flicked the switch on. It beeped, humming with power and a single blinking light as it started vacuuming the sustenance from the bottle and into the tube, through Karamatsu's nose, and into his stomach. Karamatsu continued to struggle and fight as he felt the strange sensation of his stomach taking its fill. It was uncomfortable, it was cold, and it was all happening too fast to take. With a nauseated hiccup, Karamatsu started dry heaving hysterically. In response, the guard grabbed his victim's jaw dominantly, wrapping his fingers around his cheeks in a strong hold as he shot him a menacing glare. You better hold it down, pig. Don't make us have to repeat this process over. Karamatsu couldn't stop a pained groan from leaving his larynx as his diaphragm convulsed uncontrollably, trying his hardest not to vomit. Tears again rolled down his cheeks as he was left to fight his body's natural reaction to the rapid force-feeding. No matter what he did, he only felt sicker and sicker as the process continued. An attempt to swallow only hurt his throat as it closed over the tube. He tried to open his eyes to take in the expressions of those hurting him, but his vision was nothing more than a garbled mess of blurs beneath the tears. One of the free guards rose to his feet and ominously turned to face the four pale audience members in their caged seats. This is what happens to dogs that don't listen to commands. Any acts of rebellious behavior are strictly prohibited, and you will be neutralized immediately following any violation. Understood. The brothers could only stare back as they cowered, unsure whether a response was appropriate. Understood. The guard reiterated. His eyes were piercing, his glare cold and unremorseful. It was strange how someone could so naturally make such a barbaric expression. A chill ran up the eldest's spine as soon as he realized he was the one being eyed. He sputtered and gulped before giving a response. Why, yes, sir. The others were quick to chime in with their own yes sir following the oldest. MMHMMPH. Karamatsu gave a desperate gasp as his stomach contracted, triggering vomit of the same liquid sustenance to squirt between the guard's gloved fingers. He tried desperately to pull away like a feral animal as the man shook his face, still keeping a gross grip over his mouth. I told you to hold it down. His voice was stern, aggressive. We're going to be here a long time if you continue to resist. I can't. I can't. His voice was muffled and his begs could only come between sobs. He really was a mess. Blood, tears, and now vomit, quite the sight, he was sure. The guard certainly didn't seem to mind getting his hands dirty in the process, anything to make it more uncomfortable for the victim. His whole body was in pain. Bruises were forming on his forearms and legs where he was being held so roughly, and he could feel his limbs going numb from the obstructed blood flow. Everything was only getting worse. Help. No, 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 no. Stop. He didn't want to cry out for help, he didn't want his brothers to suffer under the weight of his own torment. He needed them to look away already, they shouldn't have to witness this disgusting scene. Avert your eyes already, dumbass. At the same time, it was awfully humiliating. Being pinned to the ground and force-fed while covered in his own bodily fluids, all because he refused to pick up a damn spoon and take just one bite. He just had to resist. His body still hurt from the first time he resisted, so why did he still do so now? He needed to take his own advice and not try to be the hero he wasn't. The guard in charge shook the bottle of sustenance, making sure the machine was effectively slurping it up into the feeding tube. With eyes barely half-lidded and brows furrowed upward, Karamatsu caught a glance of the liquid. What was it, anyway? A dietary supplement? He could only hope so, though its misty black color didn't sit well with him. Food wasn't normally supposed to have the color and consistency of dirt water. Whatever it was, it made his stomach ache. Slow and tedious but soon inevitable, the bottle was finally empty. The device was switched off with a dying hum as the tube was suddenly tugged from Karamatsu's nose and removed carelessly. He threw his mouth open with a loud, desperate gasp as the man finally removed his hand from over his face, allowing him to properly breathe again. Finally, some fucking progress, the guard growled under his breath. As one guard wrapped the dirted tube around the empty bottle and gathered up the remaining material, the others rose to their feet and hoisted the frail man along with them. He kept his head low, refusing to exchange eye contact with his brothers. He just couldn't handle that right now. Osamatsu moved aside as his prison cell was opened and Karamatsu's exhausted, feeble body was thrown inside. He turned as he stumbled and fell, aggressively scooting back against the wall to get away from the men. With that, the door was locked and the guards scattered. Don't let us catch you not eating again, the leader warned before he exited the area. And just like that, it was over. A deafening silence followed as the jail room was left largely unoccupied. Osamatsu gave a soft and careful glance at his little brother, only catching a glimpse of his face before he buried it into his knees and grabbed at his hair, rocking and sobbing. Keikara-makan. He called softly. Those eyes, that expression, it was one Osamatsu hadn't seen in a long time. It was passive. Timid. Fragile. Just like all those years ago. That's right. He had almost forgotten, but Karamatsu didn't always act the way he did. He wasn't the brave-faced, confident soul he made himself out to be. Instead, deep down there was insecurity and the desperate need to please others. There was anxiety that even surpassed Choromatsu's own finicky quirks. Through all these years though, he had somehow managed to elude the fact and put on a tough face to make those around him believe he had outgrown such behaviors. But, for an instant, Osamatsu saw it. His baby brother, still nothing more than a scared child. Something had snapped in him and he suddenly regressed from his cool facade back into the meek, teary-eyed wuss he had been as a teenager. It kind of stung. The elder felt gross admitting it, but seeing this man work so hard just to be broken so easily, even temporarily, was more painful than any cringeworthy remark or action he'd ever shared. To see a man break was a harrowing experience. Osamatsu really didn't think this sort of thing would have any effect on him, but he felt responsible. Like it was up to him to do something to fix things. He was the oldest, after all. Despite that, there was only one thing he could think of. With an expression of deep sympathy, Osamatsu crawled forward and grabbed his little brother close, holding him in his arms like a parent comforting a child. This only made the younger wail louder as he squeezed tight. I'm sure everyone's counting on me to be the strong one here, especially now that Karamatsu's been reduced to this. Osamatsu gave a quiet sigh, feeling Karamatsu's broken sobs inside his embrace. I don't know what I'm going to do when it's my turn. Intermission. Time, 9:12 p.m. Location, White Room. Hour 3. Sleep deprivation, 11 hours. The white noise seemed to be getting louder for anyone who had been listening long enough. Ichimatsu's eye twitched as he stared up at the ceiling in total exasperation, trying to keep himself calm. He went to move his hands again, but the restraints held strong and secure. He gave a sick squint. He had no idea how long he had been here. He'd completely lost track of time during the boredom, the restlessness, the unease. He supposed at the start that this was all simply means of extreme isolation, something he didn't think would bother him as much as other subjects. But no, this was so much worse. This wasn't just interrogation, this was something else. This was the start of actual torture. He figured he could keep his mind occupied, but something was off. There was a lack of focus in his psyche, a sliver in his sanity growing fissures in his head. Thinking clearly was already proving difficult beneath the surreal atmosphere, and his sense of time was already out of sync to the clock. There was a feeling of disorientation in experiencing a constant state of sensory absence, and it was making him sick. The deprivation they ruled upon him was growing intense, anxiety-inducing, sanity-revoking. He had little visual stimuli since everything was the same white. Little audio stimulation with nothing but silence blanketed by that terrible, constant static. He felt as though he had already memorized each individual pitch and sound within the noise. His movement were almost entirely restricted and he couldn't make a sound. Even his sense of touch was dulled, as his fingertips were snug inside the knit gloves. Rubbing them together only create a dull sensation. This deprivation, this sensational desolation, he was beginning to deteriorate. His ability to think clearly was breaking into smaller and smaller bits, soon to grind into dust to float in the never-ending white space. For once, he craved interaction. He never thought he'd see the day. The emptiness pulled him into a trance within himself. He was hypnotized by his own hollow thoughts. The feelings of unease never healed because there was nothing to trigger a resurrection of optimism. His own mind wasn't powerful enough to create a trigger on its own, not even by means of all his willpower. No, everything just got progressively worse. With every second that ticked by, he felt more of his spirit disappear under the disorientation curling around his heart and blossoming before his eyes endlessly as new spirals of angst. With every second, the restlessness nipping at his bound limbs was growing more unbearable. There were no means or power to ease its hunger, however. With every moment, his consciousness fell through the same door of boredom again and again, as if the motion were stuck in an infinite loop. But, even though he was falling, his position was static. Over and over he fell through the same winding hallway, growing sick and dizzy with each repetition. He just couldn't snap out of it, and it was making him nauseous. Maybe. Ichimatsu's eyelids began to droop, slowly closing in mental exhaustion. I can just sleep on this. Get away from it for a bit. He tried to put his mind to rest, his senses to sleep from the infinite loop for just a bit as he felt unconsciousness take him over. There was a small shock. A bolt of electricity. A prick to his skin that pierced his flesh, causing a burst of pain to race through his nerves and spread like wildfire. Ichimatsu gasped as his body jerked to wakefulness with the sudden zap. With trembling brows and eyes contracted, he slowly brought his gaze to his left, observing one of the 3 sensors placed over his skin. Didon't tell me. He was in disbelief. He didn't want to believe it. The sensor sticking to the side of his forehead, the one right in alignment of his eyes, its dim power light gently flicked on and off, acting just as it was designed to do. This thing. Is it going to shock me awake every time I doze off? He felt his body tremble weakly as he flew into a slight panic. It's the only way to escape this. How could someone create such a barbaric system? He gave a shaky exhale. He was exhausted. He felt ill. He felt his thoughts were slowly driving him to insanity. How long had he been here again? It had been hours, right? How long was he going to be kept here? I don't even care anymore, just somebody. Somebody get me out of here. The longer he stayed, the deeper he unwillingly wandered in the mansion of mania, the maze of the psychotic. Intermission. Time had continued to pass by for the occupants of the underground detainment facility. By this time it was nearing 10 o'clock at night, and the activity in the prisoners' quarters had died down significantly. A few members of the syndicate approached one another, exchanging orders and information while one jotted something down on his clipboard. The environment overall was quiet as dusk settled. On the lower deck of the room, 5 brothers sat silently in their cages. Jushimatsu lied sprawled out on the cold floor, mouth agape sleepily. Choromatsu and Todomatsu stared at the ground thoughtfully, considering their situation carefully and reviewing different predictions for the outcome. Osamatsu sat against the wall, boredly doodling with his piece of chalk while Karamatsu stared off to the side quietly. His eyes were still puffy, but he had long calmed down and the blood had been wiped from his face. There was nothing left to say, and half of them didn't have the will to interact to begin with. From down the hall a couple guards walked along the cells carrying a thin stack of blankets and conversing casually. The first scowled to the other as he spoke. Why did we have to get stuck on lights-out duty? Well, there aren't a lot of people who signed up to help take care of the prisoners, the other muttered. Besides, it's just a side task. Yeah, sure, but this is the third night in a row. Seriously, come on guys. At least we're not on White Room duty. That one is the worst in my opinion. I can't stand that awful noise. Upon reaching the brothers' cells, the guards tossed them each a blanket through the bars. The first guard spoke, his voice stern and tone drastically different from the one he used speaking to his partner. It's almost lights out, scum. This means we don't hear a sound from a single one of you. Understood? Or what, you'll just call in sick tomorrow? Osamatsu retorted sarcastically, catching his blanket. Have your buddy cover for you? If you're at the point where you're signing up for shifts down here like it's a normal job, you must be pretty low on the mafia scale, right? I mean, we're working our way up, the guard replied with arms folded impatiently. All interns have to start somewhere. Interns? Choromatsu exclaimed in disbelief. You're telling me the Japanese mafia takes interns? Seriously? The second guard tugged at Osamatsu's and Karamatsu's barred door, testing to ensure it was locked as he responded. The boss is pretty generous for providing blankets. You'd better express your gratitude next time you see him. With that, they began to walk away, but not before Todomatsu piped up anxiously. Wait, he called. Ichimatsu Nissen is going to join us soon, right? The two guards stopped in their tracks and locked eyes with the timid brother, pausing before each formed a grim, toothy smile. He's still in his session, the second one sneered. Seriously? Said Osamatsu with an apprehensive frown. It's been 4 hours, Karamatsu noted. How long are you guys planning on keeping him there? Chimpate. The first guard grinned as he thought out his next remark carefully. For you four, thinking in only black and white in this situation will get you nowhere. His companion snickered at their dark joke and continued riding the vibe. Yeah, don't waste your energy worrying about him. Just wait until your own session tomorrow. The first guard gave a snort and covered a dumb laugh as they began walking away again. I'm sure you five will do fine, though remember that even the smallest white lie could get you in trouble. The second turned to his partner with a chuckle and said, we need to be sure to white these down for later, eh? I'm all white with that, though I'm running out of material, the other responded. My mind is drawing a blanco. The interns continued on their path, laughing like maniacs until the brothers couldn't hear them anymore. They exchanged confused glances before turning their attention to the thin, navy blue rags they were given. It's so thin, we're not going to keep warm like this at all, Karamatsu groaned. Well, we could always double layer, suggested the eldest. Really? The blankets are small so it'd be a tight fit, but I'm fine with it if you are. Yeah sure, I don't care. Better than freezing to death here. Choromatsu glared the direction of their neighbors with a mutter. I mean, it's probably not that cold. Do you want to do the same, Choromatsu Nissen? Asked Todomatsu, holding up both blankets. If you really want to, then sure. I can survive with just one, Jushimatsu chuckled from his lone cell. I can wrap myself up like a sushi roll. As the fifth did just that, Osamatsu sent a worried glance Karamatsu's way. By the way, I'm glad you're feeling better. Heh, Karamatsu huffed with a cool smile. Doing better from what? It's not like I can be broken so easily, my brother. There it was. His cool facade had made a comeback. Osamatsu grinned, relieved to see him perking back up so quickly. Well guys, he announced. Here's to our first night in Mafia jail. Don't say it like it's something to be excited about, Choromatsu snapped back. As if on cue, some of the brighter lights outside their cells were suddenly shut off, creating an atmosphere dim enough to sleep in but still bright enough to work under. The cellmates shared glances, afraid to speak now that night had officially begun. Without another word, they quietly slipped one blanket over the other and lied on the cold, hard floor. Each shut their eyes exhausted, trying to forget about the day while hoping the next would never come. Intermission. End Chapter 3. Chapter 4, Delaramentum. Time, 8:04 a.m. Location, White Room. Hour 14. Sleep deprivation, 22 hours. The inexplicably mesmerizing lure of the static captivated all who fell prey to its never-ending stream. It was the sealing element of the walls boxed around his head, the broken key to its lock. His presence was like that of a phantom imprisoned by its own darkness and bound by the chains of inescapable awareness. Left to relive nothing again and again inside a forest of non-existent trees, an ocean without water, a sky without space. There was warmth with no heat, chills with no cold. Existence with no life. The door opened. It was that time again. This was perhaps the fourth occurrence since he had been devoured by captivity. Standing in the doorway were two men. Much like Ichimatsu, their clothes bore no color, simply white. White shirts, white pants, white socks, white hats and masks and gloves. He was certain their own attire was to simply further eliminate physical stimulation. Ichimatsu expressed the most sickening glare as they approached him quietly. With a guard on both sides, Ichimatsu was promptly walked from his room down the long white hallway. He couldn't run, he couldn't escape. He would be overpowered quite easily, and the exits required ID cards anyway. Within him, there was no energy to fight. They passed by the door to freedom without slowing their pace. Ichimatsu could only glance longingly, albeit dreaming did him nothing. He had to accept the fact that he wasn't going to be leaving this place anytime soon. They entered a new room at the end of the second corridor. A break room, with no different a style than the rest of the unit. The prisoner was seated at a dull-looking table as the guards went about removing his muzzle. He knew this meant he was going to be fed, but it hardly appealed. He was offered white rice and a cup of water, the same thing as last time and probably the same for next. The taste was bland and flavorless and he expected nothing more. 5 minutes was all he was given, and it was the only time he had the physical capability of speaking or making noise, though he dared not to. If this rule was broken, he was to be denied his next course, an order portrayed to him via notes on paper. He was beginning to guess these humble meals were set for every other break. He couldn't provide even the most basic guess as to how long the time intervals lasted between breaks. That was far beyond his ability now. He was beginning to see things. The particles that made up the ceiling would melt on top of him like corrupt candle wax, and the walls fell away into a blank abyss. Occasionally he would catch a glimpse of insects crawling over his arms and under the outer layer of his skin, but most of the time, he saw cats. Often they would vanish the instant he set his eyes on them, but other times they stuck around. It was getting to the point where he couldn't quite decipher the growing illusions from reality, and his shattered internal clock only made things worse. He was growing desperate for some sort of interaction. He wanted to act out, he wanted to tear the guards to shred, but not so he could hurt them. He longed for the retaliation, the physical sensation of being beaten to a pulp. He didn't care if it was pain, he just needed something before his sanity was consumed entirely. Anything would do, bites, scratches, bruises, as long as it stimulated his senses, he could endure. The restlessness only deteriorated more so. Perhaps it was the numbing effects of environmental emptiness, or maybe the forced wakefulness, or even from being immobile for so long. Either way, it continued to grow beyond the point where simple movement could ease the beast's fury. The tingling sensation striking through each muscle was becoming unbearable. He needed to stretch or run or fight or something. Once Ichimatsu was finished eating his small portion of rice, he would use the restroom and be led back to his white box of a room. There, he would be strapped back into the uncomfortable chair with the muzzle over his face and watch as the guards locked him inside. And then it was back to the same torment. Mindfulness, stripped of its innocence and instead blossoming into a contorted weed. Each growing petal was a channel of distraction, quick to wither and leave its stem barren. The quantity of petals mattered not, each outlet grown was destined to die regardless, leaving its mother less and less fertile as the mass grew more twisted. The petals were dying faster, the production seeming to slow. The reification of his broken mind was but inevitable. It had already begun. Intermission. Oh 1. It's a Miss Tilda. Todomatsu gave an irritated groan as he marked an X over an empty box drawn on their cobblestone wall. He and Choromatsu sat before a complex scheme of what was supposed to be a large mafia jail version of Battleship, all drawn poorly in chalk. Their ships were arranged on the floor before them in an order unknown by the other team, though one was already crossed off. Geez, you guys aren't cheating, are you? The youngest inquired as he sat back down, chalk in hand. Don't be a sore loser, Toti, teased Osamatsu as he wagged his finger playfully. Your older brothers are just more skilled in this kind of game than you are. Skills? Choromatsu scoffed. Isn't this game entirely based on luck? Who's winning? Who's winning? Jushimatsu jumped in ecstatically from his own cell. Not us, mumbled the third eldest in response. All right, it's my turn. I choose. Karamatsu touched a finger to his chin as he looked the rows of squares up and down thoughtfully. Aha. J5. Seriously? Todomatsu whined. Yeah, it's a hit, Choromatsu sighed with a sore attitude. Nice. Osamatsu exclaimed, throwing his hands forward for a double high five with his cellmate. Your turn, Choromatsu-nisan, said Todomatsu. Choromatsu examined their board, glancing between spots that were empty and spots that had already been guessed. Let's do I4. Heh, it's a miss, Karamatsu practically sang. Better luck next time, cooed his elder cellmate. Are you sure you two aren't cheating? Our luck is never this bad, Todomatsu muttered, exasperated. Osamatsu only gave a goofy laugh before a couple guards came into view from their peripheral. The warm atmosphere grew cold and their voices shrank into silence as the brothers eyed them apprehensively, toning down their fleeting amusement. One of the men took the two eldest's door by the lock meaningfully. 106, he stated flatly, sending a cold glare Osamatsu's way. You're up. Let's go. Oh, Osamatsu tried to give an innocent laugh as he rubbed the back of his neck nervously. Actually, I think I'm going to take a rain check. Schedule me in for next week, okay? The strangers slid open their barred door and stepped past Karamatsu, who submissively scooted out of their way. Their target stood wearily, watching as they each took one of his arms. Wait, seriously? He exclaimed, beginning to panic. I don't know anything, why am I being questioned? His inquiries were ignored as he was dragged out of the cell with the door shut and locked behind. With a desperate save me look on his face, he exchanged glances with his little brothers while calling out one last time. We were totally winning that game though. Intermission. A blinding light illuminated the room with a harsh cutoff, disrupted by silhouettes standing at the doorway to darkness. Osamatsu was thrown forward, blinking and trying to adjust his eyes to the sudden visual change as the door was shut behind. He let his glances travel quickly as he attempted to infer what his coming punishment might be. Physical torture? Psychological? The waterboarding table, he noted that it was nowhere to be seen. That was a good sign, at least. The environmental focus of attention seemed to be a large desk positioned in the center of the room beneath a single light, where the big boss sat comfortably with his face just out of view. Walk, one of the guards commanded, pushing Osamatsu roughly and causing him to stumble a bit. As he regained his balance, he heard the deep, booming voice of the big boss. That's enough, you two, he ordered, gesturing his two escorts before turning to his prisoner. I apologize for the improper behavior of my associates. They tend to get a little enthusiastic. Now come. With palms open wide the man welcomed Osamatsu forward. Please, take a seat. The guards backed off from the eldest submissively, leaving him to stand with a tense look about him. He gave them slow looks before shyly pulling out the chair across from the desk and sitting. Please, smiled the boss amiably. Don't look so tense. What's your name? My name. Osamatsu fumbled for a moment, looking up and wrinkling his nose in thought. Ah, it's 106. No, your name, he urged. The tone in his deep voice, his body language, his demeanor, it seemed warm. Welcoming. Friendly. It caught Osamatsu off guard. Oh, he mumbled. Osamatsu. Matsuno Osamatsu. I see, and I understand you are the oldest of your brothers, is that correct? Osamatsu felt a twinge of uncertainty in his chest. He glanced again around the room as he hesitated to answer, not knowing what exactly he was about to face. Again, all he could make out was the desk in the center and nothing more. The boss took note of his timid behavior and lifted his palm politely. You shouldn't be afraid to answer. These questions are more of just a formality before we begin. I like to know who exactly I'm interviewing. I mean, in that case. He gave a nervous gulp before answering, trying to look the man in the eyes beyond the darkness. Yeah, I'm the oldest. Ah, yes, you must be very close to your little brothers, no? Well, Osamatsu gave a faint chuckle. Not really. I mean, I guess in a way you could say so. You consider yourself sort of the leader. Someone to look up to, perhaps? Osamatsu rubbed the back of his head meekly with an awkward attempt of a smile. I guess so. I see, exhaled the boss as he leaned back in his chair. You give yourself quite the responsibilities, don't you? They're a cute bunch, and I'm just sure they would be lost without you. Osamatsu tried to laugh in agreement, feeling beads of sweat beginning to form. He found his eyes wandering back to the guards observing from the distance, then back at the big boss before him. Hoping to avoid any advancement in their conversation, he turned the friendly questions back on the stranger. So, is there a name I should call you? No, that's irrelevant, the boss said shortly. How about family, have any siblings of yourself? Unrelated. You consider yourself a leader? Osamatsu pressed forward with an anxious laugh. He was running out of questions. Beside the point. See any good movies, lately? Every one of his questions was getting shot down. The boss knew what he was doing for sure. Mr. Osamatsu, he began. I can tell you're feeling a bit uncomfortable. I assure you. His voice grew low, retaining its affable tone. By the time you leave this session, I'm sure you'll be feeling much better about things. In fact, I doubt you'll even remember feeling upset to begin with. Oh, that sounds promising. A sense of dumb relief settled over him, his smile still a bit reluctant but willing. Okay. Now, are we ready to begin? You're the boss, Osamatsu chuckled faintly. The large man pressed his hands together warmly as he interlocked his fingers and leaned in. Each word was well thought out and spoken carefully, filled with intrigue. All I want from you is to tell me anything you might know about our target in question. As you know, he goes by the name Tierwith Macron NG and was last seen at Sutabar Cafe interacting with someone that shares your face. It's very, very important we find this man, see? We want to talk to him about some business affairs. Do you know anything about him? His alias, his family, anything at all? Osamatsu gave a sorry smile and shrugged. I really wish I could tell you, but I don't go to the cafe very often myself. Maybe if you have a picture of him or something. We're working on that, the boss muttered. Well, I mean, otherwise I really don't know anything. And then how about your brothers, Chem? Do any of them visit the cafe often? A pang of fear softly prodded at Osamatsu's thoughts, causing his throat to feel dry. This wasn't a good question for him. He had to point to one of his brothers, her? The one who would most likely visit the cafe by himself, the one who had no difficulties faking through a typical social interaction and making new friends. If he absolutely had to guess who would most likely have the opportunity and skills to strike up a conversation with their target, it had to be. No, he finally replied, his face completely blank. I don't think so, anyway. The big boss made no notable movements, and his interest in Osamatsu's hesitation was so apparent it was painful. Osamatsu swallowed to keep his throat from drying out and maintained eye contact. There was an agonizing silence. This guy definitely knew he was lying. Finally, the man leaned forward curiously. So, none of you visit the cafe often. How about your social lives? Do any of you have a large social circle? Do you meet up with people often? Make friends with strangers? No, Osamatsu was desperate to answer quickly this time, probably a little too quickly, as he almost cut the man off. I mean, I don't, anyway. I don't know about anyone else. We all kind of have our own lives, you know, as adults. Pretty busy ones that don't always involve each other. I really couldn't give you a name. The boss gave a slow inhale, settling back in his chair as he sighed. Is that so? Osamatsu formed a sincere frown stemming from his fears. Yeah. I'm sorry. The leather chair the boss sat at squeaked subtly as he leaned back in thought. Any pause or silence was cause for concern in Osamatsu's book, and he found himself trying to lean back himself in an unconscious form of mimicry. He wanted to stay on his good side. God forbid he did anything to upset this man. With silent cues and looks among syndicate workers, the boss finally spoke up again. In that case, Mr. Osamatsu, I'd like you to do something for me. Osamatsu cocked his head curiously as the man gave him a gentle order. Could you hold out your hand for me, please? Hey. Hold out his hand? A weird request, he thought. An action that by itself was innocent enough. With his fist half closed and facing upward, he held out his arm in obedience. You mean like this? On cue, one of the guards standing by approached him from the side and softly took his arm, pinning it to the chair's armrest. Osamatsu let out an astonished huff. Ah! What are you? Now, if you please, hold still. We're going to do a little experiment. Experiment? Osamatsu eyed the big boss for a moment before glancing back at the guard. With a shaky inhale, his eyes went wide and reflected the horror of what he saw before him. A syringe, long and sharp with an unknown substance bottled up inside. The second guard jumped into action to keep his arm in place as the first guard's grip grew firm, preventing Osamatsu from jerking his body away. Hey hey hey. The volume significantly rose with panic. Let me go. What the hell is that? He threw his legs and left arm wildly to escape their hold, but both men together could keep his other arm pinned nicely. His fingers tightened into a fist as the needle neared his Keladon. Don't. He pulled at his captor's hair and clothes frantically in hopes he could pry them away, but it was too late. The tip of the needle slid right through the first layer of his skin, pricking through his flesh and releasing the drug into his bloodstream. He hissed through clenched teeth from the jab and continued to fight as the big boss watched calmly. Relax, he cooed. This is probably our mildest form of interrogation. Whatever's in there isn't going to kill you. You can't just drug someone without warning. His expression was bewildered, alarmed as the chemical was slowly injected through his blood. What is it going to do? You don't have to worry about that, he replied nonchalantly. Now, let's begin our session for real this time. Intermission. The faintest of broken gasps and hiccups echoed throughout the otherwise soundless room, colorful with emotion in every warm breath. The eldest's body quivered irrepressibly and retained speckled goosebumps upon the skin, raising invisible hairs as a chill surged from his spine. A strange onset of symptoms had become apparent after no more than a minute, and in response Osamatsu found himself burying his head in his arms at the desk he sat at. His shattered huffs and whines held no reserve and the lens of inhibition he previously obliged to had become transparent. With one final shiver he lifted his head to reveal an expression bright with joy under a fit of deluded giggles. Between laughs he sniffled and gave a small sneeze. The boss across from him pressed his fingertips together as he watched the mental deterioration unfold, just as the drug was designed to do. He observed Osamatsu squirm restlessly between goofy cackles, rolling his head like a drunk and running his fingers through his hair. His demeanor was entirely different from 30 seconds ago and he appeared sluggish yet relaxed. Mind fuzzy and tricked into a state of bliss, Osamatsu had lost all ability to think clearly, and this was apparent. With the effects in place, the boss turned to his associate and whispered instructions. Get record of everything he tells me. Don't miss a word. The man nodded and stepped back, allowing the focus to return to the session at hand. Again the boss voice was deep yet gentle. Mr. Osamatsu? Yes, Tilda. Osamatsu's cheery tune rang louder than intended without inhibition. He was an elated mess, unsound of mind. Deluded, unaware. Your name, if you will? His words came out as more of a song driven with rhythm and energy. Ozomatsu Matsunu tilde. Age. Oh, he giggled, waving his hand nonchalantly. You don't need to worry about that, I'm not that old. Just entered my 20s tilde. Despite providing a submissive and otherwise elated aura, Osamatsu's body revealed its adverse sickness to the drug. His fingers trembled, his teeth chattered just slightly, and he gave a shallow cough followed by a bout of drunken laughter. He looked warm yet clammy, like the smallest of nudges could knock out his balance. Any reluctance he had prior to the session simply couldn't be processed anymore, like he was psychologically unable to experience fear. And to Osamatsu, it was a state of pure pleasure. I totally felt it hit me, he crooned. That thing, I mean. The drug. Yeah. Whatever was in there, hit me up again next time. With a little hand gesture he gave a bright cheeky grin. Okay. Yes, well, I do have some questions for you. Of course. Osamatsu looked up at the man with large, childish eyes and a solemn smile. His eyes, they were dilated to an unnatural level. I mean, I know we haven't spoken much yet, but I know I can trust you. You're someone I look up to. You have so many followers, like these other guys in the room with us. I wish my brothers looked at me like that. PFT. He couldn't stop a puff of air from leaving his lips, going from a small huff to another bout of loopy giggles. The truth is, I wish they looked up to me more. But, they're all shitheads. They don't appreciate me like they should. Despite revealing his innermost feelings without the slightest of provocation, he retained that big smile on his face and continued on with a laugh. Though, I'd still be sad if something happened to one of them. It's kind of scary. Yes, it would be a shame, the boss replied. As I mentioned, you have quite the responsibilities. For sure, he grinned. They're my baby brothers, after all. It's my job to protect them and show them how to be strong. What would you do to protect them? Anything, I think, he said with a sneeze. But don't tell them that. It'll be our secret. With a sly smile, Osamatsu leaned forward and pressed his index finger against the big boss lips. Sure, like this. Our secret. Don't tell. The boss tolerated his annoying gesture for a few long moments before gently swatting his hand away. Is there any situation where you might make the tough decision to sacrifice them in favor of something or someone else? Perhaps you'd let them take an eye for you, or maybe you'd prefer they suffer than revealing some big secret. Well, maybe, Osamatsu wondered. I mean, it depends on the torture. I wouldn't want to give one of my own eyes, personally. And if this was like, some big secret that could save the world or something, then maybe. I see. Moving on, the boss started. Since we're friends and all, would you tell me about the man I've been searching for? That man. He chuckled. That man. Man oh man. I don't think I ever met him. Though, I've heard about him before. Oh. Leaning forward, the boss lowered his voice intrigued. You have? Yeah, Osamatsu said as he rubbed his nose and sniffled. From you. And from the other guys in black. I've heard about him a lot. That's all you guys talk about. But, prior to our sessions. Not at all tilde. With a frustrated sigh, the boss sat back again. Right. And the cafe? I know you mentioned you live very busy lives as adults, so you don't go there very often. Busy lives? Without a lick of hesitation, Osamatsu gave a hearty laugh. Really, I said that? No, that's not true at all. We're NEETs. We don't live busy lives in the slightest. Every single one of you? Yep. Sometimes we hang out around the city. You know, pachinko parlors or horse races or the magazine store. I don't go to the cafe very often myself, but that's because I'm always broke. I swear those games are rigged against me. Oh, but what about your brother who does go to the cafe often? Oh. You mean Todamatsu? The man's stare deepened, quickly shooting glances at his associates without turning his head from the prisoner. Todamatsu. 599, correct? Yeah, him. Osamatsu was growing excited now, happy to share information with his new pal. He goes there sometimes to visit friends. He used to work there, too, so he probably knows all the regulars. Very interesting. Yeah, so, if anyone has met that guy you're looking for, I'm sure it's Todamatsu. I appreciate the information, Mr. Osamatsu. Mr. Osamatsu, he scoffed with a puff of laughter. You don't have to be so formal. Just call me Osamatsu. Or, you can call me what the other guys call me and add Nishan tilde. Well then. As the big boss withdrew his cell phone and began to type, gave a slight nod. Thank you for being so cooperative during our session. The drug is going to be wearing off soon, so I do believe our time for today is just about finished. But I want to talk more, he whined. I mean, it has to be Toti, right? I was a little surprised when Choromatsu-kun said Ichimatsu's name. You were there, right? You saw him totally throw him under the bus. His voice had the tone of a schoolgirl's initiating some fun gossip while breaking out into another fit of uncontrollable laughter. Speaking of Choromatsu. His giggles were becoming too much, he found he could barely talk between. Did you know I caught him fapping to a dirty magazine, once? No, really. I walked right in on him. Arms sinking to the desktop, Osamatsu sprawled his upper body across the surface and gasped for air between laughs. He wouldn't talk to me for a whole day. And then. By now the skin along his cheeks and ears burned with a deep crimson blush and streams of tears were rolling down his face. He could barely breathe between fits. We called him Fapimatsu, and he wouldn't even. Unable to finish his story, Osamatsu fell into a state of total laughter. He couldn't speak anymore, it was all just too funny to him. The boss and each member watched in pity, patiently waiting for him to get a hold of himself while glancing at the time. I guess your body doesn't handle sodium thiopental very well, mumbled the boss as he turned to one of his partners. We have reason to suspect 599 now. I have to go back upstairs to take care of some business, otherwise I'd start his interrogation immediately. For now though, he stood to his feet and glanced down once more in pity. Take him back to his cell. Understood. Intermission. Osamatsu strolled playfully down the hall with a guard in front and behind, humming cheerfully the whole way. The two escorting him were lax in their work, finding his behavior harmless and likelihood to run minimal. With every passing guard, their prisoner was quick to go out of his way to greet as he bounced along, unfazed that each advance was being utterly ignored. His spirits were up, at least. Karamatsu, Choromatsu, Jushimatsu, and Todomatsu perked up upon hearing a familiar giggle growing in volume as its giver approached their cells. The three youngest hesitantly stood and stretched their necks to see the condition their older brother was in as the guards began unlocking his cell. That didn't take too long, Karamatsu mumbled, glancing him up and down in search of injury. Osamatsu Nisan. The voice of the youngest was weary, detecting with the others that something was off about him. The barred door slid open and the guard gestured Osamatsu to enter, to which he complied with a perky attitude. Practically hopping in, the men locked the door behind and left them to their affairs. Karamatsu eyed him carefully as he grabbed at the wall dizzily, slipping to a sitting position while falling into a fit of giggles. He seemed to barely be able to keep his head upright and rolled it to the side lazily while flicking fingers through his soft hair. In the light his face was rather pale and his body still shook uneasily, creating a bizarre contrast between his mood and bodily symptoms. His laughs were loud inside the large room that was otherwise quite silent, though they were ignored by guards and workers on the outside. Hey, Osamatsu, began his cellmate with a worried tone. Yup, that's me. Osamatsu exclaimed with eyes shut sleepily, continuing to chuckle away. What happened in there? Karamatsu was almost afraid to ask. Are you feeling okay? Look at you, worrying about your dear older brother Tilda, he sang out with eyes half-lidded and pupils unnaturally dilated. I'm fine. You guys are fine. Everyone is fine Tilda. Is he drunk? Is he seriously drunk? Choromatsu yelled out in disbelief. What happened back there? Asked Todomatsu in concern. We just talked, is all Tilda hic dash. Karamatsu crawled forward and sat before his older brother, staring deep into his soft brown eyes. Osamatsu stared back, seemingly having trouble focusing his vision while keeping his eyelids open. They held their stare for a good minute before Karamatsu retreated slightly, bewildered. You weren't actually back there having drinks, were you? Why would they sit and drink with him? The youngest said flatly, unamused. I know I could use a drink, ahaha. Jushimatsu tried to laugh off the tense atmosphere with his bubbly remarks. That would be nice. No, they definitely drugged him up, Choromatsu stated. Yeah, that's it hic dash. With a little wave of his hand and a blissful smile, Osamatsu replied to the third oldest. Gee, you're so smart, Nissen. Choromatsu gave a seriously freaked out frown as he responded. I'm not your Nissen. You don't even have a Nissen. Ah. Like a drunkard, he pointed to himself and laughed. That's right. I'm your Nissen. I'm the oldest, aren't I? Ahaha. Choromatsu and Tadomtsu glanced to their right, sticking their faces out between the bars on their door and trying to catch a glimpse. This is actually creepy, he's in some weird state of mind right now, mumbled Choromatsu. Definitely, Jushimatsu added. Or, Karamatsu called out to no one in particular, aggravated. What the hell did you guys do to him? With no response, he gave a sigh and examined Osamatsu again. He took note that the brother was shivering and pulled one of their blankets close, wrapping it around the elder's shoulders. You're shivering. This is no good. He let his hands slide down the draped edge of the blanket, allowing his eyes to follow until they stopped at his brother's arm. He gently reached for it and lifted to take a closer look. There, he could make out a large bruise forming around a little puncture wound in his skin. Right. Yeah, it looks like they injected him with some weird drug. Don't say it like it's such a bad thing, Karamakan Tilda. Osamatsu practically sang. I feel better than I've felt since last time I drank. Then again, I feel like I can't really feel anything at all. He rubbed his fingers together in total amusement. Everything is so numb, so cool. So then, Osamatsu Nissen is completely out of it, stated the youngest. Utterly useless right now. I guess we'll have to wait before we continue our prisoner's battleship, then, Choromatsu shrugged. Or, grinned the eldest. You two would have lost anyway. He gave a giggle and a sneeze as Choromatsu spat an irritated response. And why is that? Well, I mean, we were cheating the whole time. There's no way you two would have won. Karamatsu's expression fell to one of a guilty child's as their two neighbors jumped to their feet with anger. Are you kidding me? Todomatsu scoffed. You guys were actually cheating. That's ridiculous, why would you cheat while we're in mafia jail? Hissed the third eldest. No, guys, he's not sound of mind right now, Karamatsu argued timidly. He's just saying anything that comes to mind. No, remember? Urged the deluded. We both had the same idea. It was funny. Shitty older brothers. Honestly, Choromatsu muttered. From there, the brothers continued to converse as the eldest slowly slipped into sleep. Intermission. End Chapter 4. Chapter 5, Languiders. Time, 12 p.m. Location, White Room. Hour 18. Sleep deprivation, 26 hours. He didn't feel too good. The more he thought, the more he forgot. Ichimatsu's body trembled with a rotten, sick feeling he could do nothing to ease. The stress of being restrained, isolated, and deprived was more than he could handle, and he found himself falling into numerous bouts of panic during this never-ending stay. He couldn't call out nor move his aching muscles. He was at least thankful no one was around to see him cry or hyperventilate. His stomach twisted and shriveled in starvation. His only means of sustenance were the small portions of rice he was given every so often with a single cup of water, and it was taunting. The thought of eating a nice, big meal was alluring, but he was sure he'd vomit at the taste. He wondered how nausea could coexist with an empty stomach. 5 long, thin indents made over time only deepened as Ichimatsu clawed restlessly at his armrest. He wanted to shred the chair apart like a vicious animal, tearing it to pieces with his teeth before making a wild escape. He was stuck, however, as he couldn't even bury his fingernails into the deteriorating material due to these cursed gloves those guys were making him wear. He could barely make a scratch, though he'd much rather find a way to claw at his own arms. He needed that physical stimulation, he needed that sensation of pain over this agonizing numbness. To break skin, to wound his own flesh and be able to feel or smell or see his own blood. The color, he needed to see something other than white. Anything. 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 Although it was a bit chilly in the room with the air conditioner going, Ichimatsu's flashes of panic kept his body warm. His body was sweaty and his heart never seemed to slow. He was finding himself blindingly disoriented, he could no longer comprehend the passing of time and was beginning to lose sight of what was and what wasn't. His thoughts confused and infuriated him as they lulled his consciousness further down the path of psychopathy against his will. spinning around and around, faster and faster in his head where he saw shadows and insects moving about quickly before vanishing. He was growing quite paranoid of his surroundings. Such a powerful mind, such a dangerous one to be trapped alone with. He found himself wondering about the state of his brothers and his family. A twinge of pain manifested in his chest at the thought of Choromatsu's betrayal, and he couldn't help but fume over the fact that his name was picked. Then again, would he have been any better off staying back with the others and enduring other kinds of torture? He wondered if any of them were seriously hurt. Perhaps they had already escaped this place, and never found him. Perhaps they had forgotten about him. Perhaps they were already dead. How long had he been here? A whole night had already passed, right? Was he ever going to escape? Ichimatsu's attention suddenly snapped to his left arm. He could have sworn he saw something crawling on his skin. He tugged at the constraints uneasily for the 1000th time since his imprisonment, feeling the pressure build in his chest. He was so tired. He was sick of his thoughts, he was sick of his circumstances, he was sick of the lack of control. Finally, the door opened. 2 guards wearing only white entered and approached his chair. It must be that time again, he figured. A bleak 5-minute break before he was thrown back into his cage. Intermission. BA dump, BA dump, BA dump. A low, pained groan escaped the eldest's throat as his consciousness succumbed to its first physical sensation, a throbbing headache. Before even opening his eyes, he was overcome by an intense, uneasy urge to vomit. His eyelids shot open and, with a loud gasp, he threw his arms out toward the first thing in his line of sight, an empty bucket. With a surge of energy greater than what he had, his stomach forcefully ejected its contents into the rusty pail. His disgusting chokes and gasps echoed throughout his prison, alerting his brothers of his awakening. With only a few violent gags, he finished vomiting and sat up to catch his breath. The ordeal didn't help his headache in the slightest, he felt absolutely sick. "You feeling okay, Osamatsu?" Between gasps, the eldest glanced over to his prison mate who was eyeing him curiously. Boo! He just needed a breath. Better than ever. He gave a few coughs and looked around the cell thoughtfully, trying to take in his sudden awareness from the world of slumber. Of course, he was back in the room lined with jail cells, likely with the other 3 as well in their own respective prisons. From a neighboring cell, a timid voice piped up. The third eldest squeezed his face between 2 bars as he tried to catch a peek at his older brother. "You really freaked us out earlier," he said. "Is our Osamatsu Nissen actually back with us?" "Why, yes." His rising intonation expressed the confusion in his voice. "I think so." "What do you mean?" "Wait." Choromatsu furrowed his eyebrows with a concerned frown. "Do you not remember?" "Remember what?" Osamatsu glanced at Karamatsu, perplexed. "Why your memory is totally wiped?" The second oldest exclaimed. "You guys are scaring me, what are you talking about?" Choromatsu sat up straight and spoke firm and clear. "Osamatsu Nissen, what is the last thing you remember?" Osamatsu twisted his lips in uncertainty, looking up and around as he ran his fingers through his hair. "The last thing I remember. Let's see." Pondering for a moment, he tried his best to resurrect his memories. I remember being here with you guys. And then, I think they took me away for a session, right? Everything else is a blur, I don't even. When did I end up back here? You really can't remember a thing? Karamatsu's voice was low in growing concern. You don't know what happened during your session? You don't know what you might have told them? Osamatsu put his hands up with a guilty expression. I really don't. You came back totally out of it. Jushimatsu piped in. We thought you were drunk, Nissen. Yeah, you were a chattering nutcase, Choromatsu added. They drugged you up with something. Seriously. Osamatsu looked down, bewildered as he brought a hand to his aching head. I don't remember any of this. I just hope you didn't say anything stupid, the third eldest continued. Who know what kinds of things they had you talk about? Yeah. Osamatsu scooted back against the brick wall and laid his arm over his knee. Hey, is Toti still over there? I haven't heard him say anything yet. They took him in for interrogation a while ago. As for Ichimatsu, we still have no updates. I see. He slumped down with a big, childish sigh. I guess we'll have to wait before we can continue our game of battleship. Fuck off, Choromatsu spat. We know you were cheating. Or, the other gushed. Don't be such a sore loser, Fappy. Who the hell is Fappy? The game's over, Karamatsu stated. You already told them we were cheating. You said so after you came back loopy. Really? With a disappointed huff, Osamatsu sprawled out onto the cold, hard floor. I really can't remember anything. What the heck? Choromatsu let out a more solemn sigh as he let go of the bars. I hope Todomatsu is alright. He mumbled. Yeah, Osamatsu agreed. Hopefully it won't be too bad. It won't do us any good worrying about it, said Karamatsu. We just have to sit and wait for him to come back. Good luck, Todomatsu. Intermission. Every minute you do this, every goddamn second that you don't speak up, you're wasting our time. It was a new room, a new and unfamiliar location. The foul scent of rot lingered amidst the dark stains on the walls and floors, painting the picture of perfect horror. In the center of the barren, uncleaned room was a single chair housing a wide-eyed victim who was visibly upset. His hands were cuffed behind his back and he was surrounded by 3 or 4 guards looming ominously, one of which was standing before him with a spiteful energy that corroded away any hope of mercy. I already said that I don't know anything. Todomatsu argued, his voice quivering. I don't know who your suspect is, and I don't have any information on him. Liar, the interrogator scoffed as he spat at his prisoner. Todomatsu flinched at the gesture but gave a dry swallow as he quietly tried to reassure himself. Isn't it possible you have the wrong people? He suggested, eyes pleading. What if none of us have the information you're looking for? We know it's one of you. The man opened up his coat and reached into one of the inner pockets, pulling out a folded note with 2 fingers. The note was worn with creases and rough on the edges with something small written on the back, but Todomatsu couldn't make it out. When it was opened and presented to him, he felt a sinking feeling in his chest. The small piece of paper was a picture, black and white. It portrayed a distant scene where there seemed to be a group of 3 gathered casually in front of a cafe on a familiar street. Of course, he knew this street. This was an area not too far from his home, one where he'd hung out plenty of times with friends and old co-workers. The first 2 figures were hard to make out, but as for the third, it was plain to see that it was a Matsuno. We know your face, the only damn problem is that there are 6 of you. Todomatsu scrunched his brows and analyzed the picture further, leaning closer to try and determine exactly which brother he was looking at. Was it Osamatsu Nissen? Choromatsu Nissen? Himself? He couldn't quite make out any identifying features that would indicate one over another. I can't tell who it is, he finally said. Maybe if you have another photo. None that we know are of the same person, the other huffed. Goddamn fucking sextuplets. Then, do you have a photo of this guy you're looking for? To Todomatsu's surprise, the interrogator was quick to comply as he put away the picture and withdrew a new one. The moment he saw the target's face, his blood stopped cold. He knew this face. A developing expression of unease was only impulse as the horrendous realization washed over his thoughts. What appeared to be a profile of the mysterious man gave its viewers a clear look at his descriptive qualities and, although a name wasn't coming to mind, Todomatsu was certain he'd seen this person before. The fact that he allegedly knew who this was changed everything for him. Suddenly, he was the one these people wanted. His throat became dry as he processed the fact over and over, quickly overwhelmed with questions he never thought he'd ask himself. What would it mean if he told them he knew who it was? What would they do to him? What would they do to his brothers? It wasn't like he knew more than the face, no name was coming to mind. When he tried to associate this target with any sort of idea, occupations, social circles, familial ties, everything came up blank. The person wasn't a friend of his, he was much too old for Todomatsu to have casually associated himself with. But if that was the case, then who was this? An old teacher? A friend's father? Some adult figure from his childhood? He just couldn't place it. You know who this is, the interrogator pressured with a deep, threatening voice. I can tell by your expression. It was probably best to be honest. Maybe if he told them everything he knew, they'd let him go. He considered his words carefully, hoping he wasn't about to condemn himself before giving a shaky reply. I recognize his face, yeah, he said quietly. When did you last meet up with him? Although Todomatsu was willing to comply, the man's intimidation never wavered. I don't know. I can't say I've ever met up with him at all, he whispered meekly. I think I've seen him before, but that's about it. I don't know who he is or anything about him. You look like you're about to piss yourself just because you think you've seen him around. His dark undertone was growing tediously. Todomatsu felt a hand of anxiety grip his chest. He struggled to form a quick response. This is just, it's scary for me, okay? I don't know what you're going to do to me. What a crock of shit, piped in one of the men standing behind Todomatsu. You have 5 seconds to tell me more before we show you what we're going to do, the main interrogator warned. Todomatsu turned to look back at the two standing behind him, then brought his panicked gaze back to the interrogator. The guy's familiar, but I swear I don't know anything else. I don't know his name or his job or anything. I'm telling you the truth. If I knew more, I'd just say it. The man's sharp glare bore holes into Todomatsu's soul. He shivered at the raw power and contempt behind such a gaze, wondering what kind of a person could harbor this kind of energy. What kind of a person, huh? He supposed it was clear what kind of a person this monster was. This was the kind of person who could waterboard innocent brothers with no remorse. This was the kind of person who could drug somebody up without their consent. This was the kind of person who could force-feed a man until he was choking on his own vomit and blood. This was the kind of person who could do just about anything to someone and not feel a damn thing. 5 seconds are up. Todomatsu's throat forcefully opened in a pained gasp as a meaningful blow was sent hurtling into the pit of his stomach. It was like a whirlwind that left his stomach in knots, and the initial punch was immediately followed by an overwhelming ache. He curled over in pain and gagged, feeling what little food he had in his stomach begin to churn and wail in its hot, acidic container. He let out a few coughs and tried his best not to collapse from his chair to the dirty floor below. In a single instant, his stomach was overcome in an incredible amount of pain, as if he'd gotten poisoning from the prison's grimy food. Following the initial impact was a mellow, yet colorful pain that left Todomatsu gasping to catch his breath. After a few seconds passed by, he felt a strong hand grab his hair and hoist his head up to face the other. You're holding out on me, he snarled. When was the last time you saw our person of interest? I don't know, the youngest choked out. I have no idea. Liar. Todomatsu accidentally bit his tongue as he was hit, tasting blood before he could even recover from the whiplash. He let out a frantic breath, 1 or 2 droplets of red flicking from the edge of his lips. His cheek was going numb, no doubt he'd form a bruise. Stop. He cried out, shying his face away from the aggressor. I've told you everything I know. Shut the fuck up unless you have something useful to say, grumbled one of the quieter of the guards. Before Todomatsu could grow the confidence to again make eye contact, a heavy hand roughened with dry callus reached around his head and took hold of him by the nape of his neck. He gave a startled yelp as his skin was pinched and he was forced to stand by the dominant figure. At least, he thought he was going to stand. By the time he made it to his feet, he felt the grip shove him down to his knees on the hard floor. I don't have anything useful to say. Todomatsu argued helplessly. That's what I'm trying to tell you. With his wrists still bound behind him, he couldn't break his fall as his head was slammed down into the concrete. A pained yelp left his throat as his vision flickered with stars and colors, tripping his perception entirely. He wasn't given the chance to collect himself as a handful of his hair was taken and, once more, his head was lifted then thrown down. He could feel his brain crashing against his skull every time it hit, followed by a sharp sensation so powerful that it took him a few moments to actually register the pain. Finally, his face was lifted so he could see his adversary kneeling above, staring down like he was nothing more than an insect. Todomatsu wriggled his nose as he felt a tickle crawling down his face. Was there an open gash on his forehead where he hit the floor? It hurt, but he couldn't exactly see the damage. His head pounded in an audible pulse as he swallowed the bit of blood collecting at the base of his tongue. It was vile. Tell me more about this man, the perpetrator commanded, shoving the photograph into the younger one's face. Todomatsu did a shaky breath, feeling his heart racing as it pumped adrenaline through his veins. His mind was in shock, still trying to process what was happening. He didn't know what he was supposed to say. He took a few moments to breathe, but every breath was tainted by the putrid scent of the room they were in. I can't, he whimpered out. For fuck's sake, I told you I don't know anything about him. Fine then, the man scowled as he let go of Todomatsu's hair, allowing his head to hang low. He stood to his feet and towered over the kneeling victim, cracking his knuckles. I think it's time we break a few bones, then. Todomatsu's eyes went wide as he snapped his attention back to the one above him, beginning to panic. Please don't. he begged, shaking his head. I told you everything Sir. Todomatsu's pleas were cut off as a new face interrupted from the doorway. He hadn't even heard this person enter in his frantic state, but he was grateful. Anything to stop what was happening. The interrogator turned his attention to his partner, his demeanor changing from hostile and sociopathic to one of calm professionalism. Is he good to go? He inquired. Yeah, we have him here, the other nodded. Great, bring him in. Todomatsu watched carefully as the newcomer entered the room, followed by two others. One was another guard, but the other was clearly a prisoner. A beaten, blooded fool trudging along in shackles. A man in no different a situation than Todomatsu himself. As he observed the prisoner being positioned before him against the stained walls, a guard from behind grabbed him by the wrists and hoisted him to his feet. The way his arms were yanked was awkward and uncomfortable, but nothing he didn't expect. 5 guards, 2 objects standing before one another. Todomatsu examined the man's face carefully, being first drawn to his eyes. They were half-lidded and glazed over like a dead fish. The energy and spirit behind them were non-existent, portraying an empty husk of what was once a human. His cheeks were sullen and dirted with marks of abuse, some recent, others appearing to be old scar tissue. His hair had the appearance of a matted dog's with a color that was unnatural in the subtlest sense, painted with grime and dirt from having not been washed. Facial hair was partially white and was tattered out of control, growing at least a few inches long. And the smell, Todomatsu could pick up a whiff from across the room as soon as he entered. Aside from the lack of hygienic opportunities, the man's overall aura was a horrendously grey void of apathy built upon layers and layers of darkness blanketing over what he once was. This man was broken. And he had been for a long time. When Todomatsu looked, the other didn't make eye contact. In fact, he almost seemed so detached that his comprehension of the present moment was non-existent. Was he even consciously aware anymore? 11 months, announced the interrogator as he began pacing the floor between the two prisoners. You've been under our dutiful care for about 11 months now, is that correct? 11 months. The statement made the youngest feel uneasy. He was too afraid to consider how lengthy his own stay could end up, and quietly bore witness to the scene unraveling before him. The prisoner made no indication that he processed the words said to him. Instead, he retained the empty, fragile existence that had long taken over his spirit. Prisoner 577, today is the day we're finally letting you go. Your time of suffering is finally over. Moving at a theatrical pace, the interrogator opened his coat and reached for his holster, grabbing hold of his weapon. The pistol's shiny exterior twinkled under the light fixture above as it was aimed proudly by the sadist, his arm outstretched in confident poise. You can rest easy now, his low voice rumbled with a sickening smirk. The true extent of the events unfolding before Todomatsu sent a crippling blow of newfound horror through every muscle in his body. They were going to kill a man, right in front of him. He had never seen somebody. Hell, he didn't even know anybody in his life who had already passed. But now the fragility of physical existence was being abused before his very eyes. He had to stop it. Don't. He began, voice frail and afraid. You don't have to kill anyone. There's no reason to. But we're done with him, the interrogator said calmly, keeping his aim straight and true. We got the information we needed, so his life is now useless to us. This is just what happens when you spend your stay pissing us off. But there's no need, Todomatsu argued breathlessly. There's really no need. If he gave you the information, then just let him go. Oh, he didn't, the man glowered. One of his friends did, 11 months later. So, really there's no need in prolonging his worthless life any longer. But Todomatsu looked between the tip of the gun and the expression of the broken prisoner, or lack thereof. In his dead eyes, there was no fear. There was no unease for the unknown, and no remorse for his situation. This was an outcome he had long accepted, one he had long anticipated. This was an outcome he preferred in his long spiral into self-destruction. One he preferred, her? Just how many prisoners died in this state of mind? How many human lives did these people rip apart before executing in such a fashion? How long did it take before one succumbed to this fate? To us, this life is meaningless, the interrogator began. This is a pitiful excuse for a dog, a sad paradigm of a broken man. To you, however. The pistol was lowered. Todomatsu watched attentively, eyes fixated on the aggressor and his gun. Perhaps this life is actually worth something. Of course it was. The tension rose as the focus was shifted between prisoners. The interrogator turned and closed in on Todomatsu with an amused grin, locking eyes with his face no more than 3 inches away. When he spoke, Todomatsu could feel the heat of his breath through the broken boundary. So, tell me, he continued. Is this a life worth saving? It's up to you. Why you don't mean? Todomatsu knew exactly what he was getting at. Any final words that may spare his life? Or are you going to allow him to die? Todomatsu's returning gaze was desperate, his mouth ever so slightly agape with a quivering jaw. Was this his only choice? Speak up or let someone get killed? He wildly dug through his thoughts, his memories, and his mind. He recalled the picture they had shown him and reanalyzed the key features. Where had he seen that face? Where had he met up with this TA with Macron NG person? Why couldn't he remember who this person was? The familiarity, he felt as though it wasn't recent. He felt as though it was someone he had met a long time ago, not someone he had conversed with in the past few weeks. The memories were distant, they were old and vague. Black and white. Every identifying factor was coming up blank. Any possible interaction he could come up with was one of fiction. He didn't know. He didn't have time to think. He didn't have time to consider any and every possibility while the interrogator was staring him down so intensely, waiting for his mouth to open. Finally, he found the words he wanted to formulate. I already said that I recognize the man, but I don't remember anything else. And maybe if you give me time to think about it. So, the interrogator stood up straight, looking down at the other coldly. That's your answer, huh? I guess I underestimated how much value you put on a human life. Don't, Todomatsu begged. I just need to take a minute to try and remember. That's unfortunate, he said in a low voice. Relish in your own, temporary existence as you witness the damnation you caused on another. He turned his attention from Todomatsu back to the silent prisoner before clicking his gun and taking aim once more. This is what happens when a dog disobeys. Pay attention. With that, the trigger was pulled. A deafening blast like an explosion wreaked havoc on all ears as Todomatsu let out blood-curdling shriek. He couldn't hear his own scream. All he could hear was the infinite silence of white ringing. As he looked on ahead wide-eyed, he couldn't live in his own consciousness nor sense his own thoughts, he could only exist in the surreal moment that was taking place before him. He was a witness as the bullet powered through the air at an impossible speed, cracking straight through the prisoner's skull without a moment's notice. It scorched precious flesh and shredded brain matter before shattering bone once more to escape its living victim, causing instantaneous death. Time never slowed nor stopped, not like in the movies. Instead, the present continued its eternal chase forward as blood and gore spurted from the disfigured head upon impact. Warm droplets of crimson splattered across Todomatsu's cheeks in a horrific splash of blood, coloring a face otherwise morbidly pale. The body before him fell to its knees before collapsing to the ground lifeless, inert, dead. A human that had once been breathing was now a pile of empty matter on grotesque display, bleeding out and staining the floors as if this were a final attempt to hold on to the physical world for just a little longer. Of course, there was nothing left to hold on to. Blood trickled from Todomatsu's cheek down to his jaw before dripping to the floor as nothing more than a now useless substance. He had just witnessed the final moments of somebody's life, and it was harrowing. An excruciatingly disturbing instance now permanently etched into his memories in a horrendous loop that played over, and over, and over again. As the ringing in his ears dissipated, he could do nothing but continue to stare. He wanted to look away desperately, but he couldn't. He was stuck. No, no, no. He whispered breathlessly, slowly shaking his head in disbelief. No. The man holding the pistol looked down at the corpse without pity before turning to his other prisoner. He watched as Todomatsu collapsed to the floor, staring down at nothing with the most traumatized expression. Although he was visibly hysterical, no tears left his eyes. Instead, his body trembled violently as he attempted to process the death he just watched with what little sanity he held on to. The death, it repeated in his head. He couldn't get it to stop. One more time, in an act that was almost zombified, he looked back up at the body. With a little hiccup, he slapped a hand over his mouth and retched at the sight. He curled over and feigned vomiting. You really let that man down, didn't you? The interrogator cooed with the sickest of satisfaction. You'd better remember the information soon so we don't have to repeat this session with each of your older brothers. Remember. Remember the information. Remember the face. The face of an individual he didn't know. Right. But, what if he couldn't? No. He didn't want to think about it. Don't. Don't envision a brother in that prisoner's place. No fucking way. En Neeson, whispered Todomatsu in an almost begging tone, gaze still fixated on nothing. Osamatsu Neeson. Help. There was no immediate danger, but he needed to be saved. Escape. He wanted to run. Find a place. A hole. Somewhere he could hide. Run. Fear. Being eaten alive. The guilt. The guilt. It wasn't his fault. Nothing was his fault. He did good. He did okay. He did what he was told. A good boy. Yes, that's right, a good boy. Innocent. Death. A shower of blood. A typhoon of ill will. Blind and all-seeing. Omnipresent and nowhere at once. An empty shell, a carcass. A fault to be assigned, a blame to be ignited. A frenzy of hushed faces, all in a row. Red. Blue. Black. 1. 3. 5. The concept of infinity is a concept of nothing. Leaving an awareness, walking in tandem like a child without a mind being led by his parent. Not noticing a new place. Not noticing the disappearance of an old one. Unconscious. Thoughtless. Blacked out. He could think no more. The acrid smell of rotting blood soon dissipated from his senses. His legs moved, but he wasn't aware. Like a hollow sack of matter, his body dragged itself along. Its breaths were shallow like a breathing statue, and he could only watch from afar as it was led by the enemy in a half-conscious state. He'd never seen himself in such a perspective before. It was like watching a movie play out before him, and he wasn't in control of any of the characters. Where was he? Was he still in that room? A beep. He processed this sliver of noise as it came and recognized it. It was the sound of an ID card being processed. He was at a door with a lock. He was aware that he had been walking but didn't remember standing up. There was a cold palm pressed against his back, but it wasn't comforting. It was dominant, controlling. It was handling him. His body responded naturally as pressure was applied, and he continued walking forward as a prisoner to his trauma. A pulsating ache echoed through Todomatsu's head from the small gash still left open, while a duller pain circulated through his stomach. A droplet of blood from the deceased man kissed Todomatsu's cheek goodbye before leaving his face, staining the floor and quickly falling out of view as he walked. He didn't want to leave the blood splatter for others to see, but he also had no will to wipe it away. In a morbid sense, he almost felt as though he was carrying the last bit of essence from the forgotten prisoner. He was the final person to see him alive, and his death would be lamented. Todomatsu. Osamatsu's voice. The tone began cheery and bright like any other greeting, but rapidly cut off into a hesitant silence and instantaneous withdrawal upon seeing the youngest's expression. When did he end up back in the prisoner's quarters, anyway? He barely remembered leaving the room. Todomatsu avoided eye contact with what he assumed were worried stares as he was stopped before the second cell. The screeching sound of metal scraping against each other emanated as the barred door was slid open and Todomatsu was shoved inside. He let out a huff as he caught his balance and the door was locked behind him. It was over, for now. Todomatsu, are you okay? Choromatsu's voice was slow and gentle, not wanting to trigger any more distress with a loud voice. The youngest stayed still for a moment before finally making eye contact with his older brother. As soon as they locked eyes, his lips began to quiver and his breath became shaky. Neeson. He whimpered as tears began to trail down his face. He took one step forward before throwing himself into Choromatsu's arms as he began to wail hysterically in a sudden display of emotional escalation. His sobs were muffled into the man's chest as he clung to his shirt desperately, inadvertently staining it with blood. Neeson. He didn't remember the handcuffs being removed, but that didn't matter. He hugged the other as his lungs began expanding more rapidly in his chest, causing a bout of uncontrollable hyperventilation between cries. Choromatsu was taken off guard by the youngest's long-outgrown act of codependency and stiffened, remaining rather awkward in a situation that called for such intimate emotional support. Usually he'd feel disgusted at the thought of one of his brothers clinging to him so childishly, but Todomatsu was clearly in a state of panic. He easily sucked in his pride and wrapped his arms around the other in attempt to console him. Sure, he hushed. It's okay, it's okay. You're okay, don't cry. Don't leave me here alone. He stuttered between gasps. I don't want to hick, be by myself here. We're not leaving, the other assured in a soft tone. We're right here. I'm sorry. Todomatsu buried his face deeper into Choromatsu's chest as his breathing grew more unhinged. I'm sorry. Don't apologize, just breathe. He shook his head fearfully, loudly crying into a quivering mess. I don't want hick, it to be, my fault. The elder rubbed his back and glared out his cell at any guard in the vicinity as he mumbled, what the hell happened? What did they do to you? He was standing, he was right in hick, front of me, he spouted frantically, gasping between nearly every word. Cheese, he's dead. Choromatsu's expression suddenly fell grave as he looked down at the younger seriously. His blood ran cold and everything ceased for a moment as a disturbing thought crossed his mind. Wait, he began sternly, slowly. Who's dead? The others quietly listened in from their respective cells, curious and wary. Another prisoner, sobbed the other. They shot Hyem. Choromatsu stared off in contemplative horror, feeling a guilty sense of relief that Todomatsu didn't utter the fourth brother's name. It was just a stranger. It was still terrible, but... Whatever happened in there, Choromatsu said in a hollow voice, trying not to panic himself. It's not your fault. Just, breathe, before you pass out. I saw everything, Todomatsu whispered, continuing to wet Choromatsu's shirt with his tears. I never want to see someone die again. I can't handle it. You won't have to, he promised, knowing well of the possibility it could be broken. We're still here, okay? Just relax. Todomatsu clenched his teeth in frustration. How gross was he to be crying to one of his brothers in such a vulnerable state? He hadn't been this emotionally dependent for a long time, not since he was in high school. Part of him didn't understand why he was so affected by the death of someone he didn't even know, but fuck, it was scary. Having to see someone go limp and watch as blood drained from their body was a horrific scene, there was nothing else to it. And that terrible thought they planted into his head. He didn't want to believe it was a possibility, but his mind was just too susceptible at the moment. Just the suggestion that he could eventually watch Osamatsu die, or Karamatsu, or Choromatsu, Ichimatsu, Jushimatsu, it triggered the scene to play in his head. To see the lifeless corpse of one of his older brothers was something he never wanted to envision. His breathing was still rapid, but the lung spasms were beginning to calm. Right. He just needed to stay in the moment. His brothers weren't dead. Choromatsu's embrace was warm and comforting, even if the idea grossed him out any other day. There were no sessions going on between the five of them, they were all safe. They were all breathing and alive, and hopefully, nothing would change that. After all, these guys needed them alive still, right? For the information. Todomatsu spent the next 10 or so minutes calming down, steadying his breathing and getting back to a state where he didn't feel so lightheaded. His weeping grew softer, his breathing eased up, and although his nose was stuffy, it wasn't running anymore. He allowed his eyes to rest, tears still forming at their corners as time went by. The silence was appreciated after everything he had just been through. He recalled the familiar face from the photograph one more time. Could he really not remember who this person was? It was frustrating when the answer was so dire to his situation. Nothing he did was remedying the memory for him. He wondered if it was hopeless. Without thinking, Todomatsu slid one of his hands to his side. His thumb rubbed against the pocket of his pants, supposedly as an unconscious attempt to console. Then, he heard a crinkle. Blinking curiously with his puffy, red eyes, he patted the side of his thigh. There was another crinkle. Was something in his pocket? He slipped his fingers inside and felt a paper of some sort. No way. With a sniffle, he lifted his face from Choromatsu's chest and used his free arm to wipe the tears still falling from his cheeks. With his other arm, he raised the piece of paper that had been stashed away in his pocket since his return. It was folded and wrinkled, but not too worn. It was the photograph, the profile of the man these men had been searching for. Choromatsu perked up as he noted the image his little brother was holding. What's this? He asked, taking it from his hands and looking over the face carefully. Upon examination, he felt a heavy weight sink in his chest. Wait a second. Who is this? Watcher got. A voice from the neighboring cell on their right piped in. The eldest, crawling forward and sticking his face against the bars as if he could see anything on the other side. Karamatsu scooted forward and joined him. It's a picture, Choromatsu explained warily. But I feel like I know this person. Todomatsu raised his head and looked Choromatsu in the eyes with a hopeful glint. You too? He asked. An arm reached around the wall from the other cell, trilling 5 fingers through the open air. Let me see, Karamatsu said. Not wanting to move from his comfortable position holding his younger brother, Choromatsu stretched his arm outward as far as he could. He waved the image close to the hand, holding it by the corner with 2 fingers to extend as much as possible. The hand blindly felt out before catching it in his grip. All right, let's see what we've got here, Karamatsu mumbled as he pulled his arm back into his own cell. He examined the face and raised a brow, cocking his head like a dog. Huh. Now that you mention it, I guess he does look familiar. Is this a friend of Dad's? I have no idea, Choromatsu shrugged. But we definitely know him, right? I mean, the second eldest squinted at the photograph skeptically. I wouldn't say definitely, but yeah, maybe. Osamatsu threw out his hand expectantly as he hummed, Stop hogging it, let me see. I'm the oldest, so I'll definitely remember who this person is. Karamatsu handed the picture over as a goofy laugh came from the 5th brother. Can I see it, too? Jushimatsu exclaimed from 2 cells over. Yeah, just wait a second, Choromatsu tutted. Osamatsu-Nisan, do you have any idea who it is? His familiar, right? Osamatsu brought the picture to his face with a wide-eyed, curious look about him. The instant he saw the image, however, it changed. Karamatsu watched in surprise as Osamatsu let the photograph slip from his hands and softly cradle through the air until it touched the floor. The eldest's expression was one Karamatsu didn't expect to see. It was fear. Osamatsu suddenly lurched back and scooted against the wall on the other end of the cell, staring down at the image in a mix between horror and shock. It was a rapid shift from his eager aura just moments prior. Osamatsu. Karamatsu leaned forward curiously with a hint of worry. You know this person? All too quickly, without turning his gaze away from the photograph resting on the cobblestone floor, he gave his reply in a tone hollow and empty. I don't know him. Heads turned as Osamatsu made this statement. Karamatsu glanced back down at the image again, this time studying the face more carefully. The man, he didn't appear hostile or scary in the slightest. There was no instinct of fear when taking in his features, at least, none that Karamatsu could detect. He looked back up at the other with a skeptical frown. Osamatsu, he softly commanded. Do you know who this man is? Osamatsu's gaze was finally brought back to his little brother. His expression was blank, almost as if he didn't understand the words Karamatsu was saying to him. Then, with a couple blinks, he responded. No. I don't know who it is. Karamatsu stared long and hard. He didn't want to think it, but was he being lied to just now? The response was so bizarre that there just had to be something Osamatsu wasn't telling him. He allowed the weight of the silence to sink in before opening his mouth once more. You have no idea. His phrase was barely even a question, more of a statement of disbelief. The energy seemed to return to Osamatsu as he rubbed the back of his head and gave the other a confused look. No, I don't recognize him at all. Really? Really? Karamatsu's suspicious glare began to fade into a disappointed frown. There was no way Osamatsu would lie about this, right? All 6 of them were in an underground dungeon controlled by the mafia, of course he wouldn't lie. Right. Did he want to protect himself? Did he want to protect them? Osamatsu's innocent expression turned to one of subtle irk as Karamatsu continued to stare. Why are you interrogating me all of the sudden, he scoffed. Do you really think I'm not telling the truth? Well, no, that's not. The blue Matsu brought a hand to his face and shook his head. The last thing they needed was to turn against each other. He was too afraid to instigate anything or make enemies, not while everyone was on edge. Not while everyone was stuck in a place like this. This was the most crucial time for them to stick together. He couldn't afford growing paranoid at his cellmates or causing distrust between them. He rubbed his forehead before slipping his fingers through his hair and sliding it back. You just had a strange reaction, is all, he finally said. Osamatsu looked the other in the eyes seriously. When he spoke, his voice was sincere and honest. Karamatsu, I'm not lying. I really don't recognize this person. They're just not familiar to me. Karamatsu sighed, troubled by his instinct. All right, if that's your claiming, then, I trust you. From one cell over, Choromatsu gave a troubled frown. With a sigh, he looked down at Todomatsu, who still clung to him like a baby. He had stopped crying, at least. He continued to rub the youngest's back with one hand while reaching out with the other. Give me the picture back. He waited patiently with his arm outstretched for a few long seconds until the image soon made it back into his possession. He nudged Todomatsu gently, indicating him of his next move before untangling himself from their sitting embrace and walking over to the other end of the cell. Reaching around the wall, he said, knock yourself out. The image was ecstatically taken from his hand and Jushimatsu examined it with vigor. Hum. Thim. He hummed to himself affirmatively, nodding his head twice. Well. You know who it is? Choromatsu asked. Not at all. But you recognize him at least, right? We all recognize him except for Osamatsu-nisan. Aha, he sang back. Yes, Iri. Great, the third eldest sighed as he plopped back down beside Todomatsu. So we all know the guy, but none of us can remember where we've seen his face. It must have been a long time ago, right? Like when we were younger? Maybe, Karamatsu speculated. If any of you remember anything, please be sure to tell someone so we can hopefully get out of here. Yeah, Todomatsu agreed. With that, the brothers fell into a long silence, each awaiting their next session. They wondered who was going to be next, and what they could possibly say to get out of it. As seen with Todomatsu's session, simply saying I recognize the guy wasn't enough. Until they could remember, there was nothing they could do. Intermission. End Chapter 5. Chapter 6, Adrodo. Time, 4 p.m. Location, White Room. Hour 22. Sleep deprivation, 30 hours. Everything was blank. The doors before the feeble man opened before him. He had already lost track of whether it was a meal or just a bathroom break this time around, but little did it matter. He was approached by the guards and watched as they undid the straps keeping him in place. Then, they reached overhead and unlocked the mechanism binding his voice. He could only give a confused blink. On usual occasions they would simply unhook the muzzle, which would allow him to eat without the mechanism having to be readjusted after every portion of rice. Skeptically he watched as one man set the muzzle aside and the other pulled out a black bag. Before he could figure out what they were doing, the man roughly encased his head inside. Under the prisoner's veil, he was blind. Ichimatsu wondered to himself as he was pushed along through what he could only envision were endless hallways. Was he finally done? Was the torment over? Thank God, his hallucinations were beginning to drive him mad. His muscles ached incredibly from being restrained in one position for so long, and his mind was buzzing in a strange, unfamiliar sensation. His consciousness, his awareness, they felt tampered with. It was as if he were on drugs. He could only wonder if his last glass of water had been spiked with something. Was it possible to feel everything, but also nothing at all? Meanwhile, his eyes hurt. They were dry and puffy from the episodes of panic forced upon him, and he could never get a decent break from the bright, white lights in his room. Every time he tried to shut his eyes, he usually began to drift off before being shocked awake by their barbaric senses. It was a pain. He was so exhausted. His body craved sleep desperately, his stomach craved more food than he was being given, and his mind craved an escape from its own existence. Experiencing hours upon hours of consistent torment was getting the best of him and he was left anxious and irritable, growing manic with circulating energy that simply had no outlet. Ichimatsu hated to admit it, but he was worried sick about the others, as well. How repulsive, these thoughts. He usually distanced himself from conscious regard for the mental well-being of his siblings, but he knew two things. Firstly, he knew these people were capable of water torture and willing to implement it over and over, along with being fully equipped to house a prisoner in a white torture chamber. Secondly, he knew they were still being tortured even to this moment. He could assume anyway, considering he himself hadn't been rescued or set free yet. Considering these two factors, he couldn't imagine what kinds of things they were enduring. He wondered if they were okay. Around him, the white noise faded into sounds he imagined an office would be like. Walking, Papers, a distant conversation here and there, overall peaceful, if you could call it that. The white noise was nowhere to be heard, and it was a relief. He supposed he had been taken out of the white area and was back into the regular floors of the detainment facility. It wasn't long before he was pushed through a door, blindly entering a new room. "Ready, sir?" asked one of the guards, digging his nails into Ichimatsu's shoulder. "Yes, bring him forward." The second voice was deep and rumbling, and it was one Ichimatsu immediately recognized. He'd heard it around before being condemned to his chamber and always associated it with some sort of big mafia boss. The guards on either side walked him closer to where the voice had emanated from and sat him in a chair before removing the bag over his head. He blinked once or twice, squinting out and taking in his new surroundings. The room was familiar, perhaps the same one Choromatsu had been waterboarded in. Before him was a table with a broad-shouldered man on the other end, his face just out of view of the single light above head. He cracked his large knuckles before allowing his fingers to intertwine in a businesslike demeanor. "Ah, good to see you again, 501, he said with an almost audible smirk. Unable to make eye contact, Ichimatsu let his gaze fall to his lap. Despite still wearing gloves, he could tell his fingers were jittering. "Right," he whispered in response. "I do hope you've been enjoying your stay in the unit you've been assigned." Ichimatsu bit his tongue. His initial retort would have been a "fuck you," but he knew that wouldn't go over so well. Instead, he lifted his gaze and sent an ominous glare to the other. "I'm sure you're exhausted," the boss continued. "Perhaps if you cooperate, we'll allow you a few minutes of rest." "Of course, that's all up to you." The prisoner's eyes wandered back down to his lap as he squeezed his fingers into an anxious fist. Sleep, that sounded nice. He had the tendency to oversleep at home, so this withdrawal was absolutely arduous at best. "Let's get right down to business then, shall we?" The large man got comfortable in his chair and leaned forward slightly. "Perhaps you'll give a different answer this time around. Do you know about the man we're so desperately looking for?" Ichimatsu pursed his lips and gave a hard swallow. "What did you say his name was?" he asked in a low, dull voice. "TA with Macron NG. His name is Bartek T with Macron NG, the boss stated as he reached into his inner coat pocket and withdrew a photograph. Using his index and middle fingers, he slid the picture face up across the table for Ichimatsu to see. Without much movement nor emotion, Ichimatsu took a gander at the profile presented to him. He analyzed the eyes, the shape of the face, the hair, and any other key features before giving his response. "I'm not very good with faces," he said flatly. "Well, you better get good," the other warned. "Have you met this man before?" Ichimatsu furrowed his brows anxiously and averted his gaze. "I can't say that I have, though it's a possibility. Did you meet up with someone recently who may have looked similar to this person?" Lowering his eyelids, the fourth brother sent an unamused glare his captor's way. "Do I look like someone who plans fun little get-togethers with others?" he asked in a spiteful tone. "One of you six had a nice little chat with our target," the boss snarled. "And that's a fact. You will tell me about your meeting with this man." "I didn't have a meeting with anybody," Ichimatsu emphasized in a low growl. "I don't know a lot of people, so the chances I know this guy are slim." "Is that so?" he mused. "I get the feeling you're not being entirely truthful with me." "I'm telling you everything I know," huffed the bitter prisoner. "When was the last time you spoke with TA with Macron NG?" "I don't know," he expressed tediously. "Like I said, I'm not so good with faces or people, so I don't know if I've met the guy." The large man gave a deep hum and leaned back in his seat thoughtfully, eyes solely fixated on his guest. He breathed for a few long moments before speaking again. 501. "Have you ever committed a felony?" A threat. Was the guy threatening him, or was this just a question? He supposed there would be no reason for someone in the boss position to act ominous instead of just being direct. Ichimatsu thought carefully. "I haven't." "You've never been in trouble with the police before?" "No." "Have any of your brothers?" He wrinkled his nose and skimmed through his memories briefly. "Not that I'm aware of," he claimed. "None of us are criminals." "How about public safety?" the other asked. "I'm aware that you six are jobless, but is anyone else in your family associated with the police force?" "No." "I see." The boss trilled his fingers upon the wooden surface of the table before pulling out a cell phone and typing with his index finger briefly. "Such a disappointment." As expected, you've been a waste of my time. You continue to refuse to cooperate. Useless. What the hell am I supposed to do? The brother scoffed defensively. If I don't know anything about the guy you're looking for, then of course I'm not going to be useful to you. The boss clicked his phone off and firmly slapped it down on the table with a scowl. You know exactly what you're doing, he boomed in expanding volume. You're protecting this man, and you're going to suffer for it. Ichimatsu's eye twitched as he grew more agitated with the growing anxiety in his chest. I can't tell you about something I don't know, he exclaimed, voice rising with panic. Despicable vermin. Don't test me, he warned in his booming voice, pointing his big finger at the other. I will make sure you break. The brother was trembling once more, just as he had been at the start of the session. Was it of anger? Fear? Frustration? Or was his body already reacting to the sentencing he knew was about to be delivered? He clenched his jaw in growing exasperation, his mind desperately telling him to do something before it was too late while also being aware there was nothing more he could do. I don't know anything, Ichimatsu reiterated, his pitch coming out higher than he anticipated. The boss clasped his hands together and folded his fingers between one another. We'll see, he declared. Let's hope your selfishness doesn't end in the death of your brothers. With that, he cued his men. Take him back to the White Room. He doesn't get to sleep until I say so. His food, water, and bathroom privileges have also been revoked entirely. In an instant, a pang of panic shot through Ichimatsu's body like an arrow to the eye. His expression became filled with terror as he was joined at the hips by two guards, each taking him by the arm. The thought of going back to that horrendous environment was a delirious hell he didn't want to endure all over again. To say it was a nightmare was laughable, and to call it a twisted, virulent purgatory was an understatement. Sure, the physical anguish was mild, but the mental torment of having all five senses dulled in an isolated chamber for days on end with no distraction, no way to cope, no way to escape, it was excruciating. He was losing himself. The lack of control over his environment was a given, the lack of control over his body was a minus, but the lack of control over his mind, it was a peak into insanity. The voices he heard, the things he saw, the thoughts he had, the feelings he experienced, none were built by his hand. Forward his mind would wander, deeper and deeper into the forest, unable to turn around or stop. Slowly the toxins would suffocate him until the consciousness once associated with his identity becomes null and deceased. He didn't want that. He didn't want to be left powerless without control. Ichimatsu couldn't help but to let out a desperate cry as the dirty, black bag was thrown over his face. He flew to his feet and struggled wildly like a netted animal, kicking and clawing at the arms forcing him back. The chair was knocked to the floor during his fight to escape, and quickly enough a third guard had to help restrain him. Don't put me back in that fucking room. He screamed under the sack, his panic inconsolable. I don't know anything. I don't know who you're looking for. Unless you have the information next time we speak, don't bother ever anticipating seeing your family again, he heard the boss say. With that, the hysterical brother was yanked from the room. He didn't want to go back. He didn't want to be back in that room again. He didn't want to be left without sleep any longer, he was so exhausted. Having no food or water didn't sound too appealing either, and he wondered just how long his hungry body would last. Every punch he set to one of the men handling him was feeble and blind, and he was easily overpowered. Let me go. He begged as his body was roughly dragged along through the facility. I don't want to go back in there. The man was practically in tears. As if it wasn't already hard enough to breathe beneath the thick fabric encasing his head, his lungs began to contract rapidly in an induced state of alarm. The quick pace of his breath caused his mouth to fall dry, only reminding him further that dehydration was soon going to be a serious issue. Things were about to get a lot harder for him. The accursed noise of static blaring overhead faded back into range as he was walked onto the unit once more. As soon as the door shut behind him, the bag was removed from his head and they entered his prison. Ichimatsu was forced to sit as his wrists and ankles were again strapped securely in place, binding him in an unmoving position. His fingers twitched violently over the worn armrest as the sensors were stuck to his body. He growled and snapped his jaws at one of the men as another shut his mouth with the padded muzzle. Once it was locked in place, they were ready to leave him. The three men spared no pity as they exited the room without a word, locking the fourth brother inside. He had no idea how long he was about to spend alone with his hallucinations. He didn't want to be awake for it. Intermission. 514. Karamatsu perked up as he watched a guard pass by his cell. 5-1-4. Which brother was that again? Oh, that's right. Jushimatsu. It was his turn. Karamatsu groaned and buried his face in his arms, trying not to envision what kinds of torture they were going to make such an innocent, goofy little brother endure. That always cheerful smile of his, he wondered how long it was going to last. It hurt to think about. By this point in time, the last of the brothers had been admitted into the detainment facility approximately 24 hours prior. A whole day and night. They still hadn't heard word of Ichimatsu since the day before, and their hope for some heroic rescue by a team of police officers was beginning to flicker. After all, no one knew where they were. They left behind not a single trace. Karamatsu's attention was attracted once more as the bars to their cell door clinked. The oldest two looked up to see four men, two of which were holding the nervously smiling Jushimatsu by the arms. 500, you two. Stand up. Karamatsu's pupils shrank as the door was thrown open. Osamatsu scooted back and out of the way as he helplessly watched the second oldest hoisted to his feet by one of the men. They walked him out of the cell and locked the door behind, leaving the two next victims to send apprehensive looks to each individual brother, then to each other. It seemed Jushimatsu wasn't going in alone, at least. Without another word, the yellow and blue Matsus were pushed along through the door leading on to the rest of the facility. They obediently followed through hallways before making it to a familiar room, the interrogation room. Stepping inside was the usual experience of contrast between a brightly lit facility and a darkened room only partially illuminated, and the same large man sat at his usual desk and watch. As the twins were presented before him, he gave a welcoming, "Ah. Good to see you too," the big boss sneered in his booming voice. "I'm sure you're eager to get started. I'm optimistic this will be a productive meeting. Which do you want in position A, sir?" One of the guards asked formally. "The older one," he replied. 500. Karamatsu gulped as he was taken by the arm and walked firmly to the other end of the room. He didn't wait before opening his mouth. "We really don't have any." "Sure," the boss commanded. "Wait until you're on the table to talk to me." The table? The second oldest looked on ahead to see a contraption he hadn't yet noticed, one that was placed methodically under a hanging light. It was made of an umber-brown wood that was polished nicely as to avoid splinters. Indeed, it was the length of a table or bed, but it had a strange feature. A little over half a meter from the headrest, the surface ended in a small gap of space before continuing on to make up the rest of the length. He didn't know its meaning or purpose, but knew any modified device under this setting was designed purely for the most efficient torture. Without warning, 4 pairs of hands invaded Karamatsu's physical boundaries and began tugging at the ends of his dirty detainment uniform. He gave an astonished huff and jumped. Che! The lower half of his t-shirt was lifted up and over his head and tossed aside, out of the way. Being left only wearing his long pants, his limbs were grabbed and he was shoved and hoisted to the table. I don't want to come up here," he meekly uttered as his body was wrestled and pinned on its surface. "Relax," the large boss cooed. "You'll be comfortable enough." Jushimatsu's open-mouthed smile wavered as he watched his older brother forcefully lied on his back over the wooden contraption. Karamatsu put up a bit of stubborn resistance but was otherwise complacent as they held his arms and legs down and began to strap them in place. Compared to the waterboarding table, the restraints were few, but that didn't mean he was mobile in any way, nor was he strong enough to break free on his own. By lying in this position, he could feel the gap in the table begin around his middle back and end just above his tailbone. He focused his gaze directly up at the dark ceiling beyond the light shining over him as he tried to keep his breathing calm. Whatever was about to happen to him, he knew he'd never be ready. "All right, bring it out," ordered the boss to his subordinates. One of the men, who had been preparing something in the shadows, nodded and began to withdraw a long, thin rod from out of sight. The brothers couldn't see what kind of casing he was retrieving it from, but knew it was special the moment its tip came into view. It was the only thing visible through the darkness, a blinding red glow of radiating heat, one that ran several inches up what they could only assume was a fire iron. The searing energy remained stagnant and still at the tip of the iron poker, simply burning a slow and immense heat. As soon as Karamatsu laid eyes on the rod, he began to sweat. This didn't look good. The guard wielding the poker formed an ill smirk and hummed before strolling forward, looking over Karamatsu's bare torso sadistically. He circled the table like a shark, calm and collected as the heat drew closer. You can feel it, can't you? The cruel man asked, holding the end of the rod no further than a foot from Karamatsu's petrified face. You can feel that molten, burning sensation on your skin, and I haven't even touched you with it yet. Jushimatsu's lips began to uncurl as he watched, mouth slightly agape. The guard relished in Karamatsu's growing horror as the sharp, glowing tip neared his left eye, growing dangerously close. His instinct was to shut his eyes tight and hide them away, but he couldn't. He was frozen in place, staring at the scorching material. Oh, how easy it would be to blind you, the guard teased. I'm sure it would go right through your eye like butter. Woo! Wait. Karamatsu whispered nervously, not daring to look away. The guard kept his weapon aimed for a few long, delicious moments before pulling it back. It's too bad that's not quite what we're doing today. With a sick chuckle, the man sent his boss a glance. I mean, assuming you object. Don't, the other instructed. He'll be in enough pain shortly. What are you going to do to him? Jushimatsu asked reluctantly, his smile barely visible. To begin, we're going to be asking you some familiar questions, the boss explained. You should already know what they are. Karamatsu pursed his lips and stared up at the ceiling tensely, knowing well that whatever answer he could give was not going to suffice. Jushimatsu, on the other hand, fiddled with his fingers and looked about the room, filled with anxiety. Ahaha. He laughed nervously. I mean. The large man at the desk leaned forward, shedding intimidation with his impatience that spread a sense of unease to the impressionable fifth brother. What can you tell me about the man we're hunting down? He questioned clearly. Jushimatsu's eyes darted to his older brother for help, but Karamatsu continued to glare up at nothing, simply awaiting his punishment. He was shaking like a wet dog. We all looked at the picture of the man. He looks familiar, but we can't remember where we've seen him from. Who was the last person to speak with him? I don't know, Jushimatsu said innocently. I don't think any of us have met up with him. The boss gave a disgruntled hum and turned to Karamatsu. 500? By now, beads of sweat were beginning to drip down the side of Karamatsu's face. He kept his expression a strong glare with contracted eyes and responded without making eye contact. Neither of us know anything more than what we've told you, he said. Then, it's your fate that will be sealed, the man grumbled before turning to his workers. Bring out the other item. As the first guard remained standing beside Karamatsu holding the molten poker, a second man reached into the darkness and opened a cabinet. Faint noises could be heard upon opening, and it was only clear what was making the noise when the man stepped back into the light. There, sitting in his hands, was a metallic cage housing a large black rodent. Karamatsu glanced over with a disturbed expression as he got closer. What the hell are you going to do? He couldn't help but utter. No verbal answers were given as a third man reached for Karamatsu's lower abdomen. Karamatsu grimaced as the guard slipped his fingers under the hem of his pants and slid them down an inch or so, making room for the cage to be placed over his bare stomach. Once it was set, the worker slid the cage floor out from beneath the rat to allow it to roam upon their prisoner's skin. Karamatsu stared down at the heavy animal, feeling in unease as its small claws pattered around his stomach anxiously. It sniffed around and explored for a way out of its tiny cage, hardly seeming to care that it was pacing atop a human's front. He was sure there was a context out there where he might find the creature rather endearing or cute, however, this wasn't that context. Instead, the vermin looked vile and dirty, hideous and scary, possibly even disease-ridden in his eyes. Its massive, pink tail swished around as it turned in circles, causing Karamatsu to flinch and jerk from the tickling sensation. It was unsettling to say the least. At this time, a ringing broke through the quiet atmosphere. The boss stood from his chair and pulled out his phone. Continue with the session, he ordered. I have to take this. As the call was answered, the man exited the interrogation room and left the four guards to deal his sadistic cards. The door was opened and shut quickly and did little to prolong the inevitable. Jushimatsu gulped as he brought his careful attention back to the three men towering around the table. Karamatsu's body began to quiver, occasionally shooting an odd, uncomfortable chill triggered by the rodent walking along his sensitive stomach. Although a bit restless, the animal seemed fine enough residing within its confines, that is, until one of the guards made his move. He carefully waved the scorching poker over the cage, resting its burning end over the roof of the metal fixture. The heat radiating off of the blazing rod was immediately known, and the rat began to panic. Don't. Karamatsu mumbled, eyes wide in fearful anticipation. Please don't. The rodent's pace instantly grew more frantic and agile as it circled its prison beneath the powerful heat. No matter how many times it turned, the loop stayed infinite. There was no other escape. Small squeaks could be heard as its petite paws scampered along the vulnerable skin, becoming wholly frightened by the situation. The molten rod nearing its fur was beginning to trigger its fight or flight. The guard holding the poker adjusted his angle before meticulously slipping the tip through one of the square windows of the cage. The rat had nowhere to run. No, wait. Without a moral conscience to hold it back, the feral rat turned on Karamatsu. He forced a loud, unprepared gasp as its claws began tearing into his flesh mercilessly, shredding and biting with a ferocity that its life depended on. Blood was quick to stain the skin and pool, wetting the animal's fur and creating a nightmare of a scene. Karamatsu jerked his muscles desperately against the restraints holding him down, deepening the pre-existing lacerations from his previous struggles made during his waterboarding session. His abdomen stayed tense in hopes of defending itself against the creature practically eating him alive, but it did little to protect. "GHK," he gasped, unable to keep from verbalizing the increasing pain he was experiencing. Stop. His mind was buzzing in an endless stream of electricity, his thoughts were vanishing as soon as they appeared. It was a frenzy of fireworks all bursting at once, a flare gun firing repeatedly in his head. He hissed and cried out as the creature only burrowed deeper into his fragile flesh. The blood was quick to overflow from the shallow indent of his navel and trickle down the sides of his waist, dripping to the floor through the open space in the table. It was a constant, pulsating form of raw hurt from repeated scratching over fresh wounds, continuing to pile up on each other without hesitation. With his stomach so vulnerable and his limbs pinned to his sides, he was forced to do nothing but take it. All color was lost in Jushimatsu's cheeks as he stood witness to his loving older brother's unspeakable torture. There wasn't a hint of his usual, cheerful smile, nor the positive energy that made up the bright person he was. Instead, every ounce of fiber in his being was replaced with absolute horror. He had never seen so much blood before. It made him dizzy. It made him weak. It caused his vision to flicker and his heart to palpitate like the wings of a hummingbird. Hearing Karamatsu's pained cries alongside the visual terrors only added to the surreal moment that was happening before him. He was painfully aware of everything, from the puddle of red liquid forming on the floor to each individual movement acted out by the vicious rat. As a person more empathetic than stoic, he could almost feel the sensations happening on his own stomach simply from watching. It was horrendous. "Akatsuka-sensei!" Karamatsu shrieked out desperately. The black, grimy fur of the rat began to mat and stick as it was dyed in the red liquid seeping from the wound. It buried its small, pointed face into the gashes it was creating as its petite yet powerful nails tore open his flesh just below the ribcage. It smeared blood with its tail and left prints upon clean skin as it worked tirelessly. To the untamed animal, the feat of savagely scrabbling through the walls of living tissue was a quick and easy one. Its fear driven by the radiating heat growing closer outweighed its fear of drowning in bodily fluid of another creature. It was mindless, acting on nothing more than its will for survival. The act of being ripped open alive by a ferocious beast was the act of repeatedly reopening the same wound. Every time flesh was freshly sliced by the rat's claws, it was only sliced open again. The tinging, overbearing pain was almost numb with intensity, flashing rapidly in a staticky sensation of broken lines of red, yellow, blue, white, and black that almost seemed visible to the eye of its victim. Karamatsu wanted nothing more than to send a powerful blow the rat's way, knocking it away before it hurt his body irreparably. He wanted to curl up in a ball and baby his wound, stopping the blood from leaving his body before it was too late. With a hiccup and a shallow cough, a burning sensation began to grow from the pit of Karamatsu's stomach. An alien chill that felt like a dozen needles crawled up his trachea through his chest before ending like a dying flame around his uvula. He couldn't control his diaphragm as one or two more coughs were forced from his suffering body. He didn't realize what was happening until a sense of repulsion overcame his senses. A hot, sickening aroma of iron filled his nose and mouth with its taste as a burning stream of liquid was expelled up his throat. He was vomiting his own blood. Forcibly gagging, he choked and sputtered as the raw substance pooled in the back of his throat. Unable to stop his diaphragm from convulsing, he struggled to catch his breath as the dark, almost black substance welled from both his mouth and nose. That wasn't good. That wasn't good at all. Jushimatsu, who had been caught frozen in fear, finally broke from his zombified spell as globs of tears scurried down his face. One, then two guards had to restrain him as he burst forward, calling out to his brother breathlessly. Neeson. He sobbed frantically. Karamatsu was too busy choking and retching to cry out anymore. The sensitive tissue in his throat burned from the blood and stomach acid as the rat continued digging deeper, having to stop every second or so to come up for air. The most noise he could muster at this point was a gurgling sound beneath his tainted vomit. The thought of death passed through his head as he wondered just how far these people were willing to go to get their information. At what point would they go too far and accidentally kill him? Was this it? Just as Karamatsu's struggle to breathe was becoming too much, the interrogators cued one another and quickly ceased all processes at once. The fire iron was pulled away from the area and taken back into the darkness while the cage floor was slid back into place, forcing the rat to withdraw from its proceedings and retreat back into its prison. As the cage was set aside, the restraints around Karamatsu's wrists and ankles were undone. The moment Karamatsu was freed, he rolled over and heaved uncontrollably over the edge of the wooden table. He spat black stomach acid to the floor, desperate to clear his airways before wilting beneath the dangerous state of shock he was in. The potent adrenaline energizing his muscles caused his entire body to quake and tremble, though his shivers seemed to also stem from the temperature. When had the room become so cold? His fingertips were ice, his palms felt clammy, and his lips, they were so dry. He was so thirsty so suddenly. He wanted water. His body craved it desperately. Water. It was at this time when the door to the room opened and the large leader of the syndicate entered before the twisted atmosphere. Phone in hand, he spoke clearly and to the point to his subordinates. If you're not finished already, stop the session. What's the problem? One of the men asked curiously. Something major came up. I need to attend this meeting ASAP, he said. Work with the doctor to put 500 under and get him fixed up so he doesn't bleed out. Take 514 back to his cell. Don't begin another session until I return, understood? Yes, sir. Chimed each guard in unison. Before Jushimatsu could see Karamatsu's face one last time, one of the four men pulled him out of the room. The three remaining guards worked together to get pressure applied to Karamatsu's wound and force him to his feet. He couldn't open his eyes, he was too weak. Two men had to be on either side to keep him from collapsing as he was practically dragged somewhere else, somewhere close. He wasn't aware enough to see where, however. Blinded by his ill fatigue, he could only feel and listen as he was brought to a new area. He heard a couple new voices, but didn't recognize them. He could hardly comprehend their words, as his mind and body were in a daze. He couldn't even formulate his own thoughts anymore. He was only partially aware as his limp body was hauled onto a bed. He could feel hands working at his wound, but he wasn't awake enough to tell what they were doing. Everything was dull. Was this what it felt like to be dying? Through all the focus he could muster and any energy that was left, he tried to open his eyes. They wouldn't open all the way and he could only see blurs. Towering over him appeared to be the silhouette of a man leaning in with something in his hand. A glass bowl? No, a mask. The moment he took his next breath, he blacked out. Intermission. The initial session had begun around 4 o'clock in the evening, and it was about 20 minutes after when Jushimatsu returned with no Karamatsu in sight. His trademark smile was missing and instead replaced with a miserable frown as uncontrollable tears left his eyes. He sent his brothers a worried look as he passed by their cells to his own, but remained quiet to their inevitable questions. Where was Karamatsu? What happened to him? Was he okay? He couldn't give answers. In his cell, he curled his knees to his chest and brought his arms in through his sleeves like a child trying to stay warm. He hugged himself tight, repeating words of reassurance in his head. Karamatsu Neeson will be okay. Karamatsu Neeson will be okay. Everything will be okay. Fortunately, there were no more sessions that evening. Jushimatsu supposed that whatever the boss was taking care of, it must have been important. He was grateful for the break regardless and cradled himself with the beautiful silence and serenity of the stillness. It was only a couple more hours until their dinner was delivered on dirty metal trays. It was the same as last time, a single scoop of mystery something with 2 pieces of stale bread and a single cup of water. They ate graciously, their stomachs already shrinking from the rationed proportions of food they were being fed. A few hours after that, it was lights out. Karamatsu still had not returned, and they were beginning to wonder if he was in the same boat as Ichimatsu. Hours passed into the night. Exhausted, the brothers succumbed to peaceful unawareness. Jushimatsu slept wrapped up in his blanket, snoring quietly along with Osamatsu. Todomatsu and Choromatsu kept their bodies close in order to fit under their double blanket, still finding it just a little too cold. The atmosphere was quiet and without words, the only noise being the occasional footsteps of a worker passing through or a guard checking in on his prisoners. It wasn't until about 3 o'clock in the morning when Osamatsu awoke to an unfamiliar noise. Groggily, he brushed any crust from his eyes and rubbed his temple before turning his head to catch a glimpse of the commotion outside his cell. Under the dim lighting of the prisoners' quarters were 3 silhouettes, and it was immediately clear who they were. 2 guards, one Osamatsu had seen around and during sessions, dragging an incapacitated Karamatsu along in their arms. The eldest quickly sat up as his mind snapped awake. Karamatsu! He called out in alarm. The door was opened and the feeble man was shoved through. He was barely conscious as he threw out an arm to catch himself against the wall before slipping to the floor. As the younger 3 awoke in their neighboring cells, Osamatsu leapt to his little brother's side. He turned the man over in his arms and called out to him once more, hoping he would wake up. "Hey, can you hear me?" asked the eldest feverishly. "Are you okay?" An unintelligible moan reverberated from Karamatsu's throat, but he didn't open his eyes. Osamatsu looked him over carefully, catching a peek at something white beneath his shirt. He traced his hand down his brother's midsection and lifted the ragged top to find gauze wrapped professionally around his torso. Aside from the bandaged wound, he noted a trail of dried blood leaving his nostrils and lips along with a strange object stuck around his arm. He lifted Karamatsu's arm carefully to examine the mechanism, only realizing upon further inspection that it was a catheter, one of those tube things he recognized from hospital shows on the television. "Did they have him on and for? What the hell did you guys do to him?" He cried out to no one in particular. "What's wrong with him?" piped in a voice from the next cell over. It belonged to the 3rd oldest, who kept his volume low in fear of attracting unwanted attention from the guards. "I don't know, he won't wake up, and there are bandages, and blood, and—" "Okay, it's okay," Choromatsu reassured in a not-so-sure voice himself. "If he's bandaged, that means they treated his wounds, right? They still need us alive, after all. Why won't he open his eyes then?" It was clear Osamatsu was beginning to panic. Something's wrong. Outside the cell of the older 2, a passing worker grabbed the bars and leaned in ominously. "What's with all this noise?" he spat. "Go to hell," hissed Osamatsu, causing the guard's eyebrows to flick in intrigue. "Excuse me?" he asked tediously. "You seriously fuck up my little brother and expect me to just quietly go back to sleep?" He sent a miffed look the guard's way. "What the hell is wrong with you people?" "It's lights out, you insect," the man stated coldly. "I don't care," he huffed. "He's hurt. Am I not allowed to make sure he's still breathing, at least?" "You have 3 seconds to zip it before I make you," warned the guard. "Fuck off," Osamatsu snarled. "I'm done with this. You can't just do this to people. You can't just chain people up in underground prisons and torture them nearly to death. What's wrong in your head?" Another guard swooped onto the scene, facing his partner but viciously eyeing their obnoxious prisoner. "What the hell is going on here?" he asked grimly. 106 is acting way out of line, the other explained as he began to unlock the barred door. "I think he needs to learn a bit of respect." Osamatsu rose to his feet at ready, prepared to defend himself as they entered the cell. He was almost eager to start a fist fight with these bastards, they long had it coming. He wasn't going to be a victim anymore. He didn't want to be. The eldest eyed them as they approached, withdrawing not their fists, but a small device. Before he had the chance to analyze it fully and figure out what it did, the prongs budding out from its tip were jabbed into his abdomen. A sharp, clear crackle buzzed throughout the room in a short-lived flicker of sound as Osamatsu let out an awful scream. A jolt of powerful electricity shot through every vein in his body, trigger each muscle to spasm and contract uncontrollably before dying out and causing him to collapse into the arms of the guards. The 3rd, 5th, and 6th listened helplessly as Osamatsu was dragged from his cage and pinned by the collar of his shirt with his back against the cold, stone wall. He sent a cringing glare to his adversaries, who returned with sadistic sneers. "You sure do care about your baby brother, Don Cha?" One hummed. "I think the first step to supporting him would be to know his pain." With that, the man sent a ravaging blow to Osamatsu's stomach. In an instant, he lost all the air in his lungs as the attack sent a whirl of pain echoing throughout his body. He wheezed and partially collapsed. Yeah, the second man jeered. You should understand the pain he's feeling. From the other guard this time, a kick with more ruthless force than the last was targeted again at Osamatsu's soft middle section. He gave another winded yelp and fell to the floor, curling on his side like a dying fish as he did his best not to hurl. The two towering above shared a sociopathic chuckle, amused by the fragility of the human body. Once more, a shoe was reeled back before, with all the man's strength, it was sent forward in a violent blow that pinched Osamatsu's stomach against the wall. He gave a desperate cry, squirming as he was kicked yet again. Sue. Op. Almost no audible noise left his mouth as he pleaded. Now, one of the guards tutted. I don't think you've learned your lesson just yet. Change my mind. Osamatsu gasped. I don't care about my brothers, just stop. The other guard gave a scowl as said, this one's always trying to be funny. I'm fucking sick of it. So goddamn annoying. Bam. An incredible kick was thrown again into the poor brother's stomach. He retched and gagged as he clawed mindlessly at his stomach and the cobblestone floor, feigning vomiting. So much pain. With arms curling around his torso to protect himself, one of the sadistic men overhead sent the tip of his shoe flying toward his victim's exposed forehead with powerful speed. GGYACKK. Upon impact, Osamatsu could feel his brain slam against his skull while his head banged into the hard wall. Flashes and stars flickered through his vision as a quick line of blood followed the tip of the retreating shoe, leaving behind a gash right at his third eye. Fingers twitching fiercely, he kept his arms wrapped around himself and curled into a ball, wheezing. His stomach was in an unreal amount of pain from the assault and he could do nothing more than twitch and groan. Meanwhile, the guards took in the wonderful sight of their heaving prey. The first eyed the second as he raised the taser in hand. I can bump up the voltage pretty high on this thing. It might be fun to play around with it a more. We could keep him here all night, the other hummed with a sickening grin. From the cells of the younger brothers, Osamatsu and the guards were just out of their line of sight. It remained silent for a few long moments, each Matsu wide awake after having been forced to listen to their older brother's torment. Even Karamatsu was beginning to awaken as he stared up at the ceiling weakly, a palm over his forehead in exhaustion. He kept his arm housing the catheter sprawled upon the cold floor, uncomfortably aware of its presence. Becoming conscious once more due to his brother's cries was the last thing he wanted to happen. He wished he wasn't awake for it. The brief silence broke at the sound of a volt of electricity cracking into existence, followed by an intense shriek. Todamatsu clung to Choramatsu tightly, throwing his head down as if to hide from the horrors of the present moment. Choramatsu did a hard swallow and shut his eyes in acceptance, looking about ready to cry. Jushimatsu hid beneath his blanket shivering, jumping in surprise a moment later as another shock could be heard. A worn scream followed once more. As the eldest's torment continued, the brothers did their best to keep calm, not daring to make any noise. They were helpless to the circumstances, powerless to save anyone but themselves. It was a tireless cycle they simply had to endure. The two guards didn't play with their victim too much longer. Eventually, the screaming stopped. Not another word was spoken as Osamatsu was thrown back into his cage with Karamatsu and the two aggressors left. With that, the remainder of the night was silent. Intermission. End Chapter 6. Chapter 7, Inquisitio. Bang bang bang. 5 brothers jumped in fright at the chaotic crashing so suddenly disturbing their sleep. Wake up, said a voice before letting go of Osamatsu's barred door and passing along. It was about 7 in the morning, day 3 of their disappearance into this dark, twisted detainment facility. The lights were on and the air was cold, prompting Jushimatsu to hug himself tight in his thin, grey blanket as he gave a sleepy yawn. Choramatsu and Todamatsu sat up and rubbed their puffy, tired eyes softly. Is there even a point in waking us up so early? Choramatsu sighed. Just to keep us on our toes, I guess, mumbled his cellmate. In the cell of the oldest 2 brothers, Osamatsu let out a pained groan. He took his time adjusting to awareness before attempting to push his body to a sitting position. Moving slow and careful, he tried to ignore the terrible soreness poisoning every muscle in his body from its treatment earlier that morning. His stomach didn't ache so much anymore, but the throbbing pain in his head was still active. I'm so tired, he whispered hoarsely. Are you doing all right? Osamatsu glanced up as Karamatsu's gentle voice rang out. The man was sitting up against the wall with a hand over his stomach and an exhausted look about him. "Oh, you're up," the elder noted. "I didn't expect you to be, well, conscious." Karamatsu tried to laugh, but it was clear that even the smallest of movement was painful for him. "Yeah," he said. "I woke up about an hour ago." "I see," Osamatsu nodded. "Well anyway, I should be the one asking you. What happened to you? Are you okay?" The other averted his gaze with a soft smile. "You shouldn't worry about that. I'm fine." Osamatsu pointed curiously at Karamatsu's left arm, one that remained outstretched as it rested on the ground. "What's that?" he asked, referring to the catheter. "Some sort of forething?" "Ah." The second oldest lifted his arm and looked down at it with an almost sentimental look. "I don't remember them putting it in, but I'm sure I would have been dead without it." "They kept you for nearly 12 hours, Osamatsu said as he tilted and popped his neck. "I was starting to think you disappeared alongside Ichimatsu." "No, I think I just..." Again, Karamatsu attempted to chuckle. "Needed to get stitched up a little." "Don't worry, I was unconscious for most of it." Piping in from the neighboring cell, Choromatsu said, "I'm glad you're okay, Karamatsu-nisan." "Thanks, Choromatsu," he replied sincerely. Todomatsu sighed. "Who do you think is going to be next?" he asked flatly. "Well," Karamatsu looked up and furrowed his brow thoughtfully. "I don't know. The boss said something interesting, so..." "Ah." Jushimatsu hesitantly smiled. "Yeah, he did." "Oh. What did he say?" asked the third eldest. "Nothing significant," Karamatsu shrugged. "Something about a situation he had to tend to. He told his men not to carry out any more sessions until he was back. Though, this was all yesterday evening. A situation he had to tend to, huh?" Choromatsu looked up with hopeful eyes. "Do you think, maybe? Did he seem panicked or anything?" Todomatsu asked. Karamatsu rubbed the back of his head in uncertainty. "I don't know. I think I was in shock, so I wasn't thinking very clearly." "Ah," Jushimatsu hummed as he thought back. "He didn't seem panicked, no. Just scary, ahaha. I wouldn't get your hopes up. After all, I'm always hearing about meetings and such is going to," Karamatsu explained. Choromatsu sank. "I see." Outside the 3 cells, a couple guards approached the brothers with 4 trays in hand. The trays were slid through their corresponding doors, one for Jushimatsu, one for Choromatsu, one for Todomatsu, and one for Osamatsu. When delivering Osamatsu's, the guard took them by surprise by opening the door. 500, he called. "Stand up." Karamatsu's eyes widened in a reluctant expression mixed with fear. He made no movement and instead spoke back timidly. "Am I already having another session?" He was almost too afraid to ask. The guard rested his elbow against the wall, allowing his forearm to hang down in a casual, almost apathetic demeanor. "Doctor says if you're to stay alive, you need to get a drip in the morning and night." He finished his statement before forming an almost condescending tone. "So nice of us, right?" "Why yeah." Karamatsu brought his gaze back down to the floor. The wound he received, it really would have killed him, huh? He couldn't help but wonder if they were doing enough but was relieved that they were doing anything at all. "Ungrateful dirt," the man spat. "That all you gonna say? You won't even verbalize your appreciation? After all, it's pretty damn generous of us to keep that wound from slowly killing you." "Oh." Karamatsu mumbled hesitantly, avoiding eye contact. Of course they'd make him give thanks after torturing him nearly to death. The very thought made him queasy. Thank you. Now get up." The brother did a deep breath in, mustering all his strength before attempting to stand. He pushed against the ground and used the wall to balance as he made it to his feet slowly, still doubled over in pain. Then, he joined the guards outside his cell complacently. He had no reason to resist this time around, and he was in no shape to fight. The others watched as he was walked from the room with a guard in front and behind, still clasping his stomach to baby the wound. Silently, they each picked up their utensils and began to eat. Intermission. "I appreciate your continued support in the investigation, Mr. and Mrs. Motsuno." It was a small and formal office, one hidden away behind a closed door. Before the loving couple sat a rather generic-looking officer at a desk decorated in an organized mess of papers and supplies. He flipped open a manila envelope and skimmed through documents as he spoke with the two before him. "I've called you in because I have a few questions regarding the case." "Of course, officer," Matsuzu nodded sincerely. "We're willing to do whatever we can to help." "Anything to bring our boys back home safely," his wife added. "I'm glad to hear it," said the officer with a polite smile. "Our officers and investigators are working tirelessly to find your missing sons. Do you have any leads yet?" Matsuyo inquired in an almost begging tone. "Not quite, though progress is certainly being made," the other assured. "We're doing a thorough examination of the evidence and possible connections that may be related." "Thank you for all your hard work," the husband said humbly. "Of course. All we want is to help you find your missing sons. Now." The officer leaned back in his chair and sorted through his paperwork, finally finding the one he wanted to reference. Without looking up at the couple, he spoke seriously and calmly. "I have something important to ask you, and I need you to answer as honestly as possible," he spoke. "Do you know a man by the name Bartek Tie with Macron NG?" Matsuyo hummed and cocked her head thoughtfully. "The name doesn't sound familiar." "Oh." Her husband suddenly perked up excitedly. "Yeah, Bartek. He's a longtime friend of mine." "Oh." She turned to him with a curious gaze. "Do I know this friend?" "You might remember him, yeah. He worked with us back when..." Mid-sentence, Matsuzu bit his tongue. His smile faded as he pursed his lips, fumbling over his thoughts momentarily. "Well, it was a long time ago, anyway. We don't talk very often nowadays, but I do occasionally hear from him every now and then. I guess he's one of those friends that you can still stay close to without always keeping in touch." "When was the last time you spoke to him?" the officer asked. He looked up and around as he sorted through his thoughts. "I suppose it's been a few months now. In that case, you might not be aware, but..." He hesitated, going over the words in his head to organize the most formal response before giving the bad news. "Bartek has been missing for 3 weeks." "What?" Matsuzu huffed in surprise. For a moment, he didn't quite know how to respond. An old friend, one he had been close to for so many years, had also disappeared. First his precious children, now Tie with Macron NG? He swallowed and allowed the new information to sink in, wilting in his chair as his gaze dropped to the floor. Finally, he mumbled solemnly, "No, I wasn't aware." "Yeah, it's unfortunate," the officer sighed. "What's more, we now have reason to suspect his disappearance may be linked to the disappearance of your sons." "What?" The other grew a look of disbelief and shook his head. "No, that's impossible. My sons haven't seen Bartek in well over 10 years. I doubt they even remember who he is." "That may be, but the evidence in each case suggests they may be related to one another." As the officer turned a few documents and shuffled through papers, Matsuyo put a loving and supportive hand on her husband's shoulder. "The last time you spoke with him, what was he like?" the officer asked. "What was the conversation?" Matsuzu gave a disgruntled hum and folded his arms, racking his brain for information. Well, I suppose it was just the usual stuff," he carefully answered. "You know, talking about work, life, family, of course, he's a widower and has no kids. Been trying to encourage the guy to start dating around again, His laugh was half-hearted. "Did you notice anything odd or out of the ordinary?" "No, nothing that comes to mind. There wasn't anything special or noteworthy about it. It just seemed like a normal conversation." "Was this in person or was it over the phone?" The man continued to question, taking note of every answer. "It was in person," Matsuzu confirmed. "Ran into him on my way home from work, so we got talking and went out for a bite to eat. I don't have a mobile phone, so he's not someone I can text out of the blue. And, do you remember the date by any chance?" He reminisced carefully, trying to get the most accurate answer possible. "Well, it was probably about 3 months ago today." 3 months, huh? "Yeah. I see." A brief silence fell as the officer scribbled notes rapidly onto a notepad. The married couple gave each other sympathetic looks, with Matsuzu reaching up and placing his hand over his wife's. Finally, the officer spoke. "I appreciate you answering my questions honestly," he said. "As we look into the matter further, I assure you will notify you of any changes to the official status of your sons. Thank you, officer. Matsuzu nodded. You're free to leave. As the meeting came to a close, Matsuyo and Matsuzu were escorted from the office into the lobby of the police station. They said their final thank you and goodbye before heading toward the exit. Before they could make it, however, a voice piped up from the side. So, any updates? The couple turned to see a familiar friend standing back against the wall in wait, looking up at them with a hopeful expression. Ah, Chibita-kun. Matsuyo gushed with an amicable smile. What are you doing here? Chibita grinned and rubbed the back of his head, blushing at the way he was so readily greeted. Ah, I've just been loitering mostly, he chuckled. I want to keep up with the case and all and help out any way I can. Thank you, Matsuzu expressed genuinely. We really appreciate the support. You have no idea, it really means a lot to us. Yeah, of course, the other smiled. Anyway, he backtracked. They don't have much to go on right now. I think they're following a lead connecting this case with another, but besides that, they haven't found anything yet. Oh. Chibita's friendly smile dropped to soft disappointment. I see. I'm sure they'll find something soon, Matsuyo reassured with an empathetic expression. Isn't that right, dear? Of course, Matsuzu nodded with a sad smile. I have hope. Everyone is working really hard to find our boys, so it's only a matter of time. Right. Chibita sighed. Anyway, we're headed back home, he said. Thank you again, and take care of yourself, okay? Yeah, you don't have to worry about me, Chibita grinned with a dismissive wave. CYA. The couple gave the other one last friendly look before they were off. Chibita watched as they walked through the door and exited the police station, standing back passively in contemplation. A lead related to another case, he thought quietly to himself as he stared off at nothing. That's what Hatabu told me, too. Speaking of that guy. Chibita slipped his hand into his shorts pocket and pulled out his cell phone. Using both thumbs, he clicked it on and began writing a message to his most recent contact. Chibita, hey, you have the address yet? It didn't take long before a notification bell rang and a new reply popped up on his screen. Hatabu, Here you go, you. Hatabu, Fujio Ward, Tokyo, Block 537, Building 6A. He was quick to send his own response. Chibita, OM. Chibita copied the address and pasted it into his phone's map function, searching for the quickest route. It was within walking distance, about 15 minutes west from the police station. He gave himself an affirmative nod and walked through the doors of the station to the bustling street outside. The skies were mostly clear, with an occasional puff or wisp of white painted across its blue canvas. There was a gentle breeze twisting and twirling around civilians who crowded the sidewalks, making stray leaves jump and dance with every passing gust. A blanket of warmth descended from the sun in its evening position that tweaked the environment to the perfect temperature. Any other day, Chibita would have found himself enjoying the walk in the city. Today, however, the gentle weather taunted him with the fact that his 6 friends weren't around to enjoy it. Chibita gave a slow breath, smelling the fresh scent of clean air as he strolled past loners and couples. He occasionally peeked at the map on his phone but was mostly confident in the direction he was going. His walk was calm and allowed him to contemplate the situation to its fullest. First and most importantly, he wondered where those 6 idiots could have gone. Nothing like this had ever happened before, they had never just up and disappeared without a trace. A kidnapping would have been difficult considering the number of victims, but they also would never have left on their own according without telling anybody. After all, their parents, and he himself, were worried sick about them. There was also no evidence suggesting their leaving to be premeditated, as none of their belongings had been taken with them. It was hard to believe they had wandered off after getting drunk since they vanished earlier in the day. He supposed Osamatsu could have easily been day drinking, but all of them? It didn't make any sense. Chibita glanced at his phone once more to affirm his location as he continued walking. The place he was meeting Hatabu at was a place he was unfamiliar with. He didn't quite know what to expect but was thankful that, if anything, he wasn't the only one taking this case seriously. At least, with how openly apathetic Iyami had been behaving this week, it almost felt like no one else was adamant about it. Luckily, Hatabu was leader to many workers at his disposal under the pseudonym Mr. Flag, and Chibita was confident that the guy was just as devastated as he was. It was only 1 more block away. Chibita found that he was deeper in the big city, surrounded by crowds and shops and businesses all over. He continued on his track before soon looking one last time at his phone. He had arrived. Slipping his phone back in his pocket, he took a look around to see exactly where he was. A building, a tall one. It towered over him, ascending beyond the sky in a never-ending path toward the heavens. Chibita felt dizzy when he stared straight up at it, feeling as though it might tilt and fall over on top of him. It made him feel so small, so tiny and insignificant before its massive height. He wondered what kind of company would own such a large establishment. Was this a hotel? A business center? Neither seemed too far off. Finally, Chibita's gaze lowered to the front entrance. In its grassy yard, a wide sign was erected and spelled out the official title in clear letters. He read it carefully. Atterson Medical Office. The young man wrinkled his brow as he examined the building's exterior and design. The place itself looks nice enough, though. Isn't this place notorious? Chibita's thoughts flashed back to occasional bits of media he had been fed over the years. He considered each origin, the news, the tabloids, the magazines, and otherwise miscellaneous outlets for gossip. He couldn't pinpoint too many specific sources from memory, but he was sure there were more than what came to mind. Yeah, I think I've heard about this place. Didn't that writer, Hot Alert, write about a scandal involving ATT Co? Something about malpractice and shady transactions, I think. It's all just rumors and hearsay, but it seems like this company as a whole has a pretty bad rep. Looking it over one more time, Chibita started forward towards the steps leading up to the entrance. ATT Co. They're more than just a medical-based company. They have their own insurance, healthcare benefits agency, and even a small hospital built under their name. Honestly though, the only clients they manage to find are those who are either struggling financially or are totally desperate. At least, that's what rumors have said. Chibita placed his hand over the door's handle and pushed. Upon entering the facility, a clean gust of air-conditioned freshness touched his cheeks and made him shiver. It was personally a bit too chilly for his liking, but he dealt with it as he shut the door behind. Right inside was a clean, organized foyer with benches and low-to-the-ground tables, along with pots of fake foliage and seemingly random magazines strewn about for atmosphere. There was a subtle aroma of cleanliness commonly associated with places like this, mostly smelling of flowery disinfectants and other cleaning chemicals. Two loners sat on opposite ends of the room, quietly reading or spending time on their phone as they waited. Straight ahead was the front desk, where a man was in a seemingly tense conversation with the secretary. Overall, the atmosphere was no different from the waiting room at a doctor's office. Chibita casually strolled forward and found himself waiting in line behind the man at the front desk. He couldn't help but to stumble right into their conversation. Look, I want to talk to the owner right now. I don't have all day to stand around waiting for him to feel like talking to me. The first man's voice was deep and gruff, indicative of a serious individual whose prime directive was to do his job and do it right. He wore a black suit that was a bit on the baggy side with a hat that completed his dark, mysterious persona. The look in his eyes were cold and determined as he reached up and pressed a cigarette between his lips. He certainly seemed like somewhat of an intimidating guy. The type of energy the secretary gave off was comparably different from the other. He was a young, formal-looking man who kept his hands behind his back in a respectful manner and spoke with a polite tone. In response to the first he said, "I'm sorry, sir, but I've already told you that he's in a meeting." The other scoffed and leaned back with a hand in his pocket. He's going to make an official police detective wait? I'm sure he's just finishing up right now. He'll be out here as soon as possible, the worker tried to explain. Yeah, just tell him not to take too long, the man scowled. I got other places I need to be, and I want to get this one over with. The secretary simply nodded and backed away, allowing the stranger to smoke while he loitered in the foyer. Chibita glanced around briefly for a no-smoking sign, suspecting the secretary was too passive to directly confront the guy about it. After all, this didn't seem like the place that allowed that sort of public inconvenience. He soon refocused his attention and stepped forward like a curious child, eyeing the tall man. "You're a police detective, huh?" he asked innocently, curiously. The man froze mid-smoke and glanced Chibita's way with a glare no different than if he were looking down at some nosy brat. "Yeah," he finally said, taking another swig of smoke. "What are you here investigating?" He had a feeling he already knew, but just wanted confirmation. The detective gave a small, annoyed growl at this question. "That's really none of your business, kid," he exhaled with cloudy breath. "This is police work. Not for the public to know. Chibita's eyelids lowered as he couldn't help but mumble, I'm not a kid, Gramps. Why don't you go off now and mind your own business? The shorter gave an irked huff and turned away. What a jerk. Guess asking him about the case is a no-go, he gave a frustrated sigh. I'd really like to hear the details. Ah, Chibita. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a childish voice calling out to him. He glanced up to see Hatter Buu skipping over with a big smile plastered across his face, reaching out to grab Chibita's hands. I'm so happy you made it, you Tilda. He practically sang. Yeah, the other chuckled. It wasn't too far from the police station, so I just walked here. Yay. With a bubbly giggle, Hatter Buu squeezed his friend's hands. How have you been doing, you? Chibita let go and scratched the back of his head with a half-hearted grin. I've been hanging in there, he explained. Just worried sick is all. It's been hard to focus on anything else these past couple days. Not even my Odin is coming out right, I just haven't been myself. I understand that, the smaller man agreed. I've been really sad, too. I don't want anything bad to happen to my friends, you. So, that's what this is about, right? Chibita stuffed his hands in his pockets as he formed a serious look. The case. That's why you called me here. Aha. This place has lots of leads. Lots of them. He pursed his lips and maintained grave eye contact. You mean, there's more than one lead indicating this building? Well, I think so, yeah. You'll have to ask one of my detectives. Detectives, huh? Chibita spared a glance across the room at the imprudent man still smoking his cigarette, then regained eye contact with his friend. You mean, you're in control of your own police force? Yep. Hatter Buu gave an ear-to-ear smile. I told you I'd send everyone I know to look. We won't give up until we find the brothers. I'm glad you're taking this so seriously, he nodded approvingly. We've been searching all over Akatsuka City, and even outside the city, too. But this place. Hatter Buu looked up thoughtfully. I hear a lot of bad things about this place, you. So I'm not surprised the leads have brought us here. Is that one of your detectives over there? Chibita pointed to the stingy man standing by the front desk. Yes. He's one of the lead detectives on the case. He's been working closely with Akatsuka City's police department. Will he talk to me if you're here? He wasn't too happy when I tried asking him questions a few minutes ago, he said. I'm sure he'll tell us everything he knows, you Tilda. Hatter Buu exclaimed. All right, in that case. Chibita turned and approached the waiting detective once more, stopping an appropriate distance and opening his mouth to speak. Before he could get any words out, the man noticed his presence and let out a scowl. I thought I told you to beat it, he glowered. My work is none of your business. The stranger's eyes wandered beyond Chibita and fell upon Hatter Buu, instantly widening in surprise. Huh. He straightened as he realized who exactly he was standing before. In a fluster he fixed his tie and straightened his hat, holding the cigarette between his teeth as he adjusted his appearance quickly like a child getting caught doing something wrong. Yes, sir. He cleared his throat and stood humbly before the flag-wearing man. Mr. Flag, I didn't realize you'd be in the area. You. Hatter Buu looked him up and down with a blank expression. I hope you've been treating my friend well, you. He gave a double take at Chibita before his jaw dropped. Beginning to sweat profusely, he was quick to sputter out his next words. This, you mean? This guy is a friend of yours? You. He stared blinklessly, almost ominously. The detective had been put in his place, reduced to a shaking servant before an omnipotent entity. He looked down at Chibita, eyes small in fear, before bowing in respect. My sincerest apologies. I had no idea you were associated with the great Mr. Flag. It is my deepest regret that I showed any sign of disdain or imprudence towards you. A small sense of satisfaction washed over Chibita, but he spent little time relishing in it. With a dismissive wave he said, Yeah, it's good. I just had a few questions about the case, is all. Of course. It would be my honor to tell you anything and everything I know, assured the detective. Hatter Buu finally graced the man with a smile. Yay. We wanna hear everything, you. With a wide-eyed and curious gaze, Chibita was the first to begin the inquiries. So, what's the big lead? I heard it's something to do with another case. The detective stood up straight and scanned the room they were in, looking over its innocent-looking exterior as he began to explain. Right. 3 weeks ago, another man was kidnapped. Oh. Chibita cocked his head in intrigue. Yeah. A private detective, one who was previously a 20-year veteran of the Akatsuka City Police Force. It was 47-year-old Bartek Tierwith Macron NG, a well-respected individual. It threw the police station into a frenzy. After all, it's kinda a big deal when such a highly regarded detective goes missing, you know? He blew a puff of smoke from his dying cigarette as he spoke. It sends people into a panic, causes officers to have to work twice as hard. Well, I'm sure police detectives must make a lot of enemies, right? Inferred the bald man. Not always, the other replied. Typically when people are arrested, they don't harbor personal feelings towards the one who booked them. After all, we're kind of just doing our job, right? He took the cigarette from his lips and tapped the end over a nearby trash can, allowing pieces of ash to trickle down through the air. Though yeah, occasionally, it happens. It can also be dangerous when a private detective sticks his nose a little too deep into something he shouldn't have, and that's what we think happened here. What was the guy investigating before he went missing? No clue, he huffed. His personal computer and phone were smashed by the time we investigated his office, so there's no record of his last case. And you have no idea who did it. Chibita thought carefully, considering what types of evidence could have been left. No blood. Fingerprints. Anything. No blood, but we did get some prints. We just don't know who they belong to. Just one person's fingerprints. Yeah, besides Tierwith Macron NGS of course. There was something odd about it, however. The detective sucked in a hefty amount of smoke and held it in his lungs before exhaling. All the fingerprints from his computer and phone had been wiped clean. Why would the perpetrator bother wiping their prints off the electronics, but not anything else? Wondered Chibita. Not sure, the man shrugged. Anyway, the only other significant piece of evidence we found at the crime scene was an empty bottle of chloroform. It took some time and a bit of luck, but we managed to trace that bottle back to ATT Co. ATT Co? The company that owns this building? Yeah. It's sort of a pain though because these guys don't keep up with regulations. It would have been relatively easy for just about anyone working for the company to get their hands on this kind of chemical, he sighed. And no one we've tested has matched with the fingerprints we've found. I see. Chibita wrinkled his brow and let everything sink in before asking his next question. So what does all this have to do with the sextuplets? That chloroform bottle we found in front of the Matsuno house is the same type of bottle from that case 3 weeks ago, the detective revealed. We don't have proof that it originated here yet, but I'd still like to ask the man in charge a few questions about it. After all, the company should have taken care of any flaws or exploits in their system to prevent this shitshow from happening again. So, you're thinking those sextuplets were kidnapped by the same person? The younger asked. And that person could be someone who works here? Basically, he confirmed, putting out his cigarette and tossing it into the trash. Though, even if that's the case, it's going to be hard pursuing the perpetrator without more evidence. We don't have a warrant to search the place, so all we can do is interview anyone who might know something. That's. Chibita looked down with a hint of disappointment. Disheartening. If only we knew more. Well, we'll just have to see what I can squeeze out of the manager, the detective snickered. Maybe he'll actually be useful this time around. And what if we don't get anything more? He asked hesitantly. What happens then? Then we might be at a standstill, the other replied. Legally, there's nothing more I can do without further evidence or reason to suspect anyone here. Then, I'm surprised you're here at all. Chibita jumped in surprise as a new voice rang from behind the detective. It was a deep, heavy voice that almost seemed to make the ground rumble with every word. He gulped and, along with the others, turned to see who had entered their conversation. Towering like a skyscraper with shoulders wide like a giant's, the man stood with his large hands in his pockets in a relaxed demeanor. He wore a black suit that complemented his business-looking demeanor, and certainly looked like a powerful man. He was, after all, the big boss of ATT Co., the one the detective had requested to see. Chibita looked him up and down with a terrified look. Jesus, this guy's huge. Chibita thought to himself. The hell? I feel like he could pummel me with one fatal blow. And his attitude. There was a dark aura surrounding the person standing before them. A strange, dark, and twisted energy that emanated from his being. His eyes were cold as ice, and although his expression came off as calm and sociable, it was clear this man was dangerous. What's with this vibe I'm getting from him? Is no one else picking up on it? Chibita glanced to his left to take a peek at his friend's expression. Hatabu stared ahead dumbly, seemingly unfazed by the man's radiating power. Meanwhile, the detective gave a serious glare as he greeted the familiar face. "We need to talk," he asserted firmly. "Haven't I been more than generous in giving you my time?" The big boss scowled. "This is the fourth time you've interrupted a meeting to speak involving matters that don't even concern me. I'm a busy man, you know." "Yeah, well, so am I," the detective spat. "So, let's make this quick, shall we? I've already discussed plenty with you. What more do you need to know from me?" The detective gave him a meaningful glare before pulling out a brand new cigarette and swiping a thumb over his lighter, burning the tip as the delicious smell of smoke again became prevalent in the lobby. He gave it a deep, hungry suck before he responded. "We have another kidnapping. Guess whose chloroform was found at the crime scene?" The big boss stiffened slightly, glancing around quickly before placing a hand on the detective's shoulder and directing him away. "Why don't we discuss this in my office?" he suggested as they began to walk. "This isn't a conversation we need to have in public." "Fine by me," the other remarked as he complacently followed. The large man and the detective strolled around the corner of the front desk and started down the hall, with Hatabu following right behind. Chibita shrugged and started forward, only to be stopped by Hatabu. "Listen," Hatabu whispered sweetly, holding both of his friend's hands. "You should probably leave this to us." "Hey!" Chibita frowned. "I can't come?" "I don't think the big boss would like that," he stated frankly. "He can be a little scary, you know?" "Well." The other pursed his lips and glanced around the lobby. "Do you want me to just wait for you to come back?" "While we're in the meeting." A small glint of mischief twinkled in Hatabu's eye. "Go look around. See what you can find, Tilda." "You mean, investigate?" He shook his head hopelessly. "I'm not a detective, you know. Just do what you need to do, and then come find me." The other giggled. "It'll be fun. It'll be like we're really solving the case." Chibita gave a disgruntled hum and scanned the room in uncertainty. The hell, I mean." He eyed the front desk clerk, then the 2 or 3 patrons waiting patiently in their seats. With that, he gave a sigh. "I guess I can look around. Just, don't let me get in trouble." "I promise, you'll be fine, Tilda," he sang. "Hurry it up," commanded a thundering voice from the big boss. "Coming." Hatabu gave Chibita one last look of affirmation before skipping off to follow the 2 men down the hall, leaving his friend to his vices. And just like that, Chibita was all by himself once more. He pondered momentarily what his next move should be, eyeing the front desk before a small chuckle caught his attention from behind. He turned around to see one of the patrons, a tall, older-looking man. He wore a nice yellow suit and sat with a large, black briefcase resting on his lap, paying mind to no one but himself. Chibita formed an innocent smile and approached him curiously. "What's so funny, mister?" he inquired, feigning a childlike bliss and ignorance to his nosy intentions. The man glanced up and looked Chibita in the eyes, wearing an amicable smile plastered across his face. When he spoke, his voice was quiet and reserved. "That manager," he replied. "He never changes." "You know him?" the other asked, cocking his head in intrigue. "Not quite," the stranger admitted. "Though, I was here last time that detective came in to question him. They both have a pretty foul attitude, and they only seem to fuel each other's fire." "Huh." The younger eyed the elder with a wide-eyed look about him. "How often do you come here, anyway?" "I've been visiting this office weekly for appointments regarding my family's insurance," he explained. "You see, my mother's receiving treatment through their services. She's not well enough to visit in person, however, so I've been coming in her place." "I see." Chibita examined the man's facial expression carefully as he spoke. Although he seemed friendly enough, he couldn't help but feel there was something off about him, something bizarre. Was it the way his smile never faltered? His oddly calm and collected tone? He couldn't quite pinpoint the red flag, but he was definitely picking up on an unnatural behavior. Shrugging off what he could only determine was his imagination, Chibita continued his line of questioning. "So that manager, he's always this intense?" "From what I've seen, yeah," the stranger replied. "Although despite that, he's quite the people's person. A pretty interesting mix." The man looked Chibita up and down, raising a brow as he trilled his fingers along the surface of his briefcase. What's someone as young as yourself doing in a place like this, anyway? He asked, noting the man's childlike appearance. You should be at least my age before you resort to paying a company like this. Ah, well. The younger gave a half-hearted chuckle as he rubbed the back of his head. I was just here meeting up with a friend. You know. For the first time, the man's faux formality of a smile faltered. You look kind of familiar, actually. Oh. Yeah. He tightened his lips and analyzed Chibita's facial features carefully, furrowing an intrigued brow. Have I seen you around the city somewhere? Ah. Chibita formed a proud grin as he rubbed his nose with a cheeky attitude. Of course, the hell. I'm sure we've met before. He let out a confident laugh as he struck a pose. I only run the best Odin shop in all of Akatsuka City. The man's eyes widened slightly. Odin? Yeah, old man. His previously innocent mask shifted into a self-confident veil as he relished in the attention for his skills. Odin is my life. It's been a part of me ever since I was a kid. Ever since you were a kid? The man's hypnotic trance was focused as he reiterated and processed what the person before him was revealing. That's pretty unique. I've only ever met one person so obsessed with Odin. Aha, I guess you could say mine's a rare talent. Chibita's eyes were sparkling in excitement, thrilled by the thought of sharing his interests with another. The man's eyes narrowed as a grave frown overtook his previously friendly expression. In an instant, he no longer looked so approachable, but instead rather dark and twisted. He paused for a long time, examining the person before him before opening his mouth. Chibita. A voice that should only have sent shudders inadvertently fueled Chibita's blind self-admiration. He blushed and rubbed his nose harder with growing ecstasy. Yeah, that's me. We have met before, then. He laughed heartily, barely noticing the shift in the stranger's demeanor. You must have been to my Odin stand before. Tell me, what did you think of it? Was it not the best Odin in the universe? For a moment, the stranger grew quiet. He stared long and hard at the passionate, excitable young man. His chuckles were light-hearted, his love for cooking was innocent. He had the overall essence of a new adult ready to take on life and all its challenges with vigor and gusto. It was rather inspiring, rather calming. Almost nostalgic. Once more, he trilled his fingers along the black suitcase resting atop his lap. You've really gone a long way, haven't you? He stated in a more monotonous voice. From a young child with a dream to a full-grown adult, living out your passions. Hell yeah. Chibita could never tire of the attention he received. It's been a lot of work, but I'm confident for the future. I think I have a good life ahead of me. The stranger hummed thoughtfully, contemplating the information and his options before finally forming a polite smile. I see. In that case. Gripping the suitcase by its handle, the strange man stood to his feet. He nodded before turning towards the front door. I believe it's best I come back tomorrow. Millimeter. Chibita's enamored aura suddenly dissipated as he perceived the man getting ready to exit. He raised a brow in confusion. But, didn't you have an appointment? I get the feeling. He began before placing a hand on the doorknob. That today isn't a good day for my appointment. He glanced back at the younger with his oddly amicable smile, the wrinkles around his eyes apparent. Take care, Chibita-kun. Those were the final words uttered by the stranger before he was off, carrying his black suitcase along with him. Chibita stood still in the lobby, watching as the man disappeared behind closed doors. He leaned back and stuffed his hands in his pockets, ever more curious by the man's hasty retreat. What the hell? He asked himself quietly. That was weird. He hummed thoughtfully and teetered on his feet, glancing around the lobby and thinking up his next move. That conversation hadn't been of much help in his objective in learning more about the case. It was nice to be recognized and admired, but overall it proved useless. Finally, he decided it was time to do some sneaky exploring. He approached the clerk at the front desk and spoke up with an innocuous tone. Excuse me, he said. Do you guys have a bathroom somewhere I can use? Ah, smiled the clerk. Of course. If you go down the hall and take a right, it'll be the first door on your right. Thank you. Chibita followed the man's instructions and sauntered down the hall, glancing around and taking in every detail of his surroundings. He passed by a couple workers as he continued on, eventually turning the corner and stopping in front of the bathroom door. He stared for a moment before glancing around for other options. Behind him, there was an elevator. He gave a sneaky grin and inconspicuously backed up, tapping the button to trigger the door. Once opened, he slipped inside. Now within the elevator, Chibita scanned through the organization of buttons on the wall. 22 floors, huh? He mumbled to himself. This place is seriously huge. His index finger hovered over each button indecisively, unsure where to go or what to do. After all, he had no real plan moving forward. He soon determined the most natural route to be the highest floor and pushed the 22nd button. It glowed in response and a gentle ding rang overhead. The doors slid shut and the box-like room lurched softly before rolling up the shaft. Chibita stuck his hands in his pockets and waited patiently, watching the numbered floors count up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 12, 16, and soon enough, 22. Once Chibita arrived on the top floor, the doors opened and welcomed him to a boring-looking hallway. He stepped out and glanced around observantly before strolling along without direction. He passed meeting rooms and offices, all while keeping a low profile. He really didn't want to get in trouble, but his curiosity had overtaken him entirely, not to mention Hatabu, Mr. Flag, the man himself, had sort of given him semi-permission to go exploring. A minute or two into his secret adventure, Chibita heard a couple voices. He grew a guilty expression and panicked, jumping behind a corner and pressing himself flat against the wall. At the same time, two men stepped out from a large door. He had only caught a glimpse, but their outfits were significantly different from the ones he'd seen other workers wear. They almost resembled guard uniforms but were entirely black. They had matching hats over their heads, hiding their eyes under the shade of their bangs in a mysterious manner. Overall, they were very out of place. Did 500 spill anything after last night? One of the guards asked darkly. Shut up, we're not allowed to talk about that outside the facility, the other snapped. Whatever. If the guy still hasn't cracked by now, I'd be shocked if he knew anything. Chibita furrowed his brows seriously, peeking around the corner as he watched the two men shut the doors behind. Make sure you lock that door, the second man ordered. I'll be back after the next meeting, it's fine to just leave it. The second man gave a small scowl. Whatever you say. Chibita slipped his head back into hiding as the duo turned, their footsteps growing louder. His heart thumped faster in his chest as they got closer and closer, soon passing right by without so much as a glance. Once they were past him, the young man leaned out and watched the pair get smaller down the hall, eventually turning a corner. Phew. He breathed in relief. That was close. He looked left and right, to and fro to make sure he was truly alone before stepping out of his hiding spot in the shadows. Curiously, he approached the door. They didn't lock this door, he thought to himself. I'll take that as an invitation. He examined the nature of the push-pull door handles before his eyes fell on a little sign above head. It read, "To roof." He cocked his head before pressing his hands against one of the doors and pushing it open. There, he was greeted by a set of concrete stairs. He gave a big breath in preparation before climbing up one level, then another to one more door. Just like the others, it was left carelessly unlocked. When Chibita opened the door, a gentle, warm gust of wind welcomed him onto the rooftop. It was clean and open with a grand view of the sky overhead, already shifting in colors from blue to orange with the coming sunset. Few wisps and cirrus clouds spotted the colorful palette with swirling, dancing lines glowing in a golden tinge. The man stepped forward, shutting the door behind before wandering to the end of the rooftop. He clasped his fingers around the protective railing lining the edge and stared out into the city. All the colorful buildings, the mix of cultural and modern architecture, and the bustling people below, it was a magnificent view. The chaos of the big city was just out of hearing range, leaving a peaceful silence to settle over the elevated area Chibita found himself in. Everything in that moment was beautiful. That is, aside from the griefs of his current situation. Chibita breathed in through his nose, allowing the sense of nature to fill his lungs before letting out a deep exhale. Anywhere. His 6 friends could be anywhere. They could even be outside the country. They could even already be dead. He shook his head at the thought, knowing that worrying was just going to impair his clear thinking. Chibita turned from his city view and scanned the rooftop meticulously. It was mostly clean and well-kept save a few burnt-out cigarette butts squished on the ground. There wasn't much to note, as it looked like any other regular rooftop. He blinked as his gaze fell upon the building's power generator. Or, that is, all three of them. 3 large, 2-meter by 2-meter generators encased in a white metallic shell, emitting an electric hum that could be heard across the rooftop. That's strange, he said aloud to himself. I feel like just one of those could easily power this whole building. What would they need 3 of them for? He sat back and considered possibilities for a minute or two, but thinking harder about the facts didn't give him the answer. Soon, he turned back to stare into the dying sunset across the city. He still couldn't get his mind off the Matsuno brothers no matter how hard he tried. Chibita remained still and silent as the sun sank deeper beyond the horizon. The vibrant colors painting the sky grew darker, from bright hues of blue and orange to a mellow indigo with a touch of pink. Stars slowly flickered into existence in the deeper shades of the sky as the blinding orb of light grew less and less visible in the distance. Shadows grew long behind the man before vanishing entirely. The warmth of the wind was dying and turning cool to signify the oncoming night. It was tranquil in the most painful of ways. 5 minutes passed, then 10. He had lost track of time staring into the beauty while emptying his thoughts. Behind him, he heard a door open. Quickly recalling that the worker stated he'd return, he jumped to his feet in a panic. Chibita. He held his heart and gave a sigh of relief as he perceived 2 familiar faces, Hatabu and the police detective. Ah, the hell. It's only you two. You startled me, he faintly chuckled. We finished interviewing that big boss man. Hatabu exclaimed with a smile. And? Chibita's hopes were beginning to rise. What did you find out? Hatabu's smile faltered. Not much. He isn't the most cooperative guy, the detective huffed with arms folded. I have nothing definitive on him, so he has no real interest in talking to me yet. But the other was quick to argue. That chloroform bottle. Safety measures are being responsibly practiced in his company, he explained. Even with their minimal legal regulations in place, however, there are still too many people who could have had access to the chemical. He runs a pretty large company. Not to mention, I can't prove which building or department the bottle may have originated from. So then, I talked to him and, as expected, the guy won't cooperate, said the detective with a sigh. I'll be sure to come back liberally as we make progress in the case, but for now, there's nothing else I can do. Nothing else you can do? Chibita wilted at the words. But, this place is suspicious as hell, isn't it? Isn't the bottle alone enough to get a search warrant? Like I said, it's not enough, he replied. The hell. He sent a look of frustration to the 2 standing before him. There has to be something here. These guys have to know something. Look, kid, the detective began, slipping a cigarette from his pocket and lighting the tip. Investigations don't come up with results overnight. It takes a long time to find leads. We could be investigating this place for months before we come up with anything substantial. But, by then, he pursed his lips. It could be too late. Well, Hatabu piped in innocently. What about you? Did you find anything significant? Chibita glanced around the rooftop once more, looking one last time for clues. I kind of lost track of time up here. I'd still like to look around a little longer. The other looked down with a disappointed frown. Well, it's getting late, the detective stated. They're going to close up soon, so we can't spend too much longer here. Why don't you walk with us and we'll head back to the entrance? We'll call it a day. Chibita's shoulders shrank as his look of frustration turned disheartened. I guess we can do that, he finally sighed. Don't get too discouraged, I'm sure something will come up soon, he reassured with a puff of smoke. Yeah, I got it, the younger pouted. With that, the trio began their walk from the rooftop to the lobby, exchanging only few more words as they went. Intermission. Unlike their previous time spent in the detainment facility, today had been a rather slow day. It was already growing late in the evening and they had yet to endure any mind-breaking sessions yet. They figured the lockdown from the day prior was still in effect, as they had yet to see the big boss that day either. Each brother sat idly, silently. There was nothing else to say. Nothing they could do. All they could hope for was that the day would end without any more interrogations. But it was nothing more than frail, cowering desire. There were footsteps, off in the distance. It wasn't unusual, members of the syndicate were passing by and working in the room frequently. The brothers were never really alone. These footsteps, however, stopped before one of the jail cells, the second one in line, housing the third and the sixth. Each victim perked up as the two guards unlocked their cage door and slid the bars open without a word. Choromatsu and Todomatsu stiffened with growing terror as the older two in the next cell went on the silent offense, glaring at the men about to lay hands on one of their little brothers. "It's a little late for a session, isn't it?" Osamatsu mumbled with a hint of apprehension. Karamatsu strained to lift himself to a sitting position, holding a hand delicately over his abdominal wound. "No more of this," he whispered dreadfully. He just wanted it to stop. In the second cell, Todomatsu clung tightly to his older brother as the two men approached. He looked up at them with childish, pleading eyes. The first of the men snorted with an unhappy sneer as he spoke, falling into motion. "The fuck out of the way." Upon finishing his command, he sent a powerful kick at the youngest. Todomatsu yelped and threw his arms out in self-defense as the blow was dealt, his body lurching back from the force of impact. Choromatsu swiftly turned his head in alarm to make sure Todomatsu was okay as the eldest two formed dark glares, their body language indicating they were ready for a fight. Choromatsu was hoisted to his feet by the guards and hauled from the cell, which was shut and locked behind. As they began walking him towards their dark destination, he sent terrified glances to each of his brothers as if pleading for help. They could only return expressions of defeat before the three were out of sight. As they exited through the usual door, one of the men withdrew a brown, beaten sack. Without hesitation he enveloped Choromatsu's head inside, muffling the experience and blinding his view. It was dark and musky, and the old worn fabric smelled used. It wouldn't have made sense for these sociopaths to wash or replace it over the years, he deserved no such luxury. With his senses now hidden beneath a dark veil, noises from the outside were hushed beneath his own rapid breathing and friction from movement. The men dragged him along in this state for some time, handling him like a waste of life. Soon enough, Choromatsu was pushed through a door that was shut and locked behind him. They had arrived. He felt the presence of one of the men vanish as the other pulled him forward step by step. He felt the ground elevate and, through careful walking, realized they were climbing up a couple steps to a higher platform. At this stage, the bag was finally removed from over his head. He wasn't given much of a chance to examine his surroundings before his body was thrown forward against a clean, white wall. He was pinned and held in place as rough hands reached around his lower torso and tugged his shirt over his head, undressing his top entirely. As the shirt was tossed aside, Choromatsu turned his head and tried to grasp the layout room around him. He caught a glimpse of the white platform he stood on, but everything else was dark. The light faded in a large circle around him, vanishing into pitch darkness that he couldn't see beyond. Aside from that, it was empty. The man harshly readjusted Choromatsu's head and forced him to face the wall. The wall, it was smoothly tiled and clean. Choromatsu's wrists were taken quite suddenly and pinned above his head, where he felt chains snap around them. The chains hung high, and their source was just out of sight. Flickers and reflections of light ran up and followed the metallic exterior briefly into the darkness before disappearing like everything else. And just like that, Choromatsu was trapped. His face naturally pressed against the cold wall as he dangled slightly, his bare back visible and vulnerable to anyone lurking in the pitch-black audience. The guard who had secured the chains slipped away, quickly leaving the man all alone. Whatever was about to happen to him, he knew it was going to be painful. Physically unbearable. Perhaps horrifically debilitating. Everything that was happening was real, this very moment was real. His revealed skin felt icy from the room's temperature and his wrists were already starting to hurt from the chains. He was keenly aware of his physical surroundings, and he hated it. His mind was in the absolute present moment, which was terrifying. There was no control, nothing he could do to stop this. No matter how severely he panicked, how deeply he desired, each and every second continued to tick by tediously, luring him closer and closer to his fate. Helpless, his muscles began to tremble violently, uncontrollably, spastically. His heart pounded in his chest so hard he was afraid its fragile arteries would burst. His breathing was labored and panicked, gasping and hyperventilating loudly against the wall with a mouth open in search for oxygen his body couldn't find. His lips quivered as a stinging sensation was triggered deep within his nose, foretelling of oncoming tears. He couldn't do this anymore. He didn't want to be hurt anymore. His teeth chattered as he began to sob against his will. He'd truly reverted back into a childlike state. But it wasn't his fault. How could he stay level-headed for the others when each session only seemed to be getting worse? They wanted to induce more and more intense torture until their bodies gave out, and then they would do everything in their power to force their lungs to breathe anyway. It was horrendous what they were doing, all for selfish greed. Control, power, money, that's all they cared about. And now, Choromatsu was the one left with no control. He continued to gasp for air as he tried to calm himself, unable to stop the silent tears from welling in his eyes. He had no words to express his dread for what was about to happen. The anxiety was mind-crushing. It was all too much, already too overwhelming, and they hadn't even touched him yet. 5-0-3. A voice, loud and clear with an apathetic overtone, rang from behind, beyond the darkness. Choromatsu let in a shaky breath, doing everything he could to mentally prepare for oncoming anguish. You met up with someone. They gave you information. You swore secrecy. But you will hide no longer. Reveal the truth. With wrists bound above, Choromatsu anxiously dug his nails into his own skin, fidgeting with his fingers while trying to get a decent breath of air. He didn't respond at first, afraid of what torment his answer was going to bring. Finally, he spoke in quiet, broken gasps. He was barely capable of forming words at this point. I don't know any. It was like a lightning bolt, slowing time the instant it made contact. A long, nylon thread woven meticulously to perfection cracked through the air and delivered a powerful jolt upon Choromatsu's back. With a forced, painful gasp, blood burst from his body and followed the whip in a line as it soared back through the air gracefully. His flesh had been torn deeply, carelessly like a piece of meat with the added sensation of a scorching sting. A few hard droplets fell like rain to the ground, staining the perfectly white tiles in a hideous display. The brother's body and mind were momentarily stunned, simply processing what the razors embedded within the weapon had done to him. The forced inhale upon impact hurt his esophagus, but it wasn't nearly as painful as the sharp, toxic sting of being whipped. Choromatsu threw his fingernails against the wall ferociously, choking on his gasp and coughing as the putrid, red liquid trickled down from the long flesh wound now tainting his back. He spat out tears dripping into his gaping mouth as his limbs shook furiously. It took him a good minute to recover from the single blow. He could barely process what had even happened. The voice allowed little time for recuperation. You met up with someone. They gave you information. You swore secrecy. But you will hide no longer. Reveal the truth. The words were certainly coming from the one who just whipped him, hiding within the darkness. His monotonous repetition of the same line uttered before sent chills down Choromatsu's spine. Still coughing and wilting, curling his body the best he could, he sputtered out a response. Please, stop, As fierce and painful as the first, another crack echoed throughout the room as the whip tore recklessly into his bare skin. This time Choromatsu let out a raspy scream, clawing more desperately at the wall as he inadvertently swallowed some of his tears. Fuck. He cried out without meaning to, unable to cope with the surging afterpain that throbbed throughout his aching body. The lacerations were parallel, both bleeding profusely and surrounded by burning, swelling skin. He couldn't see the damage, but the damp feeling crawling down and staining the hem of his pants told him this was more serious than an intense slap. You met up with someone. They gave you information. You swore secrecy. But you will hide no longer. Reveal the truth. The pace of his breathing never faltered as he tried to turn his head, struggling to see past his upraised arms. He squinted off into the dark, his vision itself surging from blurry to clear as he tried to make out anything or anyone. There was something faint, something slowly blinking red within the darkness. Choromatsu's eyes went wide as he gave a disturbed huff. Why you? You're recording this, aren't you? He clenched his teeth in an expression both furious and horrified. Be bastard. Gya. The whip again cracked through the air across the room, forcing from Choromatsu's feeble body an awful scream. He writhed and clawed as a third mark made itself known, overlapping his other two gashes and ripping open his flesh with incredible fury. Why you? Fuck. The sound of the man's whip being thrown was a terrifying precursor to the gruesome hurt that came with. For the fourth time, Choromatsu endured another spine-arching bolt of pain that left him heaving and struggling relentlessly against the chains. It was all too much. He wilted, allowing the chains to dig into his wrists as he hung in exhaustion. Tears dripped from his face and collected in cohesion on the floor not far from the blood splattered about haphazardly. As he desperately tried to get a hold of himself, the voice spoke yet again. You met up with someone. They gave you information. You swore secrecy. But you will hide no longer. Reveal the truth. Choromatsu fell into his sobs, broken from the immense pain he was experiencing. In a shaky, frantic voice, he replied. I don't know. I don't know, I don't know. Eloquently and with power, he raised his hand and threw his weapon at Choromatsu again, and again, and yet again. His brain didn't have time to process each incredible sting as the blade sliced through his skin, tearing him apart. The poor man couldn't hold himself anymore and collapsed. He screamed so loudly that his diaphragm gave out and he fell into bouts of hoarse coughing so intense that he began to dry heave and choke. He could barely breathe. The voice seemed to disappear for a couple minutes as Choromatsu was left to simply process the horrendous pain he was experiencing. There was a pulsating sting echoing throughout his back as each wound flared up the ones around it in a never-ending cycle of torment. He couldn't keep any part of his body still as he involuntarily twitched and jerked from the high level of adrenaline coursing through his body. His mouth and throat were dry from his need for air, and it took a full minute before his diaphragm would calm. Soon enough, the voice returned. This time, instead of repeating its uncanny mantra, it gave a new line. You refuse to cooperate. We're going to have to switch tactics to something more horrific. The brother's eyes flashed with panic as he took in these words. Something more horrific than this? Would he even live through something more horrific? Above head, a mechanical hum grew into existence as the chains holding his wrists jerked back. W-O. He stumbled and tried to catch himself as he was pulled away from the wall, positioned in the center of the spotlight on the platform. As quickly as the movement began, it stopped, leaving him vulnerable on all sides now. There, he dangled, trying to support his body with what little energy he had. The chains were really beginning to dig into his wrists, but there was little he could do. He looked around the area for a moment, his chest expanding and shrinking heavily as he awaited his next means of torture. Footsteps could be heard approaching from behind. Into the light stepped forth a new man, one adorned in a uniform suggesting he worked in the technical field of the syndicate. It was an outfit Choromatsu had seen the occasional worker wear around the facility, workers who wouldn't divulge in conversation but instead steer their focus on computers and documents. When this man spoke, Choromatsu could tell he was the one speaking from within the darkness before. Unless you comply to our demands, he began, facing his victim formally. I will be forced to implement a rather unique method of coercion. Choromatsu eyed the man warily, his expression worn and exhausted. He dared not speak as the stranger before him slipped on a pair of special gloves before opening his coat and carefully removing a long, sterile object. The prisoner's eyes grew in ghastly dread as the object's metallic exterior twinkled under the spotlight. It was a long, long needle, longer than any he could have ever fathomed. It measured about 2/3 of a meter in length and was impeccably thin, though it looked sturdy enough where it wouldn't simply snap. You see, I've been delving into extensive research on the best method for excessive minor impalement, the man stated ominously, examining the needle in the light. That is, slipping these needles through your abdomen meticulously in order to achieve the highest level of pain while keeping you conscious and alive. The pure terror broiling up from the pit of Choromatsu's stomach left him practically breathless as he comprehended the very real situation he was in. The man stepped forward and gently used a free finger to pinpoint a particular spot between his victim's navel and hip, pressing lightly into his body. I would slowly penetrate your skin about right here, sliding the needle through your flesh until it protrudes out the other end. Doing so excessively in just the right spots will hopefully help us make some wonderful progress. And no. Choromatsu's eyes were beginning to well once more with mortified tears. Please don't. Now. A sick smile curled from the man's lips. Try not to move too much. Choromatsu shrieked in fear as the sadistic stranger closed in on him with the long needle. His voice, it was growing sore. His wretched screams couldn't save him as the worker acted on sudden agility, zeroing in on the target spot. The aggressor threw out his free hand and clasped his fingers tightly around the poor brother's throat in attempt to control him and keep him still. Help! His voice barely came out as a broken squeak. It was happening all too quickly, a nightmare worthy of hell itself. Despite his wild kicks and unrestrained struggles, the sharp tip of the needle was efficiently buried into its target spot. As it deepened beyond just a few millimeters, a fresh bead of blood pooled from the edges. At first, it stung. He was tediously being stabbed with a needle, of course it stung. Then it quickly turned into a sick ache, a dull feeling spreading inside his body like roots on fire. Deeper and deeper the point of the needle was pressed, and it was agonizing. The weapon was so thin that it easily sliced its way through his thin layer of fat tissue before making its way well inside his abdomen. Choromatsu desperately opened his mouth to cry out, dying for the procedure to end. "I'm begging you." Shish. The fingers around Choromatsu's throat tightened, restricting his breathing and forcing audible, narrowed gasps with little to no air. "Don't move. This is a delicate process, remember? You wouldn't want me tearing the wrong organ, would you?" Just as when he was being whipped, his muscles shook uncontrollably and his limbs gave spastic jerks, brimming in anguish. A few pained hiccups devolved into a hoarse cough as his body felt sicker and sicker, tears falling endlessly from his jaw and mucus settling at the base of his nose. Intense sparks of pain like colorful fireworks bursting spontaneously within his abdomen crippled him at random intervals. He couldn't quite pinpoint the location of the needle at any given moment, but the searing aches and volts bursting from his midsection as it maneuvered through his flesh gave him a good idea. The razor-like tip was getting closer and closer to its destination. The worker continued to keep the man still by the throat as he kept pushing the needle deeper. Finally, with one last, defeated gasp, the needle, now blooded and polluted with the sins of its handler, broke from its fleshy prison, out through the skin in a spot between his left hip and lower spine. Without the courtesy of being gentle, the man roughly let him go and looked over his work, a broken man dangling by the wrists, impaled and covered in gashes that bled terribly. Choromatsu didn't feel so good. He wanted to vomit, but his diaphragm wouldn't move. The traumatic pain swelling within his body, deep in his organs, he was barely in a state of mind to comprehend it anymore. He shed sweat, blood, and tears, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over. He was especially thirsty, with a throat dry from all his screaming. He was sure if he drank water, however, it wouldn't stay down. His vision was an unfocused blur, unable to keep still. He tried to keep his eyes open to watch for what was coming next but had trouble staying conscious. It was like a powerful sleepiness was beckoning him closer, yet he was frozen in place. He eyed the man, blinded by the tears he just couldn't stop. The sociopath before him, he broke into a manic sneer as he opened his coat and pulled out exactly what Choromatsu had been fearing most. A second needle, clean and ready to be used. Ready for another? He grinned cruelly. "Don't know anything," he could barely muster in a broken whisper. "I don't know." The worker flicked his eyebrows up in excitement before diving in on the other side of Choromatsu's torso. Choromatsu let out a helpless yelp and thrashed, but the man was quick to take him by the throat once more. His grip was even tighter than before, stopping all breathing in a moment's notice and rendering the terrified victim paralyzed under the crushing pressure. He tried to make a sound, but his vocals were non-existent as the new needle broke through skin. He was overstimulated by the amount of pain he was experiencing, the lacerations on his back, the needle easily penetrating through his flesh, and the hand around his neck making his lungs thirst for air. He was already beginning to see black spots in his vision and found his appendages incredibly weak. The act of struggling was growing more and more difficult, making him forced to simply experience as the second needle savagely tore through his insides. Just as before, there was insurmountable pain only intensified by the slow pace in which the worker moved. Eventually, with an almost audible pop, the needle broke through the other side of Choromatsu's abdomen. The worker let go, leaving Choromatsu to gasp and heave for air as his vision slowly returned. "No, no more," he begged, his voice hardly coming out. "How about?" The man opened his coat. "One more." "Don't," he moaned, too weak to make eye contact. He couldn't fight anymore. A third needle was withdrawn from the man's inner coat lining and held up for all to see. He took Choromatsu by the throat as usual, this time significantly softer as he could detect the weakness in his victim's eyes. Despite Choromatsu's inability to struggle any longer, his body continued to occasionally jerk and twitch as this final needle was aimed just below his ribcage on his right side. He gave a dying whine as it was inserted through his skin like the previous two. His cringes and cries were sleepy but desperate as the process repeated itself yet again. It was painfully slow, horrifically tedious. Strong aches that nearly had him doubled over burst from his insides, yet he could no longer make any voluntary movements. He could only comprehend. The pain. The moment. Burned into his memory, forever. It was a torturous process, but soon enough, it was over. The worker stepped back and analyzed his subject with amusement in his grin. Choromatsu couldn't return his gaze, he could barely keep his head up. He didn't care about the chains slicing into his wrists anymore. He just wanted to slip into unconsciousness. But he couldn't. His body wasn't letting him. With that, The man gave himself an affirmative nod before turning and strolling from Light's view. Without a word, he stepped from the platform and entered the darkness. Choromatsu perked up and watched with what little energy he had. Where was the man going, now? For a minute, there was silence. Then, a significant noise could be heard. What? Electronic hums powered down with a dying hush until no more noise could be heard. At this moment, the only light illuminating the room flicked into pure, blinding darkness. Ah! And no! In a moment's notice, everything before him was gone. His eyes grew wide and childish in the dark as he hung, beginning to panic. It was pitch black, cold, and empty. Nothing was audible. Nothing was visible. He was alone. All by himself. Chained in the darkness. It took a minute before the circumstances truly hit him. He was being left there, abandoned to suffer the judgment he had received. His body was bruised and bleeding, hanging by the wrists like nothing more than a piece of butchered meat with 3 long needles impaling his abdomen. His body never stopped trembling. The sweat and blood trickling down his skin had gone cold, freezing. He just wanted to feel warm, to feel safe. He wanted to go home. He wanted one of his brothers. He wanted to be comforted, to be told it was going to be okay. But he was in so much physical anguish. Tears quickly overflowed down his cheeks as he sniffled weakly. N. His voice broke into quiet wails as he finally succumbed. Neeson. He felt like a weak man, giving in to his pathetic sobs. But he couldn't help it. He couldn't take it anymore. He needed someone, something, anyone, anything. Nissan. The one who had been tormenting him was long gone. He was alone. No one could hear him cry. Ni-san. He hiccuped softly with every call. His own tears was all that could be heard in the empty, lonesome room. Intermission. The smell was musky and the noises around him were muffled. He could only hear his own breathing from inside the sack encasing his head. 3 men forced the eldest to walk forward, dragging him along through the facility to an unknown destination. He was anxious to say the least. He had really been hoping there'd be no session for him today. He bit his lower lip and kept a brave face, mentally preparing for whatever was to come. He was soon stopped as a door in front was opened. When he entered the chilly room, a strong chill trickled down the brother's spine. Something about the energy here was off, and he could immediately detect it. The sound of a light coming on echoed through the area as Osamatsu was brought forward. He climbed up a step or two onto what he could only envision was some sort of elevated platform. Then, he was positioned in place. Finally, the bag was removed. HH. Osamatsu had to blink a couple times while his eyes adjusted to the new lighting. He squinted forward and took in the scene before him in one go, instantly regretting his decision to look. Choro, Ma. His eyes went wide as a mortified expression overtook his face and a twinge of intense fear formed in the pit of his stomach. He locked eyes with one of his 5 younger brothers, who returned his gaze with a look of sleepy, pained exhaustion. The man's wrists were still chained above his head, leaving his body to dangle motionless and bleed. 3 long, thin needles protruded through his abdomen that made Osamatsu sick to look at. Choromatsu's face was pale and it was clear he was suffering from some level of shock. Osamatsu clapped a hand over his mouth to contain a scream before collapsing to his knees, unable to find his voice. He looked up helplessly at his baby brother, squeamish by the mere sight of his condition. What had they done to him? What the actual fuck? As one guard stood at each of Osamatsu's sides, the third strolled forward with a psychopathic grin. We gave him some time to think about things, he cooed dangerously. The whole time he was wailing, calling, Neeson, Neeson. Waiting for his big brother to come save him. So, we decided to grant him his wish. Still covering his mouth with his right hand, Osamatsu glanced between the mafia members in a frightful state. 20 minutes alone in the dark should have taught him well, the man continued as he reached into his pocket. We hurt him a lot, you know. Osamatsu's eyes widened as the guard slipped from his pocket a decently sized kitchen knife. And we can still do a lot more. Hold on. Osamatsu breathed as the 3 men chuckled darkly amongst themselves. Stepping closer to their hanging victim, the man lifted Choromatsu's chin and positioned the tip of the knife only inches from his left eye. I'm thinking we blind someone today. The whites of Choromatsu's eyes grew as he gave a horrified exhale, staring directly at the tip of the blade. Osamatsu panicked and jumped to his feet, only to be restrained by the two lackeys. "Why, you don't have to. You don't have to hurt him anymore," he cried frantically. "I won't if you tell me what I want to hear," said the man with a raised brow. The eldest was beginning to grow nauseous at the thought. Despite his issues in the past with his little brothers, the last thing he wanted to do was watch as one of them had their eyes gouged out. He'd never admit it, but he cared immensely for them. Sure, they could be assholes at times, but they were far too innocent to receive this kind of treatment. At the same time, however, Osamatsu was scared, himself. He opened his mouth to speak, finding at first that no words would come out. He was mortified by what he was about to suggest. "Do it too, Insta." His breathy whisper shook as it left his lips, leaving his words barely understandable. This offer only gave the worker holding the knife amusement. "Oh, how sweet," he crooned. "You'd be willing to take an eye for him?" "I." In reality, he didn't think he could. He didn't think he was strong enough to. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get those words out in full. "He's too scared," another man gawked. "It's too late, anyway," the first declared. "I've already made up my mind." The man holding the knife tightened his grip on Choromatsu's face and readied the blade at his brow, just above his eye. His victim's pupils shrank as he realized there was simply nothing they could do. "From this moment on, you'll see nothing but darkness." Choromatsu's mouth flew open in a blood-curdling scream as the edge broke skin, forming a pool of blood quickly. He didn't want this to be the last thing he'd ever see. He didn't want to feel any more pain. He didn't want it. He couldn't take it. Gah! "Fuck, I'll talk. Stop, I'll talk." Osamatsu's shrill outburst stopped the man in his tracks halfway through the act, turning his head to the prisoner with an intrigued look. The damage that had been done was out of Osamatsu's view, but he didn't care, he just wanted it all to stop. He needed it all to stop. Blood gushed down the younger brother's cheek and dripped to the floor as the man hesitated. "Did you meet up with the person we're looking for?" he inquired tediously. Osamatsu tried to swallow, hanging his head down low and keeping his eyes shut like a terrified child. "I did. I met up with him." The man formed a toothy grin and relaxed, letting go of Choromatsu's face and lowering the knife. Once Choromatsu was freed, his body collapsed and hung loosely from the chains binding his wrists. "Ah, finally," he sneered. "It's a shame it took this long for the truth to come out." "I want to talk to your boss." Osamatsu kept his head lowered as he spoke meekly, eyelids quivering. "If I can talk to him, I'll tell him everything." "Wonderful." He let out a little chuckle. "So selfish of you to wait this long before speaking up. You've put everyone through quite a bit of torment, haven't you? Just, don't hurt Choromatsu anymore." The man hummed in agreement before signaling his partners. Then, he proceeded to slip on a pair of gloves, one similar to those worn by the researcher who had implemented Choromatsu's torture. He turned to the hanging victim and carefully reached over, taking the first needle by its tip and beginning the process of sliding it free. Choromatsu hiccuped in pain from the movement, wincing as the needle was pulled through his body until it exited from a blooded, bruised indent. The second one was then removed, and finally the third. As these were set aside, Choromatsu was unchained. As soon as he was freed, he collapsed into their arms, completely limp. From there, the two prisoners had sacks thrown over their heads again and were walked from the interrogation room back to their cells. Intermission. As the two entered the room, the sacks were removed from their heads once more. Osamatsu continued to stare down at the floor, eyes wide with furrowed brows in dreadful fear of what he had just done. Choromatsu was being forced to walk behind, practically being dragged as he was barely conscious. Karamatsu, Todomatsu, and Jushimatsu perked up from their cells as the footsteps got closer. First was Osamatsu. The door to his cell was opened and he quietly entered, completely broken and submissive. He stayed standing, staring at the ground with his eyes hidden from Karamatsu. Karamatsu gave a worried glance, but his anxiety only rose as Choromatsu was dragged past their cell. Choromatsu. The workers never bothered to put his shirt back on, perhaps to showcase the poor man's injuries. His back was torn apart with gashes in a bloody mess, not to mention the blood dripping from his shaded face. Todomatsu jumped to his feet and was quick to act as they threw open his cell, carelessly shoving Choromatsu's limp body inside. Todomatsu caught him in his arms and dropped to his knees as they tossed his shirt inside before walking off. "Ennisan, what happened? Can you hear me?" Streams of tears rolled down the youngest's cheeks. Neeson. He could barely hold the man up and allowed him to gently slide onto his stomach on the cold ground. His head lied on its left side, hiding the injury to his eye from Todomatsu's view. Although he was inert, his body was never motionless as it continued to tremble and quake from pure shock. The long, deep gashes running across his back continued to bleed profusely and trickle down his side to the floor below. It was a horrific scene none of the brothers were expecting to see. Karamatsu crawled forward and squeezed his fingers around the bars of his cell as he tried to look out in alarm. Todomatsu, is he okay? Jushimatsu too wrapped his arms through and around the bars keeping him imprisoned and called out to his brother. Neeson, are you okay? Todomatsu hovered an anxious hand over Choromatsu's body, unsure of where it was safe to grab him. He nervously stuttered as he spoke, mostly talking to himself. Hold on, let me just. Don't move him. Osamatsu spoke sternly, yet his tone was overridden with monotony. He's really hurt, so just let him lay down. Use the blankets to stop the bleeding, Karamatsu commanded. Okay, I can do that, the youngest nodded hesitantly, visibly shaken from the situation. Their 2 blankets were retrieved from the other end of the cell and Todomatsu was quick to press them carefully against Choromatsu's back. The blood soaked through the thin fabric easily, coloring Todomatsu's palms red as he continued to slow the pooling. He scrunched the blankets up to thicken them and pressed down just a little harder. Chaisi. Choromatsu let out a pained gasp and jerked as the pressure sparked a flare of hurt from the pit of his abdomen. Todomatsu frowned and lightened his touch ever so slightly, keen on keeping pressure applied. I'm sorry, Neeson. I just need to keep you from bleeding out. As the youngest tended to the third, Osamatsu finally slid to the floor and curled his knees to his chest. He pulled them closer with one arm while slipping the other out between the bars of his cell, reaching around the wall and grabbing his little brother's hand anxiously. He squeezed it tight, trying to hold it still as it shook violently in his grasp. Todomatsu, Osamatsu spoke firmly. His eye, is he? Todomatsu hesitated, looking down and swiping hair out of the way to get a good look at Choromatsu's face. His right eye looked fine. He turned his older brother's head to the other side gently and brushed his bangs out of the way of his other eye this time. There was a deep nick in his brow that traced halfway down his eyelid. He proceeded with care as he gently used his thumb to pull Choromatsu's eye open, making sure not to touch the injury. Choromatsu's eye rolled back down into view as he stared up at his little brother, spirited and dazed. His eye flicked left and right in the most subtle manner, examining the other's expression of fear as if it was completely foreign to him. The white of his eye was replaced entirely with blood. Finally, Todomatsu let go of Choromatsu and allowed his eyes to fall shut once more. He's okay, he breathed. His eye is okay. It's just a little cut on his eyelid. Fuck, thank God. Osamatsu sighed, relaxing slightly. Karamatsu looked the eldest up and down with a concerned look, swallowing before daring to ask. Osamatsu, what? Osamatsu refused to look up and spare the other a glance. He kept his gaze down with brows furrowed anxiously, keeping his knees pressing close in a fetal position. Hesitating, he whispered back in a broken voice. I told them I'd talk. Karamatsu's expression suddenly turned grave as he stared at the other, horrified by what he had just said. You. I said I'd tell their boss everything as long as they didn't gouge a fucking eye, he said shakily. They'll probably be back for me. You don't actually. Osamatsu shut his eyes in disgust, his voice growing louder. Of course not. He shot a panicked look at the other, visibly shaken with hostility stemming from the fear. What the hell was I supposed to do though? What else could I have done? I didn't have a fucking choice. Karamatsu brought his own knees to his chest and looked down at the ground timidly, growing soft in his expressions. I see. I don't think any of you are going to be taken back for a while. Osamatsu's gaze fell back to the floor solemnly. Right. Unsure of what else they could say, the family approached a period of dreadful silence. There was nothing left to discuss among them. All they could do was sit and wait. It wasn't long until the lights were turned out and each brother slowly succumbed to exhaustion. Todomatsu curled up against his cellmate with arms huddled close to his chest to keep warm, especially now that their blankets were being used as bandages for Choromatsu's wounds. Jushimatsu kept his back snug against the back corner, almost afraid to be any closer to the doors of his cell. Karamatsu rested beside Osamatsu, who was still sitting against the bars with a hand holding on to Choromatsu's anxiously. His heavy eyelids sluggishly opened as he struggled between episodes of slumber and stress-induced insomnia. He stared out into the empty, dirty cell silently and grimaced at the realization that his arm was still snaked through the bars so he could hold his little brother's hand. How stupid, he thought to himself. What am I, a child? Jesus. With a slow sigh, he let go of the other and pulled his arm back into his own room. Choromatsu was only half conscious as he felt the comforting warmth leave his hand. With eyes still shut, he gave a scared exhale and whispered out. Osamatsu-nisan. The other heard his quiet cry, feeling the fear in his voice. Without another thought, he reached back into Choromatsu's cell and held him once more. Tomorrow was another day. Intermission. End Chapter 7. Chapter 8, Furor. It started with a poke. A single penetration of the skin, a piercing pinch. Invasive and uncomfortable, unwanted and non-consensual. The forthcoming onset of disease was a slow-moving wheel, rotating on a sleepy axis at its core. It poured a gentle stream plipping and plopping into a cohesive bubble of water, a fragmentation of the mind. Its motion was gradual at the start and its contribution to the mass was subtle, quiet. An insignificant impact whose influence began murky and unclear. Its involvement to the concept of clear mentality was at first obscure, but it didn't stay that way for long. A prickling sensation at a seemingly molecular level, trickling up the nerves and spreading along the body. An overall physical feeling of unease set in as the water brought in from the wheel tainted the pristine conglomeration of thoughts, dyeing the spectral existence a hue of rabid darkness. The sun that had previously illuminated the mind was growing dim behind clouds, soon unraveling in the darkness and burning out. Following the night-like atmosphere, a dense fog crept in and blinded the consciousness entrapped within. Clear thinking was becoming an oncoming struggle as the victim struggled to find thoughts within the mist. Physically, there was an increasing illness overtaking the body. Shivering without cold, fever without sickness, flushing without heat, salivation without water, static without sanity. The pops and pricks of electricity triggering aches throughout began as a nuisance but grew to a maddening sensation. Nausea without food, restlessness without energy, crying without sadness, turning without rotation, black without dark, chemistry without stability. A flash, an image of motivation, a phantom of will and desire. Desperation. Unwanting to stray, dread of the oncoming mania. Unwonted of the mind, despicable of the heart. The ever-oncoming manifestation of the lack of control materializes itself into reality as a painful awareness in an unconscious environment. Sentience without ability, one would say. A tiresome chore of fighting for a will that negates current behavior. A tiresome chore, indeed. The unwellness incurred by the needle's venom impaired the host with a suffocating steam, debilitating his lungs with shards of neurosis. With every inhale, the glass embedded itself deeper into the lining of his tissue with mercy undealt. Smothering breathlessness induced a waterfall of panic, stemming still from the rotating wheel that never stopped turning. Its cycles were long becoming frantic and unpredictable, ferociously ripping through the gentle surface of the water with overbearing intensity. The motion's roar deafened the victim with unremitted ringing tearing through the eardrums sharply. Nerves ardently electrocuted one another, unwilling to cease until blood seeped from every pore. Torturous irrationality consumed the mind in total darkness without regard to well-being, inducing will of the psychotic over a conscience sleeping unaware. It was an unrestful slumber, one existing in a state of nomadic nightmares. Terror, dread, silence. Pinpricks of wavering darkness rippled into previously clear vision. Static, dots, bokeh, unintelligible colors of illusion made up entirely within the mind. The ability to see without the ability to focus anymore, resulting in a disturbed perspective faltering alongside awareness. Alarmed and unarmed, teetering along a cord without wings to keep him safe. A fall was inevitable, a fall was destined to occur. The instant a misstep took place, gravity would begin its digestion of the body and pull the slaved performer from the magnificent height of the sky to the deep and wallowing abyss below. Falling, fighting, running with nowhere to go, the damned would eventually join the ocean of ever-running water within the confines of one's own mind. A previously immaculate bubble of wonder, now long tainted with the cruelty of folly. Endlessly the wheel continues to pour more substance into the waters, drowning he who fights back with meaningless thoughts birthed from madness. Like a dove acquiescing to the showman's commands, a sinner enticed by the devil's slick tongue, the bark in which a fire wreaks havoc, there is no choice but to obey. As the man succumbs beneath the undulating surface disturbed by a never-ceasing flow, all will and sense of control becomes null. The epitome of sanity drowns and is locked away inside a painful box, unable to move but still able to feel. The feelings, the sensations, the experience and the ambience is raw anguish, unending and strong. The more corrupt the man became, the less of him there was left. Intermission. The onset of morning soon arrived, and the third eldest found his consciousness returning gradually. Upon awakening, the first thing he noticed was the lack of warmth. The hand, the one that had held his throughout the arduous night, it was missing. His hand felt cold, meaning Osamatsu wasn't around. Had he left? Had he been taken in for a session? That couldn't be, it was still so early in the morning, right? He and his brothers hadn't been awoken by the guards just yet. Or, perhaps he'd somehow slept through the morning wake-up call. Choromatsu let out a stifled groan, noticing the second thing to plague his awareness: pain. There were dull aches present all throughout his abdomen, and his back stung incredibly so even without friction. He'd briefly forgotten about the previous day's torment in his state of unconsciousness, and that time of ignorance was sorely missed. Just thinking about what they had done to him hurt physically. He couldn't believe it, looking back on everything. Certainly there were objects embedded in the whip that had been utilized, otherwise his back couldn't have ended up so torn apart. And those needs, he never wanted to see a needle again in his life, big or small. They were getting creative with their torture methods, and the mere thought of another session already had him in tears. He was on the verge of crying and he hadn't even opened his eyes yet. Another inaudible moan left his throat as he pulled an arm to his face, rubbing away the dampness collected in his eyes before blinking a few times. Upon agitating his left eyelid, he felt a stinging pain. Ah! Right. They put a gash just above his eye, too. If it weren't for Osamatsu Nissen, he would have been permanently blinded at that moment. The thought alone was terrifying, and he reminisced briefly on the horrific feeling of dread he'd experienced the moments leading up to the injury. He never wanted to feel that afraid ever again, but also couldn't help but to wonder when these torture methods were going to leave them disabled in some way. It was going to happen eventually, he thought. Choromatsu's cell wasn't empty. Just a couple meters away, he could see Todomatsu sitting with his legs curled up against his chest, staring out at nothing. He didn't seem to notice that Choromatsu had awoken and retained an empty, broken expression. Choromatsu flicked his eyes the other way and glanced up at the clock hanging on the wall across from their cells. He could barely make out the time, 10:13 a.m., he assumed. So he really had slept through the guard's noisy wake-up call. He did a deep inhale, collecting all the energy he could muster before attempting to push himself to a sitting position. He cringed as he did so but pushed through and managed to sit up with his bare back against the wall. At this time, Todomatsu perked up. "Ah, Nissen," he acknowledged quietly. "Are you feeling better?" "Yeah," Choromatsu replied, hissing in pain as he adjusted his sitting position. "I'm alive, anyway. Could you hand me my shirt?" The youngest reached to his side and picked up the old, worn top that had been assigned to Choromatsu. He tossed it his way, and the other caught it before slipping it on over his head. He was thankful the shirt was rather baggy so there would be less friction on his wounds. "I'm glad you're okay," Choromatsu Nissen called a voice from the next cell over. That voice belonged to the fifth, Jushimatsu. "It's scary when they bring someone back in such bad shape." "This whole place is scary," the youngest stated quietly. "I want to go home." "Yeah, well, we all do," Choromatsu huffed, looking away. We just need to keep our spirits high," said a new voice. Of course, this one belonged to the second, Karamatsu. "I don't know how you can even say that, Karamatsu Nissen," the third muttered with a hint of aggravation. "After all the shit we've been through, you still have the nerve to try and be optimistic." "Well, yeah," he responded with a disheartened smile. "If hope is the last thing we're living for, then we can't lose it. Hope is what we're living for, huh?" Choromatsu's gaze fell to the floor. Karamatsu was right in a sense. The only thing keeping them going was the thought of making it out of here alive, the thought that they could see mom and dad again, and maybe go back to living a normal life. Of course, there was that, and the fact that they still had each other. "By the way, Karamatsu Nissen, you're sounding a little better than before." Karamatsu let out a half-hearted chuckle. "Yeah, I'm recovering okay." He stretched out his arm and looked down at the bruising over his bare skeleton. "They took the fore and catheter out this morning. I don't know if I can eat yet and I'm still in pain, but I'll be okay." "He'll be okay, huh?" Choromatsu frowned, thinking over what it meant if he were to recover so quickly. The people here were probably just itching to hurt him again, waiting for his body to get a little stronger so it could take a beating without giving out. It made him sick to think about. Do you mind if I ask, what exactly they did to you? The events that unfolded that caused Karamatsu this much pain was still a mystery to all, that is, everyone except Jushimatsu and Karamatsu himself. Choromatsu wanted to know what they had done. He needed to know what they had done. He needed to get a better understanding of the lengths they were willing to go to squeeze information from them. He just had to be mentally prepared. Upon being asked this question so seriously, Karamatsu shut his mouth and stared down at the floor in dead silence. A wave of internal anxiety and panic fell over him as his expression became blank, empty. He became paralyzed by the very thought of reliving what had happened 2 days ago, so much so that he could feel sweat instantly forming above his brow. The last thing he wanted to do was verbalize the terrible experience he had. He didn't think he could even if he wanted to. Finally, staring dead-eyed at the ground, he responded in a monotonous voice. I don't want to talk about that, he said flatly. Choromatsu looked down with a guilty look. I'm sorry for asking. The next little while was quiet and awkward. No one had much to say. All they could do was wait for their older brother to come back from his session and see if there were any updates to their miserable situation. And eventually, no more than 20 minutes later, it happened. Heads perked up as distant, muffled screams came into hearing range of the 4 brothers. Karamatsu's eyes widened in unease, Jushimatsu grew a fearful look, and Todomatsu hugged his knees just a little tighter. Choromatsu scooted to the barred door and stuck his face out to catch a glimpse of what was about to unfold as the yelling got louder. Those screams, they were awful. Horrified. Unrecognizable. Did they really belong to? The door to the brothers' right finally opened and revealed 4 men, 3 of which were in an immediate struggle to contain the 4th. Osamatsu Nissen? Choromatsu couldn't help but to utter his older brother's name as he witnessed the man thrashing about wildly in the arms of the guards. His screams were incoherent, his voice was on the verge of giving out, and his energy was last resort, desperate, manic. Despite the guards' best attempts to subdue him for transport, Osamatsu was inconsolable. Something was not okay, something was seriously wrong. Karamatsu shakily jumped to his feet, cringing from the pain but finding it to be more bearable when he was startled like he was now. He held himself up against the wall and watched gravely as his cage was opened and the struggling man was shoved inside. The guards quickly shut the door before Osamatsu had the chance to escape and backed away, watching as the ill brother forcefully threw his fist into the bars like a rabid Neanderthal. Fuck. Make it stop. He bellowed, raspy and slurred. Make it stop. Every movement was twitchy and unprovoked, hypersensitive to the noises around. His body shuddered uncontrollably, flushed to the eye and clammy to the touch. A stream of dried blood painted a path from his nostrils down to his chin, smeared halfway by a flow of drool leaving the edge of his lips. With a patch of hair erratically sticking up and the whites of his eyes littered with bloodshot veins, he looked absolutely mad. He let out another hysterical scream that devolved into a fit of hoarse coughs deep from the pit of his lungs, throwing out his voice while squeezing his stomach tightly within a chamber of spastically convulsing muscles. En Nissen. Jushimatsu called out to the elder, but his worries would be ignored. What the hell? Choromatsu cringed. He had inferred Osamatsu was in a session this morning, yes, but for Osamatsu to come back like this? It was unexpected. Meanwhile, Karamatsu took a cautious step forward, eyeing the man carefully. He could tell he wasn't himself, far from it. Osamatsu, you're okay. He tried to assuage, lowering his palms gently in a calming manner. Just breathe. What happened? What did they do to you? With a big, desperate gasp in attempt to recover from the fit of illness he was succumbing to, Osamatsu warily stood and threw his arms back against the wall to hold himself up. Everything about his demeanor was off, it was panicked and eerily hostile. There were no inhibitions anymore. The effects of the ever-turning water wheel had long unraveled the thread of sanity holding himself together, and the result was a primal, unhinged psychopath that could only come into existence by force. He couldn't see reality nor hear the voices of his loved ones nigh. It was an entirely different world he was experiencing at the moment, and an entirely different persona responding to it. Karamatsu watched his older brother in horror, observing the way the man's muscles seized and voice broke with every scream. He examined his cold, sweaty skin and finally laid eyes on his inner forearms sprawled out on either side, attempting to keep the body balanced. The second oldest furrowed his eyebrows with teeth clenched as he analyzed, all along the skin, growing bruises with small puncture wounds. There were at least 7 or 8 of them total. Again. He whispered out, pupils small. They drugged you again. Is that what's happening? Ha! Ha! Osamatsu reached up and pulled at fistfuls of his own hair, shaking his head while trying to get a decent breath of air through his desperate hyperventilation. Every exhale was a terrified scream, mostly coming out as hushed, exhausted whispers. He turned and threw his arms once more at the bars locking him and Karamatsu away, causing a sharp clanking noise to echo throughout the room. Please, let me go. His voice was so sore, so damaged and frantic. Get away from me. Don't touch me, don't touch me. Bam. Without any hint of self-control, Osamatsu suddenly threw his forehead against the hard wall, creating a loud thud. As he pulled back, he let out another scream and clawed at the wall so severely that his fingertips grew raw from the friction. Blood dripped down his face, collecting at his chin while his breathing only grew more rapid. He was frantic and mindless, no different from a dying animal just trying to survive. I'll fucking kill you. He shrieked, devastating his fingertips as he scraped them aggressively into the concrete. Every time he swiped his nails down along the wall, more skin broke and he soon began to leave long crimson marks following each feral motion. There was no sense in his actions other than to fight the madness suffocating his being. En-Nisan. Karamatsu could only watch, horrified. He uttered his older brother's name as he stood back in fear, trying to comprehend the situation. What the hell did I miss while I was unconscious? Choromatsu asked frantically, still doubled over in pain as he tried to look to the next cell over. Osamatsu Nisan, calm down. It's okay. Osamatsu didn't listen, he was far too gone. He wasn't himself. He wasn't consciously aware, and it was likely he wasn't going to remember this in the aftermath. He fell into another fit of coughing and screaming, thrashing violently as he succumbed to drug-induced insanity. And with that, he then turned on himself. Karamatsu's eyes widened in a panic as Osamatsu, showing no mental restraint, turned and began to claw at his own throat. His fingernails burrowed into his delicate skin and roughened the surface, tearing the outermost layers and drawing long red lines. Crossing one another. Hey! Karamatsu cried out. He was frozen in shock at the other's sudden behavior. It was so unlike him. How did such a cheerful, stupid happy bastard like Osamatsu end up in such a dark place? His mental awareness was absent, his once cocky and bubbly persona long gone. His energy was far too unfamiliar and his exhausted voice didn't even sound the same anymore. He had become someone else entirely, something else entirely. A monster, or perhaps a scared child fighting against one. Karamatsu awoke to his senses as he saw the crimson lines deepen, quickly seeping dark blood. With every relentless swipe of his claws, the red liquid began to smear and bury itself deep into the beds of his nails. Osamatsu gave no response to the pain, for he was far too lost in a different kind of pain of his own. The drugs in his system were determined to kill him, it seemed. Shit. Hey, don't do that, yelled the second oldest, jumping forward and firmly grabbing his brother by the wrists. Stop, Osamatsu. The eldest, twitching spastically and quivering, didn't waste a moment turning his aggression on the other. With a psychotic snarl he lunged, wrestling the frail Karamatsu to the ground. A flash, some sparks, and a jolt of pain enveloped Karamatsu's body as his skull crashed against the cobblestone. Below. Wait. Before he had the chance to defend himself, a squeak was painfully forced out of his throat as Osamatsu wrapped his fingers tightly around it. Chaisi. Karamatsu frantically grabbed at the blooded hands choking him, fighting desperately for his life as a heavy pressure quickly grew in his face. His airway was completely cut off, and it was terrifying. The blood flow to his head was put to a halt and within seconds he was already seeing stars. Die. Fucking die already, the elder screamed as he lifted Karamatsu by the neck and threw him down against the cobblestone floor once more. His gasps were non-existent, barely audible squeaks of desperation. He squeezed his nails into Osamatsu's skin, struggling to break free with panic increasing in intensity every moment. In an instant, his body knew he was fighting for his life, and adrenaline spiked hard. He couldn't breathe. The pressure in his head grew to an overwhelming state, creating a staticky sensation of pain that throbbed in sync with his rapid heartbeat. Time was of the essence, and the seconds ticked down much too quickly. He couldn't think, he couldn't fight, he couldn't formulate any ideas, he had no time. He only had seconds to act, and half of it was wasted simply processing what was happening. His dearest older brother was strangling him. He was actually strangling him. In the neighboring cells, the youngest three could hear what was going down and were in a frenzied state of their own. Osamatsu Nissen, the third eldest, called with an expression of fright. "Snap out of it, Nissen. This isn't happening. This isn't happening," Todomatsu repeated, hugging his knees tight. "Make it stop," sobbed the fifth. The pressure in Karamatsu's skull was becoming unbearably painful, like his head was about to burst. He forced out more choking noises as he threw up his arms in a last-ditch attempt to get away, fighting the man overcome with drug-induced insanity. Although his abdominal wound was still actively painful, his will to live overrode any desire to take it easy. With his vision almost completely blotched out, he finally managed to throw Osamatsu off his balance and shove him away. The moment his throat was free, he rolled over in a fit of coughs and gasps while babying his fragile neck. "Hark! Gaiak!" He loudly breathed in relief, eager to fill his lungs with the sweet taste of air once more. The pressure from the trapped blood in his head immediately began to die down, and it made him even dizzier. Gark! Gar! Ah! Osamatsu, his legs frail and shaking, struggled to stay upright as his adversary regained strength. Karamatsu only spared a few moments to recollect himself before acting fast. He lunged at his older brother and caught him in a headlock, fighting to keep him contained in a rambunctious struggle. Outside their cell, guards had gathered to witness the scene as Karamatsu desperately tried to keep Osamatsu under control. Osamatsu let out another scream as he was taken from behind. He punched and kicked wildly, pulling at the other's clothes and hair in a crazed attempt to escape. He tried to bury his chin under Karamatsu's forearm so he could deliver a bite powerful enough to tear flesh, but Karamatsu was stern in his hold. With every attempt to fight back, the second oldest only reasserted his hold and did his best to keep either of them from getting hurt. As the struggle became more arduous, he turned to the guards watching the performance and cried out in a panic. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse and fragile, and barely even came out. "Hey, if you guys don't do something, this guy is going to kill me. Help!" The guards glanced calmly amongst themselves before one opted to intervene. He stepped forward, opening his coat and pulling from an inner pocket a syringe. He removed the safety on the needle and approached the brothers wrestling each other. Karamatsu pulled Osamatsu so that their backs were to the bars and used his free hand to pin one of his arms to his side, making it easy for the guard to slip the needle right in. Unable to escape, the needle penetrated Osamatsu's upper arm and the sedative was administered into his bloodstream. Within seconds, the man's screams began to silence. Hush, hush. Karamatsu's voice was hardly audible after the treatment his throat had received. He was shaky and frantic, simply pinning the other in hopes that it would all finally end. "Hush, hush, Osamatsu. It's okay." As the needle was removed from Osamatsu's arm, the crazed man slowly began to collapse into his little brother's arms. Together they melted to the ground, and for the first time since they'd returned him, things were quiet. His eyelids fell shut and his body became limp, slipping out of the headlock and resting with his upper half on the other's lap. With Osamatsu finally unconscious, Karamatsu felt he could finally catch his breath. Sweat actively dripped from his face to the floor below as he panted, simply processing the events that had just unfolded. His extremities trembled from the leftover adrenaline still running strongly through his body. Meanwhile, the guards cleared the area and a long silence fell among the brothers. "Ha! Ha!" Karamatsu Nissen, Choromatsu called out. "Ah, are you okay?" Karamatsu blinked, suddenly awakening from his spell of thoughts. "Why, yeah," he breathed, his voice still not fully coming out. "I'm okay. Just a little shaken up, is all." His eyes wandered down to Osamatsu's sleeping face. He examined its features, the wound on his forehead, the blood from his nose, the saliva now drying just above his chin, his cheeks so ashen, and his eyes so baggy. He looked so exhausted in this state, so hurt. All Karamatsu could hope for was that he was back to normal when he woke up again. Intermission. It was like a dream. A fuzzy memory, bright and blurry, that took place in happier, much more peaceful times. The sun shone above in the big, blue sky, gently warming the city of Akatsuka and all its inhabitants, reigning over yet another serene day to take place. It was like any other afternoon for the brother, sauntering down a familiar path littered with couples and families minding their own business on the busy streets of the downtown area. The air was filled with noises of the bustling world, cars racing by, birds chirruping, people caught up in blissful conversation, store clerks fumbling with change in the palms of their hands, a day filled truly with the aesthetic of the mundane. In a way it was rather relaxing, though the fourth would have preferred less people out and about. Ichimatsu slipped his hands in his pockets as he walked along the sidewalk, minding his own business. Times like these were nice, killing time out and about, taking in the sights of the city, and overall relaxing. No responsibilities, no worries, no anxieties, just him and himself only. As the brother continued on his aimless path, a sudden voice broke his train of thought. It was the voice of an older man, perhaps middle-aged, calling out from behind. He didn't quite recognize it immediately, but it did catch him off guard. "Ah, Osamatsu-kun." He hesitated before turning, looking to see a rather gruff, yet friendly-looking man smiling amicably at him. Ichimatsu raised a brow and glanced around curiously before awkwardly pointing to himself. "Are you talking to me?" he asked in his usual monotonous tone. "Of course," the man chuckled. "How are you doing, son?" Ichimatsu averted his gaze, finding eye contact to be rather uncomfortable with this stranger. "I'm Ichimatsu." "Ah." The other rubbed the back of his head with a guilty grin. "My bad. I suppose it was always pretty difficult telling you six apart." "Right." He pursed his lips and teetered timidly, his shoulders remaining rather tense. "Do I know you?" "Heh, I didn't think you'd remember me," the man smiled. "I'm an old family friend. I've worked with your dad in the past." "Oh." Ichimatsu nodded. "I see. Last time I saw you and your brothers, you were only 10. Time sure flies," he said. "Yeah. Anyway, since I've run into you, I have a favor to ask." The family friend opened his jacket and reached into his inner coat pocket, fumbling around in search of something. "Your dad, Matsuzu," he began. "I've been meaning to catch up with him. Do you think you could deliver something for me?" "Oh." Finally, he pulled out a small, white envelope. He handed it to the brother with a grin. "This letter," he said. "Just whenever you have time." "Oh." Ichimatsu took the letter from his hands and examined it. The envelope was blank with no writing. Well, he's on a business trip out of town right now. So, it'll be a few days. "That's all right," the family friend assured. "Just give it to him when he comes home, okay?" "Millimeter," he hummed thoughtfully before slipping the letter into his pocket. "Yeah, I can do that. I guess." "Great. Tell Matsuyo I said hi, too." "Yeah, sure." "Well, it was nice to see you, Ichimatsu-kun. You take care, okay?" Ichimatsu shifted uncomfortably in his stance again. "Yeah, you too." And just like that, the memory was over. Intermission. Time, 12 p.m. Location, interrogation room. Hour 66. Sleep deprivation, 74 hours. Hello, 501. It's been a while, hasn't it? A fragile, ill man sat beneath the spotlight before a large desk inhabited once more by the big boss, the very one who was responsible for his undoing. He looked exhausted. He looked broken, absolutely sick. Dark patches present under his eyes, hair a manic mess, cheeks gravely ashen. It was a wonder how he was still awake. The brother tried to swallow, but the cycle of breathless panting he had succumbed to was drying out an already dehydrated throat. He pursed his lips and nodded slowly in response to the boss. "I've been told you have something special you wanted to tell me. Is this correct?" he inquired in his usual rumbling voice. Something. Something came to mind. While I was in that room. When Ichimatsu spoke, his voice was shaky and hushed. He looked unsure of himself and confused, not quite sound of mind. Something. I just recalled something." "Whatever you have to tell me, I'm sure it'll be very interesting," the other sneered. "I think." His sentences came out slow as if thinking up each word was a laborious task. Fumbling over the pronunciation of the simplest sounds, he tried his best to communicate. "I think I might be the one you're looking for." "Ah, wonderful," the big boss said with fingers entwined. "You had a meeting with our target in question, then?" Well. Ichimatsu avoided eye contact completely, timidly fiddling with his hands. That's kind of a strong way to phrase it, considering the context and all. "Nonetheless, you spoke with him?" The brother hesitated. He glanced to his right and left anxiously, momentarily reconsidering his confession. Then, he spoke quietly. I don't know for sure if it's the same guy, he began in a whisper. I didn't study his face very well. I think maybe I was just flustered. But, the man egged on. Ichimatsu gave another swallow, still finding himself panting before the presence of this adversary. He reached up to his chest and clutched his shirt tightly, feeling a sort of pressure inside that was almost painful. A family friend, he finally stated. I ran into a family friend a few weeks ago. I didn't recognize him, but he seemed to know me, kind of. You ran into him out in the city? Why, yeah, he stuttered. And his name, the boss pressed. I didn't catch it. You didn't ask. Ichimatsu's gaze fell to his lap as he felt his heart beating powerfully in his chest. I'm not good with people. I see, exhaled the big boss. What did you two talk about? He gave me a letter. A letter? Yeah. Tell me about this letter. Well, it wasn't for me, the other reluctantly explained, trying his best to keep his anxiety under control. He wanted me to deliver it. So, who was it addressed to? It was addressed to. At that moment, Ichimatsu's lips snapped shut and he bit his tongue. For the third time he tried to swallow, but there was no saliva left in his mouth. Well, that doesn't really matter. The boss appeared aggravated by this answer and changed his tone to an impatient one. I'll be the one to decide if it matters or not, he declared sternly. I'll ask you again, who was the letter for? His eyes nervously darted around the room, looking for anything that might save him. Well. 501. The boss voice was becoming grave, threatening. Name. Give me a name. Ichimatsu couldn't find the words he was looking for. He bit his bottom lip and kept his gaze anywhere but in front of him. I mean. A fucking name, he hissed, growing tense. I'm scared to say, he whispered out, trembling. I don't want to say something that might. Especially if this guy isn't the one you're. Damn it. The large man slammed a hand onto the surface of the desk with a deafening bim, standing to his feet and obscuring even more of his upper half in the darkness. 501, spit it out. The fucking name. Ichimatsu only seemed to shrink as the other grew. He was practically in tears, gasping for air while his heart pittered and pattered like a rabbit's. His shoulders raised as his head sank deeper into his own little bubble. I don't want to, he sobbed. I don't want to. Help. He began to rock his body back and forth in his chair like a child, panicked from the tornado of thoughts and emotions tearing through his heart and mind at that moment. He wanted to hide. He needed to get out of the present moment. He needed to get away, fast. Somebody help me. The boss anger only fed off his victim's anxiety, and he yelled out in a booming voice. Who was the letter delivered to? It wasn't delivered, Ichimatsu blurted out in his panicked state. What? The letter never made it to that person, he said breathlessly, rubbing his opposing forearms to soothe himself. Why not? He kept looking around, desperate to distract himself from the conversation at hand. He was embarrassed to admit to this, but I kind of forgot. You forgot? Yeah. The big boss stared for a hard minute, allowing the awkward silence to sink in before sitting back in his chair and getting comfortable. You and your brothers, he began, exasperated. You're all just the perfect epitome of responsible adults, aren't you? Look, I had to wait a few days before I could deliver it, Ichimatsu tried to explain. I asked Osamatsu Nissen to help me remember, but I guess we're both just as shitty. Clearly. How the hell was I supposed to know how important this would all be? He asked rhetorically. I didn't even recall it happening until a little while ago. It was just. I didn't think anything of it. So then, where is the letter right now? Questioned the boss. If it hasn't been touched, then it's probably still sitting on the counter at my house, the brother claimed. It doesn't have a name on it or anything, so I'm sure no one's messed with it. I see. And, like I said, I don't even know if any of this has to do with the guy you're looking for, he reiterated clearly. This might be something completely unrelated. I don't know. Well, we'll certainly find out soon enough. The big boss scooted from his chair and stood, turning to his subordinates with authority. You may take him back to the chamber now. Hua, he exclaimed, eyes going wide in dread. But wait, I just told you. I gave you information. And I am yet to know of its credibility. I already have another falsely claiming he knows the man when it's clear he's lying about the events. With hands behind his back, he began walking out. Until we investigate further, we'll be holding you in the White Room. What the hell? Ichimatsu jumped from his chair so abruptly that it was knocked to the floor. Two guards grabbed each of his arms and began dragging the flailing brother along behind the boss. Don't put me back in there, please. The door was opened as a sack was thrown over Ichimatsu's head. He struggled, but was much too weak to fight. Fuck. His fate had been sealed. He was going back. He was returning to the room he'd hoped he would never see again. Intermission. Osamatsu let out a groan. He didn't know how long he'd been unconscious. All he knew was that he was in pain. On the hard, rocky floor, he turned to his side and brought both hands to his face, rubbing his temple as his puffy and exhausted eyes slowly opened. The first thing he could perceive was his younger brother, sitting across from him in their dirty cell with a surprising expression. It was one that bore subtle fear. It wasn't just general anxiety either, he seemed to be afraid. Afraid of Osamatsu. The eldest again gave a moan and shakily sat up, curling his knees and holding his head. My head. His voice was soft, childlike. I don't feel so good. He felt the pain throb loudly through his skull, mercilessly beating him over the head again and again. Then, the surge of nausea hit. In a broken whisper, he repeated, I don't. His mouth began to water sickly, preceding the events that were about to hit. With a gasp, his diaphragm suddenly convulsed. He frantically shot his head up and located the rusty bucket nearby, where he recklessly took hold of it and buried his face inside, vomiting violently. The stomach acid burned his esophagus and throat, leaving an awful aftertaste. As he threw up, an uneasy chill like 1,000 needles spread through his stomach and up his spine. He felt horrible. As he choked and coughed while doubled over in the bucket, he felt a hand gently rub his back. The gesture, it felt nice, though he didn't like the look on Karamatsu's face after having made eye contact. What exactly happened since he'd last been conscious? He remembered, maybe, being taken into a dark room. He was strapped to a table and... Oh, that's right. They drugged him, didn't they? His memory between the start and end of his torment blurred significantly after the first few doses of chemicals, but he vaguely recalled being in a terrible panic. He remembered his body feeling like it was on fire and his head buzzing so loudly he thought his brain would burst. He remembered feeling damp from the sweat and drunk from the symptoms, his body both numb and tingling at once. His nose began to bleed sometime during the ordeal, but the last symptom he could recall was this dreadful sense of impending doom. He thought he was going to die. Osamatsu expelled another mouthful of vomit into the bucket as the supportive hand continued to stroke his back. Just let it all out. Karamatsu assuaged, his voice sounding rather hoarse. Soon his stomach was empty and the brother was left heaving, gasping for air. Tears from the exhaustive actions trickled down his cheeks with every heavy huff. As his salty tears reached his neck, he felt a stinging sensation and brought a hand to his throat. There, he felt elongated, swollen marks. Textured in dried blood. How had he gotten these? Did he do it to himself? There was nothing left in him to vomit. He dry heaved for another minute or so as if his body were addicted to the ritual, finally sitting up. He slumped, trembling and defeated. Karamatsu kept the gentle hand over his back. Better, he asked quietly. When Osamatsu opened his mouth to speak, his voice barely came out. He'd ruined it after all the screaming prior to being sedated. Yeah, he finally whispered. The eldest brought his eyes to the other, examining his facial expression. The fear he'd previously detected had passed and was replaced with soft worry. As his eyes wandered down, he noticed dark, visible bruising peppered in lines along his throat. Those marks hadn't been there before. Osamatsu got a sinking feeling. How did you? He was almost too afraid to ask. How did you get those marks? On your neck? The other's solemn expression said it all. Osamatsu stared for a long time before burying his face in his hand in devastating regret. Shit, Karamatsu, he began, voice quivering. No, it's fine, Karamatsu assured before giving the other a chance to apologize. You were totally out of it, they had you high on so many drugs. Besides. He tried to give a meaningful smile. I'm fine, see? We're okay. From the next cell over, Choromatsu finally felt it was appropriate to join in on the conversation as well. He grabbed the bars and leaned in, a blooded blanket draping over his back. Although it wasn't particularly comfortable keeping warm under its presence, it was better than being left cold. Osamatsu-nisan, are you okay? He called sincerely. Why yeah. The other replied. I don't know what happened after they drugged me, but I'm sorry. Did they even question you at all? Karamatsu asked. They did, Osamatsu said curtly. But I had nothing to say. After all, I lied about meeting up with the guy. Todomatsu clung to Choromatsu's arm and whispered, "Who do you think they're going to pull next?" "I'm afraid to say," the third eldest mumbled. As if on cue, 2 guards approached the cell of the 2 oldest and took hold of the barred door ominously. 106, the first announced. "Get up, let's go," said the second, unlocking the door and sliding it open. Osamatsu looked up at the 2 adversaries with raw terror in his eyes. He didn't want to be drugged up. He didn't want to go into another session. He just wanted to be left alone. "Wait, please don't," he pleaded. Karamatsu looked frantically between the 2 guards as they entered the cell and hoisted Osamatsu to his feet, shoving him outside the doorway against his will. Just as they were about to shut the door behind, Karamatsu jumped to his feet and called out. "Wait," he cried. I have something I need to say." The pair of men stopped in their tracks and raised a brow, intrigued by the tone of his voice. Karamatsu glanced at Osamatsu, then back at the guards hesitantly. If Osamatsu had been willing to take a bullet for Choromatsu, then, perhaps he could return the favor. Perhaps, it was his turn. Well. Karamatsu sniffled and tried to stand tall before them, putting on a brave face. "Osamatsu, he's not the one who has the information you're looking for. I am." The younger 3 perked up from their cells, taken aback by Karamatsu's out-of-the-blue claim. They looked amongst each other with confusion, unsure whether or not the second eldest was being truthful. Was he just trying to pull a fast one to save Osamatsu? "Oh," hummed one of the guards, intrigued but only slightly. "Is that so?" Karamatsu lowered his head shamefully, fearfully before the instigators. Yes, he uttered. "Whatever you have in store for him, you might as well do to me instead. I'm the one you want." Osamatsu's shoulders sank as he bore witness to Karamatsu's charitable request. Eyes wide, he whispered the man's name in genuine surprise. "Karamatsu," he breathed. The first of the 2 guards tightened his grip on the eldest as he eyed the other prisoner skeptically. "I don't know. Sounds to me like you just want to be a hero." "Now hold on a second, bro," interjected the second, raising a hand. "If 500 claims he has some information he wants to talk to us about, we should honor his request." With a glint of hope in his eyes, Karamatsu nodded. "Yeah," he said. "Let's bring him along and give him front row seats to his Nissan's punishment," sneered the second guard. Karamatsu's smile wavered slightly. "Well, no, wait, I'm saying you don't need to take Osamatsu at all," he tried to explain. "There's no point, I'm confessing." The first guard snickered as he let go of Osamatsu, marching forward and throwing open the cage once more. Now, he cooed, making a powerful stroll toward the blue Matsu. "You want to come along, right? Then, let's go." Karamatsu backed up, growing anxious. "Wait, no, that didn't go according to plan," he shouted. "I change my mind. I don't know anything. Leave me alone, please." Amused by his cries, the guard roughly grabbed the poor man and harshly shoved him out of the cell alongside Osamatsu. "All right then, move it. Let's go." And with that, the 4 left the jail cell room, leaving the 3 younger brothers to sit and wait for their return. Intermission. "Good afternoon, you two." The big boss, sitting at his usual desk, greeted the 2 brothers with the corners of his lips curled in a sly grin. He let his fingertips rest against each other in an intrigued pose, with the light ambience only illuminating up to his broad shoulders. Despite the kind of shady, illegal business this guy ran in his torture chamber, his suit stayed nice and tidy, free from any wrinkles or loose strings. As usual, his voice was booming, loud and confident. Being seated before the desk were Osamatsu and Karamatsu, looking meek and afraid. They had been sat directly beneath a spotlight as per tradition, and there were perhaps a total of 6 guards present. As the boss looked the 2 quivering souls up and down, he raised a brow. "I see that 500 has decided to join us," he noted. "The guy said he has the information we're looking for," explained one of the guards. He insisted he come along. I see. Now clasping his fingers together, the boss gave a light huff of laughter. Well, in that case, who are we to deny him? The first matter of business, however, is strictly between 106 and I. So. The air felt tense as the boss leaned in, burning holes into Karamatsu with his gaze only visible as speckles of light in the dark. In a dark, tedious tone, he spoke. 500, you are to keep your mouth shut until our session is over. You'll get your chance to speak, but you wait your turn. Do you understand? Karamatsu gulped. Why, yes, sir. The boss withdrew his bulky index finger, pointing it right at Karamatsu's innocent face. You will obey these orders, he threatened in a low tone, spewing his words in the most tedious way. If I hear a single peep out of you during this session, then you will regret it. Your session comes next, after all. Karamatsu nervously nodded in understanding, clasping his shirt anxiously as the boss then turned to Osamatsu. Now, taking a deep breath, the intimidating interrogator began. 106, allow me to, first and foremost, inform you that I'm in a particularly bad mood after some pestering from an abhorrent individual I've been dealing with lately. Working with others is just a part of my profession. I am a businessman, of course, so this is only natural. But, every once in a while, I find myself dealing with the worst kind of person, the type of person I hate the most. Do you know what kind of person that is? He leaned in even further. Liars, he spat. Those who betray my trust in any sort of fashion get on my bad side real quick. Osamatsu, his muscles as tense as ever, nodded along without a word. Last night, you informed a member of my team that you met up with our target in question. We took you in to question you further. We were not satisfied with your answers and had to administer some chemicals into your bloodstream to make you talk. Do you remember that? MN. Osamatsu pursed his dry lips, visibly sweating. I don't really know what happened in our last session, so I can't say that I do. But, I've inferred as much, I guess. After you were drugged, you started shouted, screaming hysterically, reminisced the boss. You admitted that you had lied. I did, he winced. The authoritative figure nodded in confirmation. Interesting, isn't it? He probed. Interesting that as soon as we gave you a truth serum, you told us about your falsified description of our person of interest. Everything you had told us prior to being drugged was an elaborate lie. So, what do you have to say about it? Osamatsu, he was at a loss for words. What could he do? Did he need to try to convince the boss that he was telling the truth? That he really was the one they wanted? Or, did he need to cut his losses and admit to being dishonest? He felt either way, he was fucked. Thoughts, 106. Osamatsu was becoming frantic. He looked about the room helplessly, watching as the boss cued a few men to retrieve something beyond the darkness. What were they getting? What was he supposed to say? He hated being put on the spot like this, knowing his fate was out of his control. Finally, he decided to give an answer. Any answer. I didn't know I said that, the man sheepishly mumbled. But, you really can't trust it. I was drugged up after all, high off my ass. I wasn't thinking clearly. Of course I wouldn't lie about something like this. So, that's the stance you're taking, eh? The boss seemed displeased. If that's the case, then I want to hear what you and our person of interest talked about. If you can't satisfy me with your answer in the next 10 seconds, then you will face the consequences. What we talked about, he whimpered. I mean, I don't really remember. I think it was just a, hi, what's up kinda thing, you know? I mean, like I said, he was a businessman or a lodger or something. Is that your final answer? Asked the other menacingly. Osamatsu froze for a long time, thinking things over before confirming. Yes, he mumbled. The boss gave a snort and slammed his hand on the desk. Fucking liar. The big bog cued his men. He had his chance. Gag him. Osamatsu let out a gasp as the man directly behind him hastily smothered a dirt cloth over his mouth. It covered most of his face and was tied tightly behind his head, making it slightly more difficult to breathe. A few others hoisted him to his feet and turned him around, where he witnessed the couple men that had left a minute ago return with something new. It was a short tank filled with water, almost akin to a big bathtub. Karamatsu began to sweat as he eyed the structure that had been rolled out. It was made of clear glass that looked bulletproof. He was beginning to feel uneasy for his older brother, and only grew more so as one more guard stepped into the light. This guard was holding a small, box-like device. It looked like some sort of mini generator, a machine of sorts. A single cord left its lid and connected to a metal wristband, one that was actively being locked over Osamatsu's left wrist. What was all this for, anyway? Osamatsu grimaced and nervously tugged at the band chained to his wrist. It was snug, pressing softly against his skin. The inner lining of the metal band had small round prongs sticking out that worked to actively dig into his body. Being a little on the dimmer side, Osamatsu had no clue what its purpose could possibly be. Finally, the guard hauled the eldest before the grand tub. Get in. Karamatsu watched helplessly as his older brother was handled roughly, forced to take a first, then second wobbly step into the horizontal tank. He glanced back at the big boss, who watched attentively with an expression unknown. Karamatsu knew whatever was about to happen, it was going to be bad. As Osamatsu stepped into the tub, he felt his socks and pants quickly absorb the freezing cold water. It made them feel heavy, pulling him deeper into what was to come. He hated getting clothes wet, but had a feeling that was going to be the least of his concerns. He whimpered as the men handling him shoved his body downwards, forcing him to sit on his bottom in the tank. He let out a muffled gasp as the surface of the icy-cold water reached all the way up to his chest and made his body shiver. For a moment he wondered if this was as deep as he was going to go, but soon felt a great fear as he saw a couple men readying what appeared to be the lid, complete with a lock on its edges. "MMPH," he cried out beneath the cloth. One guard suddenly grabbed a fistful of his hair, while two more grabbed his arms and legs. With one final gasp of air, Osamatsu tried to scream as his entire body was shoved beneath the surface of the water. As his ears filled with the sound of rushing water and his eyes shut tight, he flailed violently to no avail. Karamatsu's eyes widened in horror as the room became filled with the sounds of frantic splashing and bubbles. He could only bear witness as his dear older brother was being forcefully held underwater, throwing his arms wildly and causing waves to spill over onto the floor. His struggles never desisted as two other mafia members lifted the lid and carefully set it over the tank. Each member let go of Osamatsu just as the lid was set and secured, and in seconds it was locked in place. Underwater, Osamatsu struggled. He was completely boxed in, unable to break free from his chamber. Being trapped in such a state triggered an intense sense of panic that he couldn't ignore, and having the cloth wrapped tightly around his nose and mouth just made it worse. Within seconds he was already feeling starved of air. It scared him that they put the lid over the cage. Just how long were they planning on keeping him trapped there? He tried to hit the lid with his fist, but he just couldn't give an adequate strike while submerged. The dread and terror were only rising in his chest, growing bigger and bigger as he tried to process what they were doing to him. Outside the tank, the big boss stared at his watch, counting down the seconds. 5 seconds went by, then 10, and soon 15. Karamatsu bit his lip as he watched Osamatsu writhe in the water mindlessly, both scared out of their wits. Finally, the big boss spoke up. "All right, do it now." A guard standing by the box-shaped device nodded and turned his attention to it, locating a couple dials and quickly adjusting the settings before pushing a button. As soon as it was pushed, a bright light flashed as electricity cracked through the cord connecting to Osamatsu's wrist. He gave a silent underwater scream as his whole body convulsed uncontrollably. Every muscle in his body was being stimulated at once, contracting against his will to a painful level and tremoring violently. Osamatsu felt a strange buzzing sensation overpower his body. He felt the energy, the pure and raw electricity coursing through him like a wild tiger. It not only rendered his spastic muscles completely out of his control, but it also burned. He felt as if his blood had turned into fire in such an overwhelming sensation that he was scared his flesh would burst. Karamatsu jumped to his feet and slapped a hand over his mouth in shock as he witnessed the physical torment. Although it only lasted a couple seconds, it felt like an eternity before the flashes of light and seizing stopped. As soon as Osamatsu was freed from the lightning-like vault, he found himself curled up in the water desperately trying not to inhale it. The shock left him absolutely rattled, and all he wanted to do was breathe and calm himself down. Unfortunately, the mafia members had no intention of freeing him just yet. 15 more seconds went by, and Osamatsu was beginning to tremble. He opened his eyes in the water and looked over desperately, pleading to be released without any words actually leaving his mouth. He needed to escape, he needed to get out, he needed air. The hunger was only growing more and more rapid as each second passed. Death was on his doorstep, peeking in through the windows, watching him drown, waiting for him to succumb. Soon, he had been submerged for nearly a minute. Again, commanded the big boss. Any remaining air that was being held in his lungs was forced out as another volt of electricity shocked his body painfully. His body twitched and convulsed without consent. His limbs shook furiously, his back arched, his eyes went wide, and his diaphragm jerked madly. All while his body was being starved of oxygen. This electrocution seemed just a little more intense than the last, and lasted a good few seconds longer. His flesh vibrated and buzzed mindlessly, his muscles acted on a mind of their own. Without any consent from his conscious mind, his lungs opened and forced water through his mouth in a spastic surge of jerks and twitches. He couldn't stop it. The inner lining of his airway burned incredibly so as water invaded one of the most sensitive parts of the body. His lungs grew like balloons, desperately filling up in search of oxygen. He didn't mean to inhale, he didn't mean it, but it hurt like hell. Somehow during the electrocution, he found a way to throw his hands over his throat and claw desperately, irritating the already inflamed scratches from before. He was suffocating. He was drowning. This horrific dread blanketed his mind with the thought of oncoming death, and it only fueled the panic. Finally, the electricity stopped. Osamatsu was left, sinking to the bottom of the tank while still clutching his chest and throat desperately. His body trembled as his sight went numb, fading away into the depths of unconsciousness. Karamatsu's own panic continued to rise as he watched his older brother drown, and felt the sting of crying start in his nose. As soon as Osamatsu appeared passed out, the big boss spoke up. "Get him out." The instant this order was spat, the guards worked quickly to unlock the tank and throw aside the lid. Once cleared, they reached quickly into the water and hoisted Osamatsu out. The victim collapsed onto the floor unconscious, creating a pool of water beneath him as the mafia guards went to work resuscitating him. One man took the lead and, after throwing aside the cloth that had been wrapped around his mouth, initiated CPR. He pounded into Osamatsu's chest, doing 30 representatives before plugging his nose and blowing into his mouth. Finally, Osamatsu began instinctively choking up the water he'd inhaled. He gasped wildly for air, coughing and heaving desperately. He turned his head to the side and spit up onto the floor, too weak to get up. He was an absolute mess for a couple minutes before finally sitting up and holding his head, still breathing heavily and trembling uncontrollably. Karamatsu remained standing throughout the entire process, keeping a hand over his mouth while tears streamed endlessly. He didn't know what to do, he was completely helpless. Soon, the boss spoke up. "Is he okay?" The guard examining Osamatsu replied. "His breathing is beginning to calm, he's good." "Wonderful," the big boss grinned. "Now, put him back in the tank." Osamatsu turned his head wide-eyed with a mortified what as his limbs were grabbed onto. He began to shriek and struggle violently as the men forced him to take a first step back into the tank. Water splashed so far that even Karamatsu felt a few drops hit. Removing his hand from over his mouth, Karamatsu whispered out in horror. "You're going to kill him," he uttered breathlessly. The boss snapped his attention to the other prisoner. "What?" Karamatsu gave a broken inhale as tears fell more rapidly from his face, finding it harder and harder to maintain composure. He continued watching the men force Osamatsu back in the tank and retained his horrified look as he repeated himself. "You're going to kill him." Karamatsu was quickly growing hysterical, panicked and frantic as he spoke. "Stop, stop. If he doesn't die from this, he's going to get brain damage. This is serious. You need to stop." The big boss slammed his hand down on his desk so hard that the room seemed to rumble from the noise. By now the mafia guards already had Osamatsu sitting up in the water, but stopped what they were doing and turned to watch their leader. "I warned you," the leader shouted in aggression. "This is not your session, you are not to speak out." Karamatsu finally looked the boss in the eyes, his sight clouded by tears. "Please," he begged desperately. "You can't be sure he'll always wake up when you resuscitate him. This is too dangerous, he's going to die." "That's it." He snapped his fingers, attracting the attention of all his subordinates. "Pause 1-06 session and take care of 500. It's time we finally break this man." Karamatsu backed up and shook his head wildly, still in a panic-induced state. No, Eno. Osamatsu was unnaturally sleepy, but was a witness as a few men grabbed Karamatsu's arms roughly. One of them threw a blindfold over his eyes as he struggled, falling into a feral mentality driven purely by fear. I'm done. I can't do this anymore, he shrieked helplessly. The few men handling him dragged him across the room. For a moment it appeared as if they were bringing him to the water tank, but Osamatsu watched as they passed him and instead approached a table off in the darkness. Another light was switched on to illuminate the area, where the sobbing prisoner was thrown on top and pinned. One man in particular reached in a drawer and took out a needle and some thread before looming over his victim. It's about time we make you submit. Hold still. Karamatsu was completely blinded by the blindfold wrapped tightly over his eyes, and had no idea what to expect. Whatever treatment it was didn't matter, however, as he was already inconsolable. He was already broken. They only intended to break him more. He felt a new hand grab his hair to keep his head in place, while one more took him by the jaw and forced his head to face up. This position gave him no room to open his mouth. It was a few moments later when he felt it, a sharp, stabbing pain induced by what was likely a thin needle just beneath the side of his lip. He gasped as the needle broke all the way through, reaching the inside of his mouth before burying itself inside the upper half of his inner lip. Then, without warning, it was forced back out of his mouth. These people were sewing his mouth shut. The pain was unbearable, and it only kept going as the man in charge stuck the needle back into the skin just below his lip, half a centimeter away from the first wound. A long thread was being strung along through the holes he was making. The pain was quick and intense, stabbing him over and over again. Already, Karamatsu could taste blood. His already rapid breathing turned into hyperventilation as he struggled, screaming out in pain that was muffled beneath all the hands holding him still. From across the room, Osamatsu could only watch. He couldn't see what they were doing, but Karamatsu's screams were a clear indicator that whatever it was torture. The prisoner fought, but it was no use. It took the men a full minute and a half, a full 90 seconds that felt like an eternity to make it from one corner of his mouth to the other. The whole time, Karamatsu was in agonizing pain. The taste of blood only increased as the small puncture wounds bled, staining the thin thread binding his mouth a dark crimson. Blood also seeped modestly on the outside, only forming a droplet large enough to trickle when all the blood combined on his chin. When they were finally finished with their little punishment, Karamatsu was thrown from the table and forced to stand. His head was raised by the hair, as if to showcase to Osamatsu and the big boss their work. Osamatsu's eyes contracted as he gave a sick exhale. He whispered uneasily, almost in disbelief at that horror he was witnessing. What the fuck? The big boss clasped his fingers together in satisfaction. Wonderful, he praised. Why don't you three go show off your work to the other prisoners as a warning? Yes sir, sang the guards in unison. Karamatsu avoided eye contact as he was forced to walk. He could barely keep himself standing and felt as though his body was under some level of shock. He felt dizzy. He had to have been dreaming. Everything felt surreal and rushed, blurred and unreal. He gently tugged at the thread with his lips, but found that they weren't going to be opening any time soon. He was walked past Osamatsu and, on his way out, he heard the big boss speak one last time. Now, get 106 back in that tank. With that, the door was shut. Intermission. Choromatsu, Todomatsu, and Jushimatsu sat in the dead silence uncomfortably. It had been about 20 minutes since the oldest two were taken away, and they could only imagine the horrors they were experiencing. Eventually, they heard a door open. One mafia guard stepped into view of the three with a grin that could only be described as purely sadistic. I'd like to show you three something nice, he declared. A demonstration, really. An example of what happens when you decide to tick off the big boss. Todomatsu clung to Choromatsu nervously as the three watched. The man turned to the side and beckoned others to join him, and that was when Karamatsu was forced into view. Karamatsu kept his eyes shut, still dripping in tears that stung the wounds on his face. There was no way in hell that he was making eye contact with his little brothers while in such a state. Just as before, one of the men handling him held his head up by the hair to present the cruel punishment to the others. As soon as the three realized what they were looking at, they formed expressions of pure horror. Choromatsu brought a hand to his mouth and whispered out, "Oh my god." Todomatsu threw his head down anxiously. He didn't want to see any more, he couldn't handle it. Jushimatsu's scared smile was long gone, and all that remained was a quivering lip with childish tears filling his eyes. Karamatsu kept his eyes shut and mouth in a frown, biting back his own distress. So, again, the guard grinned. I hope this is a nice little warning to you all. Don't disobey. With this, the men dragged Karamatsu back to his cell and threw him in, locking him inside. He didn't waste a second before scampering against the wall with his knees to his chest, burying his face and succumbing to the horror, the humiliation, and the pain. He wept powerfully, careful not to irritate the wounds too much or make any noise. He couldn't handle anything anymore. Lucky for him, not another word would be uttered among any of them for quite some time. Intermission. The doors to the jail cell room swung open, and Osamatsu was dragged inside. The poor man could barely stand and looked absolutely ill, his face pale and clothes still drenched from the tank. He was shivering and barely aware as he was made to walk. The younger three perked up but said nothing as the first jail cell was opened, and the eldest was tossed in. Karamatsu made no movement from his curled-up position as Osamatsu stumbled, collapsing on his stomach with no energy. The men gave him a pitiful look before shutting the barred doors and leaving them alone. Osamatsu kept his eyes closed for a long time, breathing heavily and feeling the overwhelming relief that his session was finally over. His muscles hurt, his chest hurt, his head hurt, his lungs hurt, his throat hurt, everything ached. He had a terrible sense of nausea, and his body felt unnaturally sleepy. His brain was in a fog, his thoughts were in a daze. He couldn't quite think clearly after what he had experienced, and relished in the silence for a good several minutes. Finally, Osamatsu opened his eyes halfway and glanced up. He saw his younger brother still sitting with his face buried in his arms. He saw how the man's body was trembling violently, and suddenly remembered what had happened to him. Karamatsu, he called hoarsely. Osamatsu gave a groan and forced his body to sit up, feeling woozy the whole way. He sent his brother a worried look and slowly crawled over. He reached out as if wanting to touch Karamatsu, but was afraid to trigger him. Oi, Karamachan. Look at me. Karamatsu stayed still for a long minute before finally lifting his head. His eyes were terrified and still full of tears, and his mouth was surrounded with dried blood. As expected, it was still sewn shut. Osamatsu gently leaned closer, strongly wanting to be the big, older brother despite his own unease and distress. He spoke softly, careful not to raise his voice too high. I can help you get that off, okay? I'll just. As Osamatsu reached a hand forward, Karamatsu whimpered and leaned back against the wall, shaking his head no. Osamatsu looked into his fearful, childish eyes and tried to give a reassuring smile. It's okay, your Osamatsu Nishin will be gentle, I promise, he assured. I won't make it hurt anymore, okay? He slowly brought his hand closer, and Karamatsu finally seemed to accept it. With a quivering lip, Karamatsu looked down quietly as Osamatsu took the end of the thread and began following the trail back to Karamatsu's lips. He worked for a good and long 5 minutes, carefully unthreading it, while doing his best not to irritate the wounds. Finally, he pulled the thread free, and Karamatsu could speak. With the softest of tones, Osamatsu tried to smile. There. Is that better? Karamatsu furrowed his eyebrows and clenched his teeth as more tears formed in his eyes, and he suddenly threw himself forward into an embrace. Osamatsu Nissan. Osamatsu held him back, feeling the man sob quietly into his shoulder. As Karamatsu tried to calm himself, Osamatsu wondered what was going to become of them. He wondered if they were really going to die in this place. He wondered what else was in store. He wondered if they would ever see the light of day again. Intermission. The tears had stopped flowing for some time now, perhaps a couple full hours. Each brother sat silent in their cages, thinking over their horrific experiences and what was still yet to come. There was nothing to be said, nothing to be done. Their fate was already sealed. Karamatsu hugged his knees tight, staring down at the ground in deep thought. Those words that had been uttered, it had taken some time for the memories to truly sink in, but they were there. Memories of a scary time, a long time ago. Now that he was able to speak again and wasn't hysterical, he knew it was time to bring it up. Guys. Karamatsu's voice was the first one heard in ages. Each brother perked up from their respective cell and listened as he spoke out. I know who the man in the photo is. Jushimatsu gave a curious expression as Todomatsu and Choromatsu glanced at each other warily. Osamatsu cocked his head at the other, intrigued to hear what he had to say. It was something Osamatsu said in the session. It brought it all back to me. Osamatsu blinked and pointed to himself hesitantly. Emmy, he asked dumbly. Karamatsu nodded. His breathing was steady and slow as he paused before continuing. He couldn't even crack the faintest of smiles. I can't believe we haven't talked about it since it happened. It's been over 10 years now since the incident. So, who is he? Choromatsu inquired. Karamatsu gave a deep inhale, readying himself to bring back some uncomfortable memories. Do you guys remember? His eyes locked on to Osamatsu before averting. When Osamatsu was kidnapped? In an instant, Choromatsu and Todomatsu shared a disturbed expression. That was a memory they had long forgotten. Jushimatsu cocked his head ignorantly with a half-assed attempt at a smile. Osamatsu Nissen was kidnapped, he asked dumbly. Yeah, don't you remember? Karamatsu pursed his lips and looked to his side at nothing. It happened when we were still in grade school. It was that lodger, the guy who stayed at our house for a week. I think his name was Mr. Togo? Togo, yeah, affirmed the third oldest as the other continued. When Osamatsu was taken, that man in the photos, that Tang guy, he was there. I'm pretty sure he was the head detective in the case. I see, Jushimatsu hesitantly sighed. He's the one who made the arrest after Mr. Togo was caught. That's how we know him. Even after all these years, he's still recognizable. I guess the whole ordeal made quite the impression on us. Todomatsu slowly shook his head and said, I haven't thought about that case in years. Karamatsu glanced over at his cellmate, noticing the man's silence. He was sitting a few meters away with his expression hidden in the shadows, closed off from the other. Of course, bringing up the incident that had happened 10 years ago was going to affect him the most. Osamatsu. Karamatsu began softly. Osamatsu remained unresponsive at first. He kept his face low and stayed quiet for a few long moments before suddenly giving a dismissive, but rather irate, huff. He lifted his chin high in a stubborn manner and avoided eye contact as he spoke bluntly. Before you ask, no, I don't remember, he stated. Karamatsu looked back down solemnly. Yeah, I had the suspicion. Choromatsu raised an intrigued brow and spoke up from his cell. Huh. Osamatsu Nissen, you don't remember any of it. The eldest gave a scowl and spoke scornfully in his response. No, I don't, he announced, quite rudely. I don't remember the kidnapping, I don't remember the kidnapper, and I don't remember this Tang guy. He huffed and rested his head over his arms as he glared ahead at nothing. The only reason I know about the incident at all is because Mom told me. I kept having nightmares about it. I don't know any of the details, but I got the gist of it. Choromatsu gave a guilty frown and scratched his arm. I didn't know it affected you so much. Osamatsu again lifted his chin disdainfully, keeping his eyes shut and annoyed as he said, well, that's because I never told you. Karamatsu sent a glimpse the eldest's way and raised his palms softly as he detected the growing hostility. Easy now, he calmed. No, Osamatsu barked back, still refusing to spare a glance. I know what you're all thinking. It's not my fault we're here. No one is saying it's your fault, the other said with a frown. You don't need to, he snorted. We're just talking, Karamatsu tried to explain. We're just trying to figure this all out. I didn't lie when I said I didn't recognize the guy in the picture. I still don't recognize him, though I guess it makes sense now why the image made me so uncomfortable. I know, he reassured. I know you're not lying. Then, why are you looking at me that way? Karamatsu bit his tongue and furrowed his brow. Had he been giving his brother some sort of look just now? He didn't realize it, though he supposed, subconsciously, there was a sliver of suspicion. With a deep inhale, he finally lowered his face and pinched the bridge between his eyes in distress. When he spoke, his voice was exhausted and impatient. Osamatsu, please, he huffed. I really don't have the energy to argue with you over this. Osamatsu growled and sank back into his sulking demeanor. Why'd you even bring this up, then? Choromatsu gave a displeased look from his own cell and jumped back into the discussion. It's important to talk about what we know, Osamatsu Nissen, he clarified. The more we know, the better equipped we are at figuring out what we're missing. The sooner we figure that out, the sooner we can go home. We still don't know shit, the eldest glowered. It doesn't matter who this guy was or who he was with 10 years ago, it matters who he was with the other week. Well, Choromatsu withdrew his direct approach and mumbled under his breath. If you've really suppressed everything from your memories, then maybe talking about it could trigger a recent encounter you might have had. Osamatsu snarled and spat the other direction. Go drown on a table, he scoffed. Choromatsu's eyes flew wide at the words his brother just uttered, growing furious in an instant. The fuck did you just say? Osamatsu reiterated his statement, clear and tedious. Go. Drown. On a table, you ass. In an escalating voice, Choromatsu straightened and began to seethe with rage. What the fuck is wrong with you? He yelled out, practically shaking. You can't just say that shit. Dismissively, Osamatsu said, then maybe we should stop talking about this, yeah? The third oldest gave a half-hearted, manic laugh. Of course, out of all 6 of us, you're the first to lose his head. The eldest, imagine that. This eldest saved you a damn eye, he snapped back. What have you done besides send Ichimatsu off to whatever hell they're putting him through? Choromatsu gritted his teeth, vision going white with anger. Fuck. You. At that moment, Karamatsu broke. Cool it, both of you, he bellowed before sending a warning glare Osamatsu's way. Osamatsu, you don't need to keep instigating everything. Seriously, knock it off. You need to learn how to keep your mouth shut. Osamatsu eyed Karamatsu for a long time, analyzing his face carefully. Then, he formed a shit-eating smirk, daring the other to engage. You'd know a lot about something like that, wouldn't you? Karamatsu's glare turned deadly as his eyes widened at the remark. He stood to his feet and marched over to the eldest, snatching the man up by the collar of his shirt and hoisting him to his feet. Osamatsu's smug, challenging expression wavered and became weak, although it still presented. Clearly, Karamatsu burned hold into the other with an expression of fury that radiated heat. His eyes flicked back and forth ever so slightly as he analyzed the other's wilting expression, seeing the way his eyebrows curved upwards ever so slightly in contrast to his arrogant grin. He sensed a hint of fear, and for a moment, it felt good. At the start there was nothing but blind rage with a trembling fist at ready. But, as the seconds ticked by, a flicker of sanity resurrected in the back of Karamatsu's mind. His eyes became drawn to Osamatsu's ashen skin, his body stricken with abuse that wasn't immediately visible. The dark patches under his eyes were reminiscent of the exhaustion and terrible distress the brothers had together endured during their time under the organization's care. The man's hair was a mess as well, tattered and frayed in all directions in a condition worse than the guy's typical bedhead. Karamatsu supposed it was never left to dry in a nice position after Osamatsu was forcefully drowned. As the second oldest each and every feature painting the perfect picture of a broken man, his vile glare began to soften. Soon, his expression was gentle. Serious, but gentle. There were already 3 similar faces as his that were polluted in a collection of unrestrained marks and bruises. He didn't want to be responsible for marking this one up, too. Finally, Karamatsu threw his fist down. Osamatsu's smile vanished with a flinch at the movement, having expected the worst. As he eyed the lowered fist, his expression became one Karamatsu couldn't quite read. With a sigh, Karamatsu calmly said, "You're such a shithead, you know that?" He let go of Osamatsu's shirt and backed away, sitting back down in his spot against the wall with a tired look. He had just spent so much energy that he didn't have and felt bleak. Upon being let go, Osamatsu remained still. His smirk was gone and his expression was now empty. He tried to process his own feelings for a minute, unable to determine whether he was relieved or disappointed by his brother's retraction. He almost just felt nothing at all. What was he trying to gain by picking a fight with everyone? It felt good at first, being the antagonist instead of the victim. But that adrenaline-induced sensation of pleasure only spiraled into a hungover state of regret and guilt, and ultimately served him no purpose. The nice feeling of being the abuser was poisoned with an entangled sense of anger that couldn't be separated from the other, and it was a sickening feeling. It was a feeling that lingered long after the adrenaline had already dissipated. Slowly, Osamatsu sat back down against the wall and indulged in the silence. Intermission. End chapter 8.